We have made the edits that the court has ordered. We have shown them to defense. Pursuant to the timestamps that the court ordered, we wanted those to be reflected very clearly. So there are sometimes large gaps of just black, empty, silent space. When there are large gaps, we will fast forward. Some of those are short enough that we'll just let it play if the court is okay with that, with proceeding that way.
Thank you. I appreciate giving a heads up so all parties know what's going on. Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
So at this time, we would move to publish on the monitors, State's Exhibit 16.
All right, and to the media, there is a monitor for your benefit right there next to you. For the camera, there is one for that direction as well as for the gallery.
This meeting is to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. Understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also give you an admonition about false statements, okay? First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. In addition, I just want to make sure that our recording here is clear that you've also been given a federal agreement and a state agreement granting you immunity from prosecution for materials that you discuss now. Do you understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay. First, we're going to cover some of the things that you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do. Well, yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay.
And will you describe your relationship with Tyler when you first met him anyway?
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate. So I knew he knew my friend group and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone? Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we got it recorded. Okay, so again, I place you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. If they're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you're not on my mic.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right. Is that mic on?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
All right. Okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher like ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on like where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, like semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. So yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when like an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that.
I can do that.
You mind? I think you're right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably like 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day.
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that like automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where our Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been, I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay. Okay. All right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that These text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note. And this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th,
Yes.
the night of September 10th,
Mm-hmm.
right? And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Yeah, that was the server, like his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally, who are these people? who are members of
This is his friend group. They played D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Or go to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
So Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And these other people are just others that are members of the server.
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, DM means Dungeon Master. So this is these are like most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Got it. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because on at least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11. So
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
So again, we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages. Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
And that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. I started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. And then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay. Okay, before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat,
Okay.
but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images. Okay, I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is some press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these, looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last 2, definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This is like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends' end.
Okay. All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We've talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
We played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a group of friends. There was one game he really liked called Sea of Thieves, where you play as like a pirate, and you can fight against people, but most of it's just fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons kind of stuff. We played some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way. Way back when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some like shooting games together, but I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had like a whole friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policies being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
Okay, so before that you had been.
For a short time, yes.
Okay. And I understand you're going by Luna at some point.
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing. Sure.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for this portion. Let me check and see if I've missed anything. The Dremel that you talked about, you said he had asked for that, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And had he told you it was to inscribe bullets?
Yeah.
And so did you have a Dremel then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our our apartment. We had a section where we kept all our like random tools for household stuff. In our lower basement level pantry. So yeah.
Okay. And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording for the 11:02 purposes.
All right, that concludes State's Exhibit 16. Ms. Hunt.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Davis, I asked you yesterday, but I want to remind the court and those present. Were you physically present at the interview we just watched in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, I was there.
And aside from the court-ordered redactions, did it appear to you to be fair and accurate about what you remember that interview that day?
Yes, yes, I do.
During that interview, did Mr. Twiggs, was he shown or referenced certain items of evidence?
Yes, he was.
What types of items of evidence was he shown?
It was the text messages between himself and Tyler between himself and Tyler Robinson, a Discord chat messages, and a handwritten note.
And then we also saw in the video, he was also shown the FBI press release photos of the potential suspect.
That's correct, yes.
Have you reviewed all of those items as part of the investigation?
Yes, I have.
You're familiar with them?
Yes.
All right, I want to put just on the witness's screen what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 16.1. And for the record, this includes the edit that the one edit that the court has previously ordered.
Thank you.
Let me know when you see that on your screen.
Oh, I see it. I see it now.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of screenshots of text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. This is a photograph of Lance's phone.
So sorry, you said photograph, you also said screenshot. Can you differentiate or clarify there?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, these are photographs directly from Lance's phone.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview, he's showing the FBI agents these text messages, describes them to the agents, and at that time, his phone was photographed.
And you testified, I believe yesterday, that Mr. Twiggs' first interview was the morning of September 12th, 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Were you physically present at that interview?
No, I was not there.
Have you spoken with the officers or agents that were?
Yes, I've spoken to one of those agents that was there.
And you stated that first September 12th interview of Mr. Twiggs was recorded?
Yes, audio, video recorded.
Have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
So you stated that we're looking in State's Exhibit 16.1 at a picture of Mr. Twiggs' phone.
Yes.
Do you know who took these photos?
Yes, it was Agent Larson with FBI.
Did you speak with Agent Larson and confirm that?
I did.
And you kind of made reference to this already, but how did Mr. Twiggs initially show law enforcement the relevant text messages?
Yeah, during that first interview on September 12th, he shows them the phone and then allows them to photograph the phone.
And does he identify it as his phone in that interview?
Yes, he does.
Does he refer to any particular features of the phone that allows him to make that identification?
I believe the second interview, he refers to the large crack in the upper left screen. So he identifies that from his second interview that was given on April 20th.
And according to your review of the recording of his first interview and in speaking with the agents that were there, did he have his personal phone with him at the time of the September 12th interview?
Yes, he did.
And was this same text thread that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.1 shown to him during his second interview let me get the date right, April 20th, 2026 at the Utah County Attorney's Office that we just observed part of in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, it was shown to him.
Was he asked how Tyler Robinson is saved in his phone, like as a contact?
Yeah, just as Tyler.
Without saying it, obviously, did he identify Tyler Robinson's phone number?
Yes, he did.
Did you check the number that Mr. Twiggs gave as Tyler Robinson's phone number against law enforcement records?
Yes, I did.
And do they match?
Yes, they match.
Is State's Exhibit 16.1 a fair and accurate representation of the text thread or the relevant text thread between Mr. Twiggs and Mr. Robinson?
Yes, it is.
As part of the investigation, was a Cellbrite extraction performed on Mr. Twiggs' phone?
Yes, it was.
Did you personally review that extraction?
Yes, I have.
And according to that extraction, did Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs exchange text messages on September 10th through 11th, 2025?
Yes, they did.
What time was that first text sent according to the Cellbrite extraction?
The first text was September 10th at 11 p.m.
All right, Judge, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 16.1, and then pursuant to court order, I would move to publish it to the monitors.
Mr. Novak.
We have no further objections beyond those that the court, of course, is very familiar with at this point in time.
All right, I'll note the standing objections made by defense. Those objections are overruled. This 16.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the gallery as well as electronically distributed through the camera.
All right, Agent, I'm not going to go through every single message, but I do want to have you read aloud certain portions of them. And I apologize to counsel, these are not actually given a page number. I have page numbers, but I'm happy to confer that we're on the same page as we go. So here we're looking at page 1 of State's Exhibit 16.1. If you could read a little more than halfway down where it begins Wednesday, 11 p.m. Will you start reading underneath that?
Yes. So this would have been from Tyler. It says, drop what you're doing, look under your keyboard.
And I apologize. Let me stop you there. How do you know that that message would have been from Tyler Robinson?
That's just, so any of the messages in gray would be from Tyler, and messages in blue would be from Lance. It's just with iPhone distinguishes the messages. And also Lance in his interview also acknowledges that, who was saying what.
And up at the top, who do we see that this thread is between?
Tyler.
All right, sorry to interrupt you. So read that again, starting from look under the keyboard.
So after that, then Lance responds, he says, what? And then he says, you're joking, right? And then Tyler says, fuck, I tried to delete that.
We could scroll down to page 2. And if you can continue reading along.
Okay. Then Tyler says, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. And then Lance replies, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Tyler says, I am, I'm sorry. Lance says, I thought they caught the person. And then Tyler says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude and interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering.
We could scroll down to page 3. Continue reading.
Lance says, why? And Tyler says, why did I do it? And Lance says, yeah. Tyler says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. We'll update you shortly, or sorry, we'll update you by midnight. And then Lance says, all right, stay safe. How long have you been planning this?
Scroll down a little bit, please, Kimberly.
And Tyler replies, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it.
We can scroll down to page 4 and continue reading about halfway down. I'll stop you about halfway down.
This is while they were spot, but I don't want to chance it while they were parked there. If they'd found it, I imagine there would be more commotion. Again, I'm sorry for roping you into all of this. You shouldn't have to worry about this. And Lance replies, does anyone else know? Tyler says, not to my knowledge.
All right, I'll stop you there. Let's move to page 5. So this should be page 4. So just scroll down 1, please, Kimberly. And if you could read starting sorry, Kimberly, scroll a bit more down. If you could read, I don't know, about a 1/3 of the way up that starts with guess.
Okay. Tyler says, guess I'm just sitting in my car watching reels for another hour, hoping this guy fucks off.
And continue.
And Lance says, are you okay still? And Tyler says, yes, check and spot again now. Will
Sorry, now we're on page 6. Continue reading.
We'll update soon. He continues, the squad car was moved further away enough that I should be able to move in. I backed off because I thought I heard footsteps, maybe a foot patrol, but the crickets here are so fucking loud. Gonna see if the road closer to campus is open so I can drive past and check shit out. Probably still closed off though. Getting worried, hard to know for sure, but I'm not finding my rifle. Could be in the wrong spot. Lance says, do you think they found it? And Tyler says, dunno, they haven't published anything if they have. And then Lance says, why did you leave it behind?
Oh, sorry, Kimberly, if you could scroll down.
Originally. Also, does it have a serial number?
We could scroll to page 7. And I'll continue reading. I'll stop you on this page in a little bit.
Okay. So Tyler continues, IDEK, if I had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me, I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits, didn't have the ability or time to bring it with.
And stop there, please. And then if we could go to the next page, page 8. And if you could start at the top.
Okay, so Lance says, was your change of clothes there or was that also gone? Or did you bring those with you originally? Anyway, you could replace the gun or would he notice? Then Tyler says, only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. I'll bet that canine sniffed it out. Little snitching bastard. Replace it unlikely. I don't fully know what the gun was because it was old as shit and Gramps did some modifying. There was a 4-digit serial on it. God only knows who it's registered to. Hopefully some dead guy who gave it to Grandpa. And he continues, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke.
And then continue. I'll stop you in a moment.
He says, all right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really fucking sucks.
Let me stop you there. And then if we could go on to the next page, page 9. And do you see the first blue message we see on page 9? Can you start there?
Yes. So Lance says, do you need it for hunting? And Tyler says, no, my dad wanted to use a high caliber for the rifle hunt. Judging from today, I say Gramps' gun does just fine. IDK. I think that was a 2K scope. Lance says, geez. And then Tyler says, OMW home 3.5 hours. Lance says, drive safe. And then Tyler says, delete this exchange.
And I'll stop you right there. And then, sorry, we're on page 9. If we can scroll to page 15. And then the second grade message on page 15, if you could start there.
Okay. So this is Tyler. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. We hope to keep things sort of quiet here.
And then I'll stop you there.
Okay.
And we can remove the exhibit from the screen. Thank you, Kimberly. We mentioned a Cellbrite extraction of Mr. Twiggs' phone. Do you know what time that last text was sent?
Yeah, I recall it was just before 8 p.m. on September 11th. It was, I think, 7:42 p.m. is my recollection.
I'm sorry, September 11th?
Yes.
Would September 12th make sense? Or you're saying September 11th?
So September 11th was when we turned himself in. It would have
Okay.
been September 11th. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to show just for the witness, States Exhibit 16.2. Let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do. Yep.
What is it?
This is just more photos of Lance's phone. And
How
these
do you-
are, these are sorry, I had to play a brain. Sorry, go with your question, please.
I'm just asking what it is. So you said it's a photo of Lance's phone. Do you know if that's from the same time period as the exhibit we just looked at?
Yes.
And what is it of?
These are the Discord messages of that Lance had talked about.
How do you know that?
So Lance, in the first interview with FBI, shows the phone. The photos are taken by Agent Larson, and then these images are shown to Lance during a second interview, and he confirms that these are those same messages, and this is photos of Lance's phone.
You mentioned an Agent Larson took the photos. Do you know if he's the same agent that took the photos of this exhibit 16.2?
Yes, same agent.
And you spoke with him to confirm that?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware if Mr. Twiggs is actually part of this Discord thread?
Yes, he is a part of it. He doesn't, in this section, he doesn't reply to it, but he does state in his statement that he was part of that thread.
Does he identify whether Mr. Robinson is part of that thread?
He does.
And when did that happen?
He identifies that in his first interview with the two FBI agents, and then he again confirms that in his second interview.
Did Mr. Twiggs say what username on Discord Mr. Robinson used, at least with respect to this thread?
Yes, it's the Tyler/Icum, IKUM.
And is Exhibit 16.2 a fair and accurate representation of that Discord thread?
Yes, it is. September 11th.
So Tyler sends the first message that you're seeing on Exhibit 16.2, September 11th at 7:57 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified earlier that Mr. Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office approximately at 9 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And although you weren't physically present there yet because you were flying down, how do you know that he arrived approximately around 9 p.m.?
Just based on the police reports I reviewed and then go back and look at the video and such.
Judge, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 16.2 and publish it pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Aaron. We've already lodged all of our objections on all three phases.
All right. Noting the objections, standing objections by defense. State's Exhibit 16.2 is admitted into evidence and may be published only in the gallery, not for distribution on electronic media.
I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is a handwritten note or letter from Tyler to Lance.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview with FBI, he tells them about this letter note he found under Tyler's keyboard per a text message he received. He states from 11 p.m. on September 10th. And so at that point, Lance finds this. This is the letter he finds under that keyboard.
Okay, so to clarify, Mr. Twiggs gets a text from Mr. Robinson around 11 p.m. on September 10th, telling him to look under his keyboard.
Yes, correct.
And this is what Mr. Twiggs represented was underneath the keyboard.
Yes, yes.
How did law enforcement get this photograph?
So following Lance's first interview at St. George PD, his phone is recovered at that point, taken into evidence. It is downloaded, I believe it was the following day or shortly after that. The FBI transported that phone to the RCFL, which is the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory in Salt Lake City. The phone was downloaded through Celebrite. And after that, following that download was complete, SBI received a flash drive containing that download. From there, it went to a SIAC analyst to go through that data of his phone to look for any pertinent evidence or information that may be on there. And at that point, that this image of this letter was located.
All right, I'm going to break down a few things. You mentioned, I just want to make sure the record's clear. You mentioned Celebrite a few times. What is Celebrite?
It's a downloading software that's commonly used by law enforcement. I don't do that myself, but it's commonly used to recover data, to download electronic devices, particularly cell phones.
And then you mentioned SIAC. What does that mean?
It's the Statewide Information Analysis Center. It's a division within DPS. It's a fusion center. They assist law enforcement with intelligence, various intelligence information for our investigations. You
mentioned that you don't personally do Celebrite phone extractions. Have you spoken to the law enforcement officers that performed the Celebrite extraction on Mr. Twiggs' phone in this case?
I don't believe I specifically talked to those individuals, the RCFL, that did that. But they, yeah, that was then provided to SBI.
Did you speak with officers at SBI that have recovered this photo that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.3?
Yes, I've spoken to, I have spoken with an SIAC analyst who in particular found this image. I've spoken to her personally as well.
Was Mr. Twiggs shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16.3 during his second interview?
Yes, he was.
And again, you were present for that?
Yes, I was there.
Is Exhibit 16.3 a fair and accurate representation of the photo law enforcement obtained from Mr. Twiggs' phone and that he was subsequently shown in the second interview?
Yes, it's fair and accurate.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit Exhibit 16.3 and then also publish pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Just noting the objections that have previously been made, and I think that the court's order is that it may be published in the courtroom only.
Thank you. Noting the standing objection by defense, 16.3, correct?
Correct.
Is admitted into evidence and may be published only in the courtroom and not be shown or videoed.
This,
I do.
what is it?
These are the images that the FBI released to the public. It would have been on September 11th when those were released. And this was, those are those images that went public of the suspected EVU shooting suspect.
How do you know that?
I've viewed the FBI's website, and I recall seeing these images released on September 11th.
Does States Exhibit 16.4, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you reviewed from the FBI and that the FBI released?
Yes, it is.
The state moves to admit Exhibit 16.4 and publish according to court order.
Mr. Novak.
No further objections, thank you.
All right, noting the standing objection by defense, overruling that objection, States Exhibit 16.4 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom.
And again, in the Discord,
5.1, the court previously, the day that I did it, I believe it's day 2, perhaps,
That sounds correct.
the court provisionally admitted it, contingent on additional foundation being laid, whether through testimony or through
One
evidence.
thing is the court mutes
The
the
court's,
audio a lot during the hearing
Notes that
yesterday.
such foundation and testimony
So you'll
has
hear
been
that. You'll
laid
just hear the audio go out for
in
no
order
apparent
for the
reason.
foundation to be
and
laid
them,
for
not me doing
5.1
that,
to be
by the way.
admitted into evidence for
Just so
full
you guys know,
consideration by this court.
The new stream
And so that
starts
is
at
received.
11 a.m. Eastern
As it
time.
relates
We'll be
to
back on here 11 a.m.
publication,
Eastern time
and
with our
taking in
analysis
consideration the arguments by Mr.
and the
Novak.
new stream.
Well, first noting the
For day
objection,
5.
the standing objections by
You're welcome, guys.
defense, and that is overruled as it relates to the admission to 5.1. But going to the publication, the court understands the argument made by defense that this is going toward perhaps religion, and that the enhancement, and let me just read that from the information, victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie
I agree
Kirk's
with that. They
political
have
expression,
nothing. Everything they've showed
and
over the
that
last
was
4
also
days has made Tyler look less guilty.
noted
and Lance
as
look
an
even more
enhancement
guilty.
for count 2 and count 7. The court is not going to engage, the court can weigh how this is applied, but it finds it relevant, how it relates to the enhancement is for the court to weigh as it looks at the bind-over decision, and it's not engaging in that decision-making today, but finds that it is relevant, it is admissible to the court, and is publishable to the gallery as well as to the public. And so if the state wishes to publish State's Exhibit 5.1, it may do so at this time.
Thank you. Yes, we do. And Kimberly, I don't know if we want to use the same kind of slow scrolling. Thank you. All right, I believe that should be sufficient. And Agent Davis, I apologize. I'm going to take you very briefly back to State's Exhibit 16.1, which is the text thread between Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs. Kimberly, if you could turn to page 17. And because this has already been admitted and, court, correct me if I'm wrong, published not only to the gallery, but to cameras at large, I'd ask that it be displayed in that fashion again.
All right. Any input from any other party on that request? All right, thank you. It may be published. and the media may pick this up as well.
Agent Davis, if I can direct you to the very last message on that page, starting with "if any," if you could read that out loud.
Okay. This is Tyler. He says, if any police ask you questions, sorry, let me start over. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. My lawyer should be Doug Terry. I'll see if he can reach out to you and make sure the police follow.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need from that exhibit. And then finally, Agent Davis, you testified before that you flew down to Washington County Sheriff's Office and observed Tyler Robinson there, correct?
Correct.
You got his name there.
Yes.
You stated that you transported or assisted transporting him up to Utah County Jail
Yes,
and that you were the booking officer.
that's correct.
Do you recognize Tyler Robinson here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could point him out and briefly describe something that he's wearing.
He's the individual seated at the defendant's table in the center chair with a gray suit coat and a green tie.
Your Honor, if record could reflect identification of the defendant.
Counsel?
No objection.
All right. I'll note for the purposes of this hearing only that Agent Davis has identified Mr. Robinson in court. Thank you.
And Judge, if I can just have a moment.
You may.
Ready to pass the witness. Thank you. And I don't know, now would be a good time for lunch.
All right. We'll go ahead and break right now for lunch for 1 hour, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Let's come back at 1:30. We'll resume. We'll pick up the defense for cross-examination if they choose for Agent Davis. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we go on our lunch break?
Not the state. No cross-examination for Agent Davis, so I don't want him to wait here if he has other things to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you.
No cross-examination. May this witness be excused.
Yes.
All right, Agent Davis, you may
Thank you.
step down,
Thank you.
and then we'll resume with the state on their next witness. Court is now in recess.
All right.
Be seated. Court is back in session, noting the presence of counsel and all parties. We left off with Agent Davis being excused from the stand, no cross-examination, and turning to the state. Are you ready to proceed?
State Call Sergeant Jennifer Falmuina.
All right, Sergeant, if you wouldn't mind coming forward and being brought into the courtroom. Right, sir, Sergeant, if you'd like to come forward, you're still under oath from your previous testimony from the previous day. So if you'd just like to come up to the witness stand, be seated to your left. Behind the monitor should be a bottle of water. After you're situated, if you wouldn't mind just pulling that microphone toward you to ensure that the audio is picked up. Mr. McBride, your witness.
Sergeant Falmuina, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We briefly covered some of your involvement in this case the other day. I want to return back to your initial assignment to this case. When were you first assigned to go to the campus of Utah Valley University?
On September 10th of 2025.
What time did you get that assignment?
I believe it was approximately 1:30 p.m.
And where were you when you received that assignment?
I was at a headquarters office in Salt Lake.
And did you go directly down to the campus?
Yes, I did.
And will you describe what you're seeing as you arrived there?
Yes, when I arrived there, I actually arrived onto or near the south end of campus. And that's where I saw multiple police cars as well as multiple officers from various agencies Then I was asked to respond to our command post, which was in the Fugel building there.
And the Fugel building, we've had some testimony about this, but is that just to the south of the courtyard?
Yes, that is.
And were you there while officers were securing campus?
Yes, I was.
And do you know generally how that was done?
I don't know the specifics, but I do know that officers were canvassing the area, trying to look for a suspect, but also trying to see if anyone else was injured, and then making sure that the scene was secure and that no unauthorized people were allowed in.
And I think you testified earlier. What was your primary assignment?
My primary assignment at the campus, as well as throughout the case, was to oversee the crime scenes as well as the physical evidence.
Before you could do your work on the crime scenes, did the campus have to become secure?
Yes, it did.
And did that involve making sure there was no active shooter on campus?
Yes.
And did that involve officers searching buildings and clearing buildings throughout campus?
Yes.
You mentioned that were there multiple areas that were processed by you and other crime scene analysts in this case?
Yes, there was. Would you like me to go over them?
Let me direct you to a few of them. Well, yes, please mention the scenes.
Yeah, so one scene was a courtyard area, or I guess what we could also refer to as the amphitheater where the event took place. The other scene would have been the Fulton Library, where there were 2 bus stops. And then another would have been the wooded area. And then the last one would have been the Lolosi Center building, as well as the ground below.
All right, let's start with the rooftop. What was who was assigned to process the rooftop area?
The team that was assigned to process that was the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, or also known as our state crime lab.
And generally, what does processing an area involve?
Processing includes documentation, sketching, as well as taking photographs, marking, as well as labeling evidence, and then determining how to package them properly, as well as also just trying to ID anything probative.
On the rooftop was evidence found.
Yes.
What types of evidence were found on the rooftop?
One item of evidence that was found was a screwdriver. Another one would have been what we believe was the shooter's perch. That was determined that was easy to see at night. Using oblique lighting, we could see disturbances in the gravel on the rooftop. And then on the northeast edge, our team also found some swipes on the ledge of that rooftop that was also collected.
Okay, so northeast ledge. And is this the dropping off point?
Yes, it is.
You said swipes. What does that mean, swipes?
Swipes is, I would describe it as kind of hand marks or any type of marks that is left by something that causes some type of disturbance.
Okay. And where on the ledge were those located?
Those were located right on the edge of that right on the edge of that rooftop. And then right below, we also had some other swipes as well as some other impressions. And then below that was a glass window where we also located some latent prints.
Okay, I want to return to the what you've referred to as the perch, the sniper position. Were measurements taken from that sniper position to the tent where Charlie Kirk was seated?
Yes.
Do you know the distance?
Yeah, so the distance from the perch area directly to the tent where Mr. Kirk was sitting was approximately 415 feet. If you break it down, so from the perch to the tent, you're looking at is basically like this. And this is the perch and this is the tent.
And now you're describing, I'm sorry, I have to make a record. You're describing an angle, a slope downward from the perch to the location of the tent. Is that accurate?
I am.
Okay,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Yeah, so the angle, so again, the distance, the perch to the tent was approximately 415 feet. If you think about it, or without taking into account the elevation drop, it was actually 410 feet, so just horizontal straight across. And then the elevation difference between that is approximately 68 feet.
Okay, 400 feet, 410 feet from the perch to the tent with a 68-foot vertical drop. Is that
Yes.
right? On the rooftop, were shoe impressions found on the rooftop?
Yes, there was.
Did those who processed that area of the crime scene collect the latent prints and the shoe impressions that you've talked about?
Yes, they did.
And this is a good point to read a stipulation into the record.
All right.
The language of this has been agreed upon by the parties. The parties stipulate that investigators at the crime scene observed latent fingerprints and a palm print on a glass window near the area where the individual landed when the individual jumped from the rooftop of the Low-C Center at UVU. SBI fingerprint examiner Elisa Farmer examined images of these latent fingerprints and the palm print and determined that only 3 of the latent prints, 11B, 11C, and 11D, were of comparable or of poor comparable value. She excluded Tyler Robinson as the source of any of these 3 latent prints. Ms. Farmer reviewed other prints on the window and found that they did not have adequate value for comparison. Subsequent examinations of these 3 latent or actual latent prints by the FBI were inconclusive. That area that was described in that stipulation, is that the area in the glass window that you're talking about?
Yes, that is.
That's on the northeast corner of the Low-C Center.
Yes.
And that's the area where we see in a video an individual drop from the roof.
Yes.
I want to move on to another area, the courtyard. First, will you describe what that area of the crime scene looked like?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene, you have different steps. I believe there were maybe like five or six covered in grass. When I was there were personal belongings spread throughout. There was a tent towards the west end of that courtyard area, as well as some banners and some barriers as well.
Was that area processed for evidence as well?
Yes, it was.
What was done to process that area?
Photography, as well as just examining the tent area to see if there's anything there.
And who is assigned to process the courtyard area?
The FBI.
I want to take you to another area, a wooded area. Was there a wooded area that was processed as well?
Yes, there was.
Will you describe, first off, where that area is?
Yes, so this area is located northeast of the Low-C Center building, and it is across from Campus Drive.
Your Honor, could we publish Exhibit 35, please?
Yes.
And if I may approach the witness, I'll put up the hard copy of this exhibit as well.
All right.
Can we publish oh, thank you. All right, on the screen in front of you, will you take a look at Exhibit 35?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Will you take a moment to orient yourself on that map and tell me when you've found the relevant points that help you understand what this map is of?
Yes.
Do you see the courtyard on that map?
Yes, I do.
Kimberly, can you zoom in to the courtyard area, kind of the center of there's a pointer on the screen. Is that the courtyard?
Yes, that is.
All right, now the Low-C Center, will you describe, well, let's jump to the wooded area. Where is the wooded area that you're talking about, seeing that was processed?
Yep, the wooded area, if you go from the courtyard and you go northeast, you're going to come across this big parking lot. And then if you just go directly north to that.
Okay, At this point, it might be easiest for you to actually indicate on the physical map. If you don't mind just standing up, give you a handheld mic here.
Yes, so the wooded area is approximately right here in this area.
Okay, so just to make a record of the area, on the northern, I guess I'll say, and north is up on this map, is that right?
Yes,
Do you know where Campus Drive is?
yes, Campus Drive is this road that winds right along here.
Okay, and so that's kind of the windy road that begins in the upper left-hand corner of the exhibit and winds down through the center of the map and kind of exits to the middle right side of the map. Is that right?
Yes,
And the wooded area, where is it in relation to the Campus Drive?
it is north of Campus Drive.
Okay, kind of in that probably the center right of the map. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Will you describe, first off, what is on the south side across the street from the wooded area?
Yeah, so on the south side of the south side of the wooded area, we have the computer science building, which is to, I guess, east. And then we have a parking structure, and we have a walkway along here in between that connects the computer science building and the Veloci Center building. And then right onto the southwest of the parking lot area is going to be the Veloci Center building.
Okay, now you referred to the area across the street from the wooded area as a parking structure. That's a parking lot, right?
I'm sorry.
And there is a parking structure on campus, correct?
Yes, there is.
But that's different than the parking lot you just mentioned.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Back to the wooded area. What was found? Was anything found in the wooded area of evidentiary value? You can sit down. Thank you. You can take that.
May you repeat your question?
Was anything of evidentiary value found in the wooded area?
Yes, in the wooded area, a rifle that was wrapped in a dark colored towel was found there.
And how did you learn about that?
I found it out because just a little bit before 6 p.m. That day, I received a call from Utah County Sheriff's Office, who was tasked with searching that area.
Do you know why they searched that area in the first place?
Yeah, so they searched that area because I received a video that was from the UVU security footage. This was received by our command post on scene, and it showed who we believe was the shooter on the rooftop, run from the southwest corner all the way to the northeast corner, jump down, and then continue to the northeast side of that campus, and then cross the street to Campus Drive, and then the suspect was out of camera's view after that.
Okay, so he ran basically toward and into that wooded area,
Yes.
right? What were you told from the sheriff's office?
I was told that they found a gun, and from there I asked them to hold the scene, and that myself and FBI ERT team, the lead, Special Agent Kamak, would be en route.
Okay, FBI ERT, FBI Evidence Response Team, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you go to that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the weapon?
Yes.
Will you describe what you saw?
Yep. What I saw was a rifle that was, or at the time before even having removed it, we found, or in the bushes, we found all you could really see was just a dark towel there. So pictures were taken of that, and then eventually the gun or the towel was removed. And then once we removed the towel from the bushes is when we uncovered that the towel was actually used to wrap the gun in.
Have you reviewed State's Exhibits 10, 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3? Do you remember reviewing these?
Yes.
And are they accurate photographs of the weapon when it was recovered and shortly thereafter?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibits 10, 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3.
Defense?
No additional objections.
All right, and as it relates to publication, if any?
Yes, I would ask that these be published at all three levels.
All right, any input, Mr. Burt?
Same objections.
All right, I'll note the standing objections from defense. Those are overruled. and 10.10,
10?
10.1, 10.2, 10.3 are admitted into evidence and may be published both in the courtroom and through the use of the camera.
If we can please publish number 10, thank you. You have in front of you on the screen Plaintiff's Exhibit 10. Will you describe what we're looking at here?
Yes, what we are looking at here is actually the bushes where the dark colored towel and the gun were found. You can kind of see the dark colored towel towards the right-hand side of the screen in the middle, right middle.
Kimberly, can you zoom into that area, please? All right, is this a better view of the towel?
Yes, it is.
If we can go to Exhibit 10.1. Will you describe what we're looking at in Exhibit 10.1?
Yes, this is a mid-range shot of, again, the towel that was used, or of the towel and within the bushes.
All right. When this was found and you arrived on scene, what happened with that weapon?
We moved it from the bushes, or say FBI Special Agent Kamak moved it from the bushes. We then placed it on a cardboard box, took pictures of it, and then we removed the towel, packaged the towel separately, took additional pictures of the gun, and then rendered it safe on scene.
Okay, I'll ask you about that more in a minute, but let's go to number 10.2. Will you describe what we see here?
Yeah, so what you see here now is the dark colored towel and the rifle that is in the towel, and it is in a cardboard box.
Why is the towel still around the gun?
We wanted to document as to how it was found.
All right, let's go to 10.3. Is this the rifle?
Yes, it is.
You described making the rifle safe. Will you describe what that is?
Yeah, so what that is that we ensure that there isn't anything in the chamber and that there's no other cartridges in the gun that would have it go off. So to do that, because it is a bolt action gun, we would have to manipulate the bolt or the lever back, and then from there see if anything was in the chamber, and then I'd say carefully remove anything that was in the chamber and below it.
All right, what is the difference between a bolt action and an auto ejecting gun?
Yeah, a bolt action is one where the user actually has to manipulate the bolt. So they would actually have to turn, or they would actually have to pull it back and forward to, whether it be to load it, lock it, as well as extract anything that's in it. Unlike a semi-auto gun, that is one, every single time you pull the trigger, a bullet will be fired, and then from there, a casing will be extracted out, as well as a new cartridge will then be automatically fed into the chamber.
So if you shoot a bolt action rifle, does that spent shell casing automatically exit the gun?
No, it does not. It will stay in there until the person that is handling the gun actually removes the bolt, or actually pulls the bolt back, and then the casing will be extracted out.
Were you present when this weapon was made safe?
Yes, I was.
Will you describe what was found when that happened?
Yeah, so when we rendered the gun safe, we found in it, when we removed the bolt back, we found one 30-06 cartridge case, or say a fired cartridge case, and we also found 3 unfired cartridges, all with engravings on them.
Okay, I want to make sure we understand the language you're using. When you say cartridge case and you say cartridge, what do you mean?
Yeah, so a cartridge is basically the round itself, right? The whole round. And the round consists of the cartridge case, and then the powder, and then the bullet on top. So the cartridge case, the term is used for something that has been fired already. A cartridge is an unfired round.
Okay, cartridge is the unfired round that still has the bullet, the powder, and all that.
Yes.
Cartridge case is the fired, is a round that has been fired, and it's just the empty brass casing. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any, so there was, I just want to make sure I understand, a fired cartridge case, and 3 unfired cartridges.
Yes.
Was there anything distinctive about these items?
All 4 of them had engravings on them.
Did you observe those engravings?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe them right there on scene?
Yes, I did.
And what was done with, let's talk about each of those things. First, the towel. What was done with the towel?
The towel was packaged and then it was eventually provided to the FBI.
What was done with the firearm?
The firearm was also packaged and then provided to the FBI as well.
Did the firearm go to the FBI or the ATF?
Oh, sorry, correction. It went to the FBI and then to be in their custody, and then it was then sent to the ATF lab.
Okay. And the rounds, the cartridge and cartridge cases,
Yep.
cartridges and cartridge case.
Yes, all those were packaged, originally provided to the FBI, then was sent to the ATF lab.
Right? And were each of those items tested?
Yes, they were.
And in the testing, were they photographed?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the photo and were they photographed by the ATF when they were tested?
Yes, they were.
Have you reviewed their photographs?
Yes.
And were you previously shown states exhibits 19, 20, 21, and 22?
Yes.
And are those photographs that the ATF or that you received back from the ATF of those cartridges and the cartridge case?
Yes.
Did they have the same appearance and etchings that you saw when you observed them removed from the gun?
Yes.
And did those photographs accurately capture those etchings?
Yes.
I move to admit states exhibits 19 through 22.
Mr. Burt.
Additional objections.
All right, I'll note the standing objections. Those objections overruled, and 19, 20, 21, and 22 are admitted.
Can you hear me? Can't hear you, bro. Try again. If not, I'll log back on.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Okay, I'll be right back.
Good morning, everybody. You guys can hear me in the chat, right? Okay, you can hear me. Good. All right, awesome. Very good. Thank you, guys. Okay, so we are getting ready. Hey, Kelvia, good morning. How are you today?
I'm great. Ready for, what is it? It's day 5?
Day 5. Yep. Day 5. Getting ready for
Right.
day 5, the final day, hopefully. What's up, buddy? Yakova.
What's up?
Or Yakov. I'm sorry, Yakov. I got to remember to keep the A off.
What's up, bro? I freaking Mossad hacked my freaking X account, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. For all you guys that wondering why he wasn't here yesterday, is because he got completely hacked. They hacked his X account. He must have hit a link or something and got booted completely out of his X.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on. I'm waiting for them to reach out to me so I can go through their little stupid verification process. But yeah, I was writing in the chat yesterday, bro. I was like, hey man, freaking Mossad hacked me, bro. I can't get into my DMs. I should have just sent you my number, but it's all good, man. Here we are.
Yeah, definitely. We should definitely exchange numbers. I think we did once before. I don't know if
Yeah.
I saved it though. So you gotta send it to me again if you didn't.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
I'll text you my number. That way you got it.
All right,
Or
brother.
not text you, but I'll email it to you. I mean.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So yesterday we got Lance Twiggs, the big thing that came out of yesterday was Lance Twiggs' testimony. And honestly, it really, there wasn't really anything to it. It wasn't anything new that we already hadn't known. And you can't trust Lance Twiggs, what he has to say anyway. I mean, like, I know what the Fed sloppers are all running with is, oh, by the way, let me show you this. Yeah, this is what the Fed sloppers are. And you tell me, like, this here is, let me show you this real quick. But they're definitely trying to contaminate the jury pool big time, bro.
Yeah, I mean, when even that officer said that they helped Lance Twiggs with his testimony, it's like, why would law enforcement be walking them through what to say?
Exactly. Honestly, that's what they were doing. They were leading the witness. They were leading him,
Yeah.
teaching him basically what to say.
Listen, anytime I ever committed a crime and got cracked and was being investigated by investigators, I never had a law enforcement officer coaching me what to say while I'm giving testimony of a crime that I was involved in. I mean, they're supposed to interrogate you, not walk you through the interrogation process. I mean, that should have been a major red flag for everybody. But as you can see across social media, people are running with that narrative that, Lance Twiggs is pointing the finger at Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. As you see, our favorite deep state Fed slopper, definitely not military intelligence, not a military intelligence asset, Jack Posobiec.
No, definitely not.
Tweeting the front page of the New York Post this morning, which is Tyler confessed to me in big gigantic freaking letters. And they want everybody to see that and try to contaminate the jury pool. And again, what really bothers me is how are they even using the text messages? Well, hold on, not the text messages. How are they even using the Discord messages when we've already proven that the Discord messages could not have been authored? They're either completely fake or they were written by somebody else, because they could not have been written or authored by Tyler Robinson, because he was already in custody in the Washington County Jail, and they had confiscated his phone and stuff at that time. So how would he be able to write those messages? It's impossible.
Well, it's not impossible because they have. I agree with the point you're hitting, but what I want to highlight is the fact that they have software where they can get into your phone and they can put things on your phone. They can search things. They can write text messages. They can go into the apps on your phone. That there's especially if you look into Pegasus software, that there's many softwares out there that the intel agencies use. So I believe personally that's how these text messages were formed, were through intelligence software, kind of like Pegasus, what was created by Israel, but there's many more that our military industrial complex has. I mean, just because they're showing text messages, I don't believe for 1 second that those weren't planted on his phone.
No, I agree. I think that obviously Tyler's a patsy. My point is that he personally could not have written those messages because he was in jail. So somebody else wrote them. Either they're completely fake or somebody else wrote them.
Hey, Colin.
100%.
Colin,
Yeah,
I was thinking about what you said yesterday. So that text thread, how you said you can text through your computer, and how these people were like gamer. I wonder if that's how maybe that was orchestrated.
Yeah, well, honestly, I think that Lance honestly, it could have been honestly like you said, it could have been using that software or whatever to do it. But I personally think that Lance Twiggs is the one that wrote those messages.
Yeah, he could have been at
to everything.
Right. He could have been using the laptop with Tyler Robinson's iCloud opened up on it, sending messages.
Exactly.
100%. And another thing that we got yesterday was the picture of the actual gun, which, by the way, is different from the gun that they've shown us this whole time.
All right, is this a better view of the towel?
Yes, it is.
If we can go to exhibit 10.1.
This is the actual gun, where they found it, how they found it, and then a picture of the actual
Will you describe what we're
gun
looking at in exhibit 10?
in a box, and why it's
Yes, this
important.
is
I'll
a
talk about
mid-range
it in a
shot
minute.
of, again, the towel that was used, or of the towel and within the bushes.
All right. When this was found and you arrived on scene, what happened with that weapon?
We moved it from the bushes, or say FBI Special Agent Kamak moved it from the bushes. We then placed it on a cardboard box, took pictures of it, and then we removed the towel, packaged the towel separately, took additional pictures of the gun, and then rendered it safe on scene.
Okay, I'll ask you about that more in a minute, but let's go to number 10.2. Will you describe what we see here?
Yeah, so what you see here now is the dark colored towel and the rifle that is in the towel.
And by the way, that's how they're claiming they found it. Not with the box, but they're claiming they found it wrapped in the towel, just like that, under the bushes.
And it is in a cardboard box.
Why is the towel still around the gun?
We wanted to document as to how it was found.
All right, let's go to 10.3.
Well, no, because they document it. So that box right there, that box was law enforcement's evidence collecting box, right?
Correct.
So they clearly moved the rifle already, putting it on top of the box. So they didn't even take a picture. They didn't even take a picture of it, how they found it, because they already had moved it and put it in that evidence box.
Yeah, I agree. Because if you go back, this is where, well, actually, no, I think you can see a towel. This is where they actually found it. And if you zoom in on it, let me see if I can zoom in on it. I think I might, no, I can't because it's a video. It won't let me zoom in because it's a video. But I see something black inside of there, in the middle there. So I think that is the picture of it wrapped in a towel, or something wrapped in a towel under that bush there. And that is how they found it. And then when they pulled it out of the bushes, I think she's saying that this is how they wanted to show how it was wrapped in a towel when they pulled it out of the bushes. This is what it was like in the bushes. It's hard to tell because, like I said, with it in that photo, with it in the bushes, the photo of the bushes, you really can't see it. All you see is just a little tiny piece of black. So I think they wanted to pull it out and show, hey, this is what we found actually in the bushes. I think that's what she's trying to say.
The document as to how.
Is this the rifle?
Yes, it is.
You described.
And this is the actual rifle
making the
here.
rifle safe. Will you describe what that is?
Yep, so what that is that we ensure that there isn't anything in the chamber and that there's no other cartridges in the gun that would have it go off. So to do that, because it is a bolt action gun, we would have to manipulate the bolt or the lever back, and then from there see if anything was in the chamber, and then let's say carefully remove anything that was in the chamber.
Okay, so this is important. This is the actual picture of the gun. By the way, this is not the same picture that we've been seeing. The picture that they showed us in the media originally is not the same photo. It's a different photo. So, like I said before, it was a stock photo in the media that they showed before, not this photo. But secondly, this is also important because, as you guys know, my story that I wrote, hold on, give me 1 second. I'll pull it up. Share this tab. Okay, so if you guys know my story that I wrote here, the fatal flaw in the Tyler Robinson case, gun could not have been fired. So the so take a close look at the photo. Okay, you know what? I don't need to. So the gun that they found, that, you know, the Mauser 98 that they claim is the gun that they found or whatever, right? Tyler Robinson's gun. It was equipped, which we saw the picture in that box. It was equipped with a $2,000 low mount scope, which is mounted over top of the bolt. You know, over top the trigger and the bolt. That's a problem because on the Mauser 98, it uses a 3-position wing safety, which means you have to, and I got pictures of it down here. What you have to do is you actually have to, in order to put the safety off, the safety has to flip over top of the bolt onto the other side. So it has to go over top the entire gun, over top and around to the other side to take the safety off. And when you have that low mount scope there, it's impossible to do that because it would hit that scope. When you try to disengage the safety, it would hit that scope. It would not be able to you would not be able to take it off safe. So therefore it could not be fired. And just watch this video real quick where it kind of explains it.
Got one of my favorite type of guns, Mauser 98, not necessarily this specific one, but somebody's done a sporter job on her, and the gun's in the shop for a low scope safety. So they've mounted a scope, they got a low bolt handle, all well and good, but they got the military safety.
See, that military safety is in the way of the scope. You would not be able to engage the safety.
Isn't conducive to our scope, obviously, but they got the military safety, which isn't conducive to our scope, obviously.
So you'd have to rotate it all the way around to the other side in order to be able to disengage the safety, and it would hit the scope, so it would not be able to do that. See, this is the original photo that they sent us, which the gun was completely in a different direction. And it's obviously it's not the same. And then this is, let me go back to this one. This is the picture of the actual gun. And unfortunately, there's no way to blow it up. But okay, so this is it's kind of blurry when you go to blow it up. But it looks like from what I'm seeing here, it looks like this has the original military style safety here, which would be hitting the scope. So I don't think, I'm pretty sure this gun could not have been fired. So the gun, and that's another thing. We also know that the gun could not have been fired or was not fired. Not that it couldn't have been fired, but we know the gun wasn't fired because the ATF analysis woman yesterday, one of the things she said is, because they asked her, said, was there dust in, did you look in the barrel to see if there's dust in the barrel? And she said, yes, there was dust inside the barrel. Okay, well, if there's dust inside the barrel, then that means it was not recently fired. Otherwise, it would have blown all the dust out of it. So that right there proves that the gun was not fired. Between her saying that the dust was present when they found the rifle, that shows that it wasn't fired. Plus the safety thing, which says that it can't be fired. Plus the fact that the canines never found a gun when they went looking for it. They never sensed the gunshot odor or whatever draw them to the gun. So this gun clearly was planted. I think we just proved that this gun was planted. So everything that they put out yesterday actually hurts their case.
I mean, you think she would have said, "Oh, we found gunshot residue inside the barrel, but dust though." Oh man.
Yeah, by saying that there was dust in the barrel, she's admitting that that gun was not fired.
So if you were watching her facial expressions while she was giving her testimony, she looked real nervous and scared.
Yep.
Oh,
I don't
she
know if you
was,
guys,
absolutely.
I don't know if anybody mentioned that, but she was very, very anxious, nervous, and scared. Like she was being coerced to give certain answers, and she looked off. Her character was definitely off.
She went around the world to make that point too, that there was still dust in there. She danced all around that bush.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And
That's
she
something
did.
that she definitely didn't want to say, but they were able to. Luckily, they were able to coax it out of her.
Yeah, and he's right. She got very defensive at some parts, and she did look like nervous. I honestly got the gist. She didn't really know what she was talking about, really.
Yeah,
Like
no.
it made me question her expertise, like her actual like certifications and credentials and stuff, honestly.
Yep. And just so you guys are familiar, we'll go ahead and play this clip of, this is Lance Twiggs. This here is Lance Twiggs giving testimony or whatever, just so you can get a little glimpse of him or whatever.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
He doesn't really give the appearance of a transgender furry to me.
Yeah, they cleaned him up real well for this, to be honest with you.
Make sure you guys are mass sharing. Share, like, comment, push it into the algorithm.
Yeah, big time. Make sure you're sharing the stream. Also, if you want to donate to the stream, if you appreciate what we do, want to throw us a couple bucks, make sure to hit up that right there. You scan the QR code on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen for the Buy Me a Coffee. Send us a couple bucks in the Buy Me a Coffee. The stream is not monetized, so we're out here doing 10-hour streams just for the truth, to get it out there. So we appreciate that. You appreciate what we do. Please go ahead and donate. Throw us a couple bucks in the Buy Me a Coffee, and we'll read it. It's like a super chat. So if you scan the QR code, it'll prompt you to donate. You'll donate whatever amount you want, and then you leave a comment, and then we will read your comment out like a super chat. So if you have something you want to say that you want us to read on air, go ahead and hit up that right there, and we will we'll read your comment live on air. I'll go ahead and drop that in the chat as well. Let me do that real quick. For some of you people that might not, that might be on your phone and can't scan the QR code, I'll drop the link in the chat for you guys real quick. All right. Okay. 1 second.
And our goal is to cover this trial in person. I know, Colin, you mentioned something about putting together like a GoFundMe or something to help fund that trip.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely put together after we get done all this, I'm gonna set up a fundraiser for us to go to Utah and cover this trial in person. the actual trial, not the preliminary, but the actual trial. We are going to go there in person. So if you want to donate to help us out for that, because obviously that's going to be expensive, flights and airfare and hotels and all that. So if you want to help us out with that, we'll do that as well. You can also, until, like I said, if you donate to the Buy Me a Coffee, that'll help go to that as well.
Yeah, for sure. So it's Friday. It's Friday. It's payday for many of you.
That's
Don't be a tiny hat. Donate $1.
All right.
So you had
I'm dropping this in the chat here.
You had gotten more lives on than TPUSA and Andrew Colvett yesterday, bro?
Yep. Yep, we cooked them, man. Completely cooked them.
They do not like you, bro.
Nope. I just dropped that in X chat, and now it's in YouTube chat. So there you go. It's in both chats. So if you wanna donate, you can either click the link or scan the QR code, and I'll pin it to the top of the YouTube chat as well.
What time does it start today? Oh, at 11 Eastern time. Okay.
Yep. So it's actually getting ready to start right now. I have the stream pulled up. We'll go ahead and share this just so we can see it. It hadn't started yet, but yeah, this is it.
Is Jesse on Fire supposed to come on today or what?
Yeah, he'll be on around noon. He said he's going to come on. I don't know if he said noon his time or my time, but around noon he's going to come on for a little bit. He's got his own screen steam. He has his own stream scheduled for 1 o'clock, so he won't be able to stay long, but he's going to pop on for about an hour. He said.
Good. I'd like to hear his theory on why he believes Charlie is still alive.
Oh,
he's got a good one though. He's got a good one. I will say that. Yeah. I mean, we really don't know. Honestly, we really don't know what's going on. But
yeah, I mean, I like I told him, I personally am not there yet. I don't think so. Because. And only because I don't feel like Charlie would allow, an innocent kid to face the death penalty, and possibly be killed for a murder that he didn't commit.
Yeah.
I have a very hard time believing that Charlie would do that. And that's my biggest problem with it. But I will say, like I've told him before, is there's actually quite a bit of evidence, that aligns with that theory. Some of which we put out, like the fact that Erica even has a number in New Zealand, which is a government registered number, in New Zealand. Like, why would Erica have that registered to her?
See you in Valhalla.
Yeah. But yeah, so to answer your question, so I sent this to Andrew Colvett yesterday. I said, I whooped your ass again today, Andrew, both you and TPUSA. Turning Point 2.0 is dead on arrival. 2 days in a row, I cooked you. I said, you guys have tanked Charlie's legacy, and the public has turned on you. Pretty sad when I get more views than both you and the official TPUSA account combined. Because I got yesterday, right? Yesterday we got more views. Yep. Yesterday we got more views than both of them combined. Andrew's got 30K, Turning Point got 20K, so that's only 50K. We got 56K yesterday. So we got more views than both of them combined.
Dominated.
And yep. And then the day before, when you and me were on, we had 80K, and Turning Point only had 58K, and Andrew had way less than even that, so he didn't even register on the thing. But yeah, so we cooked them that day too. So it's clear that they do not have the public does not support them anymore, man. Not at all.
No. They're tired of being fed slop, goy slop. We're tired 100%. Of the goy slop.
Big time. Absolutely. At the very least, they need to give us better psyops,
Jeez. They were good back in the day.
Yeah, they were. I mean, honestly, the thing is, once you wait, they really like they haven't adapted. To be honest with you, their problem is they haven't adapted. They haven't really changed anything. You're running the same
Right.
old stale thing that they've always done.
Yeah.
And
And
we've all woken up
before,
to it.
right. And
Once you woken
before,
up to it and you notice it, it's hard. You can't unsee it once you've seen it.
right. And before too, it was, the internet really wasn't popping like that. So everything was being pushed out of the television box, And now it's like everything is right in the palm of your hands. You can research, you can look things up, you can, edit, go into editing videos and slow things down. And, people on the side of majority of these psyops got phones out. So, people are uploading videos on the internet and you can pick it apart real easy now.
Oh, absolutely. Social media and the internet has basically changed the whole game, because now as soon as they have a mass shooting or something, within a couple hours, we've pulled all the information that there is to know on these people. We pulled their entire social media thread and screen recorded it. We've done their history. We've searched all their histories and, found anything on them. So
Honestly, law enforcement has fallen behind. But I don't think it's just falling behind. I think it's corruption, and they don't do what they're supposed to do, or they drag their feet, like we saw with the judge yesterday.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that judge is definitely corrupt. Most of the justice system is corrupt, honestly.
So Calvia, you were one of the ones that got canned from TPUSA, huh?
Yeah, I was the only one that got fired from Turning Point Action for allegedly leaking to Candace Owens' producer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha.
I worked for Tyler Boyer.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why Tyler Boyer blocked me a couple months ago. I was trying to. I never even said that dude's name in any of my videos, and I went on his page one time and he had me blocked.
Whoa.
He blocked me too, but I know why he blocked me, because I've been a major thorn in his side.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and get this one. We have one buy me a coffee so far, so I'll get this out of the way before we start. Dre Racino says, she donated and said, Tyler Robinson needs a high-profile attorney to legally represent him. Has anyone reached out to Alan Jackson, who represented Karen Reed? Our legal system is at stake. Thank you for all you have been doing from the beginning. Go Max for Charlie. Amen. And to answer your question, or to, Elizabeth Lane, she actually very early on, she had a high profile attorney. It may have even been Alan Jackson. I know that she had a high profile attorney who said he was currently doing something in New York.
Trying to pick the case up, huh?
Yeah, that was willing to pick the case up. And she actually went to Utah and was trying to make that happen, trying to facilitate getting this lawyer, this and he would do it pro bono. He wasn't going to charge Tyler to do it. A high profile guy, a really good one. But the judge would not allow it. The problem is that the judge refused to allow. They said because he's not qualified in like death penalty cases in Utah or something like that. They wouldn't allow him to pro hoc vice, and they wouldn't allow him to do it or something. Completely ridiculous. But the lawyer he has now, Catherine Nestor, she was actually chosen by the prosecution. There's a guy running, I forget his name, but he's actually running for the, he's a former prosecutor, and he's running again to be the prosecutor. He's currently in the election and for the prosecution, or he was back then. But he was the one that chose this attorney for Tyler Robinson, and the judge, agreed and approved it. So that should tell you, the fact that Tyler Robinson's own attorney was chosen by the prosecution should tell you everything you need to know. Plus, Tyler Robinson's defense team was also searched. Catherine Nestor was searched from Israel according to Google Trends, prior to Charlie's death. And then, like I said, Michael Burt, who's also one of Tyler Robinson's defense attorneys, he is actually cousins of Terrell Farnsworth, the guy that took out the SD cameras and did the selfie saying Charlie's dead or whatever.
Yeah.
So you tell me how they're not corrupt.
Yeah, it's one big intel agency slop mission.
Absolutely. Anyway, so today is the last hearing. Today should be, let's see, I know the defense, I think, has one witness left that they have to get through still. I don't know who that is, but the defense, the prosecution rested their case yesterday, so the prosecution's case is done. The defense has one more witness that they got to call today. So they're going to do that, and then they're going to, cross-examine or whatever. And then, and then the other thing is the defense made a motion yesterday that they want to have, what was it called? I forget what they said. Let me go back to my whatchamacallit and ask real quick.
Do you think they're going to bleed over into Monday?
I don't know. I don't think so. I originally thought they would, but it doesn't look like they don't have that much left. But anyway, so Tyler Robinson's defense said that they want to have so they want to bind over oral arguments and briefing. And like I said yesterday, in a preliminary hearing, the judge's job to decide if there's enough evidence, probable cause, to send the case to trial. That's called binding the case over for trial. So when the defense says that they want bind over oral arguments and briefing, what that means is that the judge most likely is not going to make a ruling whether there is probable cause at the end of the hearing today. Normally at a probable cause hearing, once it's over, the judge will say, I do find there's probable cause. The case is, we can go to trial or whatever, is bound over for trial. But because the defense says that they want to have oral arguments and written briefings, what that means is that each side, after the preliminary hearing's over, each side gets to submit like a 30-page, or I think she said 35-page is what the judge said, a 35-page brief of their points of why there's not probable cause or why there is probable cause, and then the judge will make a decision on that. But it probably won't come for about 6 weeks after today. So we're not going to get a ruling on whether there's actually probable cause in this case for probably another 6 weeks. That's an important note to say as well. And like I said, I think that is just another stall tactic by the defense, to try to push the trial out longer, to try to stall to get the trial pushed out longer. Because if you remember, they originally wanted to have the trial a lot further out to give them time to look at all the discovery, because there's just so much discovery they've been given in it. And the judge said no. The judge.
Court is now in session.
Here we go.
Calling case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Chad Grunander, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill for the state, and the county attorney Jeff Gray and Chris Ballard are also here.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Stacy Visser, and Michael Berg here for Mr. Robinson, who's seated in the courtroom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Robinson, good morning to you. And for the record, the court also recognizes the presence of victim representative Ms. Erica Kirk. Ms. Kirk, Good morning to you as well. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual that exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until recess. After recess, all counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. Second, the court will address the camera operator and the still photographer. If both of you could please approach the lectern. The court's purpose in this dialogue is to ensure clarity regarding the expectations governing today's proceedings. Could you both please state your roles for today's hearing?
My role is to capture full photography, still photos. My role is for video in accordance with the court decorum order.
And I apologize. Would you mind putting your names on the record?
Tess Crowley, Megan Thackeray with KSL.
Thank you. Have you both reviewed the court's standing decorum order?
Yes. Yes.
Do you understand the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust equipment to ensure compliance?
No.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with the order?
No.
All right. Thank you both. Before we begin this morning, the court wishes to acknowledge the importance of the safety, dignity, and well-being of all those who are present or who may be present during these proceedings, including the parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public. The court is also mindful of its solemn obligation to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. In furtherance of those important interests, all persons attending these proceedings are reminded that portable electronic devices are not permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. Cell phones are not permitted in the courtroom unless expressly authorized. Any unauthorized possession or use of a cell phone or electronic device in the courtroom may be addressed by the court. For those individuals who have a cell phone, I invite you to join me as I silence my cell phone to ensure that the proceedings today can proceed without distraction. The court also expects every person in attendance will be treated with the dignity and respect to which they are entitled. Consistent with this court's standing decorum order, all spectators shall remain quiet, civil, and orderly at all times. Spectators shall not engage in conduct that is distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or of other visible reactions during the hearing. Spectators shall also not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, photographs, or other items expressing support for or in opposition to any person connected with this case or expressing any position concerning the status of this case as a capital offense. The court appreciates the cooperation of all present in maintaining a courtroom environment that is safe, respectful, and orderly, and faithful to the rights and dignity of every person involved. All right. My understanding is the parties wish to address an issue before we get started. Is that correct?
We may.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. I passed up to the court after providing copies of it to counsel for the state and counsel for the media, a single piece of paper. Does the court have that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. So every morning, this court has a colloquy with the camera operators about their ability to comply with this court's orders. And they acknowledge that they understand the order and that they can comply with it. And the court asks them if they have any problem with it. And they state to the court that they do not have a problem with it. We also spent many, many, many hours of court time addressing which exhibits will and will not be published through the electronic media. And this exhibit, the court ordered would not be published through the electronic media, and it was.
Yeah, it was an accident. Clearly, they know it's an accident. Quit trying to admonish.
Our concern.
These assholes are trying to
that the media and the state
block the media again because of an accident.
Control this exhibit and the publication of this exhibit in the courtroom as per the court's orders failed to comply with this court.
Do you know which one he's talking about?
That we made
Confession, yeah, when they showed the piece of paper of where Lance wrote the note that Tyler gave him, the picture of the note that Tyler left under the keyboard.
No doubt the counsel for the media and counsel for the state will say that it was a very, very brief mistake, that it was corrected as soon as they realized the error, but it's done. It's out there. It's photographed. I'm informed secondhand that if I want to buy this image and maybe even have it framed and put behind museum quality glass, put it up.
I want to frame it, and then I'm going to label it greatest psyop in American history.
How long the court's order was violated. When we live in an electronic world, it's done and it's permanent. And we just wanted the record to be clear that we're concerned that the court's orders have been violated, and they've been violated with respect to an order that was specifically designed to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial.
And it was an accident, retard, okay? So quit trying to admonish people for a freaking accident.
It's not necessary.
Is there a request?
Must be one of God's chosen people.
Sanction that you feel is warranted given the actions which you have outlined this morning?
I think that we would like to think, when I say we, I mean Mr. Robinson's counsel, about that. We have, as the court knows, repeatedly asked this court, moved this court, not to have electronic broadcast of this proceeding, of any of the proceedings, and specifically this proceeding. The court denied those motions and overruled our objections to the specific EMC requests. So I think it's a little premature, but I can represent to the court that we will suggest a remedy in advance of the next hearing.
Well, Mr. Novak, I appreciate that, but I would ask that if it is something that is concerning, that it be addressed immediately. So I'm not going to wait until this.
Exactly. This guy's a freaking idiot, man.
And appreciate what you have described. And this was on my mind a lot last night as well.
Okay.
I don't want to sit on this. So I ask you respectfully to confer with your counsel and come up with that, because I want to address it. I agree. It is concerning and it warrants examination and to be addressed immediately, especially as we have a little bit left of our preliminary hearing. So I want to give it the weight it is needed, and I don't disagree with you.
Then why don't we take the court's indulgence? We don't need to empty the courtroom. We can go talk about what we think an appropriate measured sanction would be, and we can bring that suggestion.
He's not going to like him telling him what to do.
Well, before we do that, I want to turn to the state and to the media to address what you've addressed. And then obviously if there's a part two, then therefore.
And I appreciate the invitation, and I also appreciate the court's desire to address.
Just shut up and move on, bro. It's already done.
Immediately.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to delay
Brick and wall hugger.
It's a.
You can make a record that, you know, the court go on record and say, yes, it was violated, and leave it at that. You know, say we reserve our right to appeal because of these grounds, and that's it. Just leave it at that. Other than that, just move on, man. It's already done. It was an accident.
That's nothing compared to what else has been circulating out there.
I think at the outset, it's important to recognize that everyone's doing their best here. The court is.
I get why they're mad though, because of that happened. You know, that's what the New York Post and all these other people are putting all plastering everywhere, saying Tyler confessed, Tyler confessed, Tyler
confessed. One exhibit was published. before.
So no wonder they're
the,
mad because
exhibit at
it's
issue,
a major
was also brought onto the
contamination of the
screen.
jury pool.
I
Trying to
explained
taint
what
the
we were
jury
going to
pool.
do. And
I mean, I get
then
why they're
the
mad,
exhibit
but
was
like I
brought
said,
onto
it's
the
already
screen.
done. The damage is
I
already done.
reviewed
It
the
was an
video,
accident, and the damage
last
is already
night.
done.
The camera captured this for approximately 2 seconds. The camera operator, I think, acting in diligence and appropriateness, immediately panned as soon as she realized that there was a new exhibit on the screen. The court took it down. As soon as they realized that an exhibit was on the screen, I immediately instructed my paralegal to take it down, and it was. Defense, I think everyone involved here made quick and appropriate efforts as soon as they realized the mistake had been made to remedy and mitigate that issue. As I explained what I was what we were going to do, defense counsel did not object as that happened. And the reason I bring that up is because of the requirement for timely objections. Moreover, I do want to say this exhibit was read into the record. It was allowed to be read into the record earlier. It is also in an earlier pleading, which is the information. This portion of that exhibit, I understand, is in the information. And it is largely cumulative of Exhibit 16 and 16.1, which were previously admitted into evidence and published to the media. Finally, we are going to be dealing with a lot of publicity when it comes to media coverage. And I think that's really where the remedy is going to be addressed. I understand there may be a remedy that can be fashioned today to prevent this kind of thing going forward or going on in the future in this hearing. But I think ultimately that's where this will be addressed. Any other questions from me, Your Honor?
Well, not at this time. I will afford you the opportunity, obviously, to respond when defense comes back. I want to weigh this and taking in consideration, and I find your representations to be accurate as to what occurred. I believe that I noticed it and asked for it to be taken down because I have a live stream on my screen for that very purpose. And the sequence, I believe I made note, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. It's been a long 4 past days, but that's the only addition that I find to the representation. And certainly, Mr. Novak, feel free to correct it if you believe the sequence was any different. I just want to make sure a clear record is being made of what happened in order for whatever happens next to be appropriate and proportional to the actions that occurred.
No, and that's consistent with my memory. And I also reviewed the video, the live stream as well in preparation for this issue today. So that's exactly what I think happened. From my perspective, examining the witness, I did not have a view of what was being published to the public and the media. And so I think the court immediately, as soon as it recognized that, brought that to everyone's attention.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. To the media.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here to speak on behalf of the media. I think our understanding of what happened is consistent with what both the defense and the state have said here. So I don't want to belabor that point, but here's how I understand them. There's 2 exhibits at issue. Those exhibits were used yesterday in part because the juxtaposition of those 2 exhibits might have provided some sort of benefit to the court. The first of those exhibits was asked to be published through all 3 of the court's phases. The court said it will be admitted into evidence, be shown in the courtroom, will not be shown on the cameras. That happened about 3 hours into the hearing. That all went smoothly and well. That operated exactly as it is intended to. That requires the participation of everyone, the court, the defense, the state, media, camera operator, all to do that well. Later in the day, when in the video I reviewed, this was about 5 hours into the runtime yesterday. The second exhibit that was going to be compared side by side was introduced. That also went through that 3-step process. In that case, the court said that that could be admitted into evidence, shown to the court, and then also shown on the cameras. So it was put on the courtroom cameras. At that point, there was what I think is a useful practice by the camera operator to wait a beat, because sometimes mistakes do happen, right? In that case, though, that was authorized. So the camera then panned to the screen, which is set up specifically for the camera operator to be able to capture that. examination on that exhibit began. Then, because the examination seemed to call for that juxtaposition, without much warning for anyone involved, the previous exhibit that was intended to be juxtaposed was placed on the screen. From, I think, a observer's view who didn't know where the testimony was going without warning. The camera operator, I think quite astutely, within seconds, recognized this is a different exhibit, and recalling the court's prior order, recognized I should pan off, and did within seconds. I think at the time that was happening, the court also caught that and said, let's not do that. Now, and that was the end of it. I think the 2 seconds is about right. I don't want to minimize that. I understand the point that Mr. Novak is making. We are operating in some ways on high wire, and we are trying to place as many nets as we can, and all the parties are working together to try to do that. But in the age in which we live, one of the challenges is that sometimes when something like that is placed on a live stream, someone can screenshot it, and like Mr. Novak said, if they want to put that for sale on the internet, then they can. That's why working together to ensure that even small mistakes like that don't happen is critical. And the media has the media coalition that are given the opportunity and the benefit of being able to be here to run cameras and to take photographs have complete buy-in on that point. There are, of course, people out there watching a live stream that are not part of our coalition that we can't control. And that's why it's so important that we get these pieces right. I do want, without going too far into the evidence, to note not only that several lines of this exhibit are available publicly in the information, but that the full text, every word of that exhibit is contained in a search warrant, in this case, that was initially filed on September 17th. This is in the 4th District, but in a different court. Was held for 6 months, as search warrants often are. But then on March 17th, March 16th, March 17th, was released in full. On page 7 of that search warrant is the full text of this exhibit. I don't want to suggest that anybody gets the right to say, well, I think it's public. The court has said don't show it in the screen, but since I think it is, we'll just come back later on and tell the court it's not a big deal because it's already public. That's not how it works. If we say we think it's in the public, the court says, I understand that, but I'm going to make an order. That order should be adhered to. But I do, for the purposes of prejudice, for potential remedy, for the court's concern and the court's sleepless nights, I do want the court to know that as well. And members of our coalition have pointed out to me as we've talked about this, while we take this very seriously, it is true in this case that the full text of that, not the image of the exhibit itself, but the full text is already in the public sphere, has been reported on, and is out there. I only want to reinforce, to close, the recognition that the media, our coalition, I, as an attorney for that coalition, have an obligation to make sure that mistakes don't get made. And in this case, even though I believe that the camera operator didn't act in violation of the court's decorum order, didn't do something that was forbidden by that there was an order that said, don't publish this exhibit. And because it flashed on the screen when the camera operator was filming that screen, that did happen. The media is fully bought in. I, as one of the attorneys and the other attorneys for the media coalition, are fully bought in on a goal to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen. Of course, I understand Mr. Novak and the defense's need to make a record and make an objection.
Ryan Mata, in the beginning of yesterday's episode, said, maybe we'll get a glimpse of something we're not supposed to.
Response that it believes is needed to make
and
sure
then that happens.
Its orders are
that's exactly what happened too.
I want the court to know that we will understand that and we'll.
That was a good prediction.
Comply with whatever it is that the court orders.
Thank you. Anything further before we break, Mr. Novak?
We're gonna call him Ryan Mata the Prophet.
Well, I want to review this.
That's right.
I'm sure there is a stream out there. I want to look at it again in order to appreciate the full effect and exposure. I remember it, but given the nature of this and trying to weigh the constitutional rights of all parties, I want to be thorough and look at it exactly. So as we move forward, as I evaluate what's being requested by the parties, that I am at the level of knowledge and because what it is, it was on screen. I want to look at it, how long, what exactly was on screen, and in order to be at the point of saying, okay, I fully understand. I mean, I was here, I saw it, I noticed it on the screen, but again, I want to take that extra 2 minutes to review that.
I'm not suggesting that we rush through this at all. I just wanted the court to understand that our request for the remedy and the sanction, we are prepared to share that with the court, but we can certainly wait until the court has had an opportunity to review whatever the court thinks it needs to review. The permanence of this violation of the court order is a different issue from how long it took to correct the violation. It's a permanent consequence. In other words, that image is out there forever and ever in violation of the court's order, no matter what actions the court, the state, and the media took to remedy it, because that's the technological world we live in. So that's my response, if I may, to the arguments, but we can hold our suggestion until the court's ready for it.
All right. If the parties feel it'd be helpful to confer while the court is reviewing it, you may, just so that if you choose to, I encourage it. If you don't, I respect that. A court's going to take about 5 minutes. Again, I just want to review it, to be brought up to full speed and just to have it freshly in my mind.
I'm going to make one more point, if I may, and that is, this is not the first time that this has happened. We had earlier proceedings in this case where the cameras depicted images inside the courtroom that the court had prohibited, and the court imposed certain consequences on the media as a result of that. And so that's just something to keep in mind, in my opinion, if I may. Thank you.
All right, before the court takes a 5-minute recess and to review this, does any party need the benefit of the record based off the dialogue between me and Mr. Novak? All right, not seeing any party respond. The court's in recess. We'll come back at 9:45. Court is in a brief recess.
All right, you guys, don't forget to smash that like, comment, and share. We have TPUSA's Most Wanted, Project Constitution. We have former TPUSA employee Kelvia Campbell and your courtroom expert from convict to conservative. Share this out.
That's right. Share it out. Like the stream and share it out. Make sure everybody sees it, man. It's important that people watch this with their own eyes. Also, like I said, if you want to support the stream, because we're not monetized, so if you want to throw us a couple bucks to help us out for doing this 10-hour-long grueling string every day this week, you can hit up on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, the Buy Me a Coffee. You can either scan the QR code, or you can click the link that's in the chat for the Buy Me a Coffee. It's buymeacoffee.com/projectconstitution. Just throw us a couple bucks. You can leave a comment. We'll read your comment out live on air like a super chat. And yeah, everything you do, we appreciate your help. So thank you so much. I'm trying to find the actual note just so you guys know what we're talking about, on what they're arguing about, what was by the, what they showed on screen that was not supposed to be showed on screen. So give me a second to try to pull that up. You guys could talk amongst yourselves if you want.
Colin, speaking of coffee, look what I got. Yeah. Did you see it? It's CIA.
Hey,
Candace
that's right. Candace
Intelligence.
Intelligence Agency. That's right. I love it. I love it.
She has good merch.
Yeah, she
She's
does.
She's the biggest troll of them all, man.
Man, she's the queen of this investigation.
I learned from the best. Honestly, that's why do you think I'm such a good troll? I learned from the best. She's the best. We got to give her credit. Got to give her props for that.
Oh yeah, I have this too. We don't know, but we know.
That's right.
I should tell her she needs to get me on payroll for modeling her stuff.
She should, actually. I agree. Okay, so let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Let me share screen.
So what month were you terminated from TPUSA?
It was January 6th of this year.
January 6th?
Yeah. Yep.
You were working in Arizona or at the building or what?
Yeah, I was working, I'm here in Arizona. I was a field rep, so that's kind of a hybrid position. I was out in the field, so I didn't do like a 9 to 5 in the office, but yep, they fired
And
me.
what year did you start?
2024.
2024?
Yeah, I helped get Trump in office. I came out here to work the 2024 election.
How do you feel about that decision now?
You know, I haven't really opened up publicly about it, but yeah, I don't know if I have the same enthusiasm I did in 2024. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, that's how many of us feel.
I think a lot of MAGA feels betrayed.
Oh, big time. Okay, so what you're looking at on the screen right now, this is a picture of the note. Remember, because they said that Tyler Robinson supposedly wrote a note to his lover, Lance Twiggs, and then left the note under the keyboard of their computer. So when he texted him later in the day, he said, "Hey, lover, go look under the note. Go look under the keyboard. I left you a note," or whatever. And this is the note that they're talking about. Now, Lance Twiggs said that he looked at the note and then burned it. So he destroyed the note. So it doesn't exist anymore. But before he burned it, he took a picture of it. And that's what we're looking at. They showed on screen briefly yesterday a picture from Lance's phone of this alleged note confession or whatever that he wrote. And this is what the judge said could not be on screen, but they accidentally shared anyway. And it says, Luna, if you are reading... What?
Sorry. I was going to say, sorry, go ahead. I'll tell you afterwards.
All right. So it says, Luna, if you are reading this per my text, then I am so sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and set an auto text and sent an auto text. I am likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it. I don't know if I will have succeeded, but I had hoped to make it home to you. I wish we could have lived in... And that's it.
I mean, that's just
how
ridiculous.
that could easily...
That's Goy
Yeah, you know how
Slop
that could...
101 right there.
Oh, big time. Absolutely. Without a doubt.
But you know what? Easily forensics, I mean, if they really wanted to look into that note, that they could compare handwriting to handwriting. That would be a good start, you know?
Yeah. I honestly, I hope they do have a handwriting analysis. Although the problem is the note does not physically exist anymore. All they have is a picture of it on Lance Twiggs' phone that they took a picture of a picture.
I'm surprised it didn't say, "I'll be on top of the Losi building taking the shot. Make sure you look for me."
Yeah, I agree. I mean, because it's like me and Kelvia were talking yesterday. It's sure, not only does it sound like two feds wrote it, but it also sounds like
Israel translation.
Well, yeah. I mean, it does. It sounds like it does. It sounds like two cops over in Israel used ChatGPT to write this, and then there's a language barrier, so they had to translate it from Jew over back to English. And forgive me, I don't know what the actual language is in Israel, so that's why I say Jew. So whatever Jew language is, that's what I'm talking about.
Bro,
But
why
no,
are they?
I was
Why are they giving his hair airtime?
his hair.
Do you see that on the screen?
They want
Oh,
to point
yeah,
out
yeah.
his lice. They want to say, "Hey, dude, you have a lot of lice in your hair."
That's a weird thing to show.
Yeah,
Is this
and
a Rogaine commercial?
That
It's a
actually is
Rogaine
weird.
commercial.
That is weird because it's not like the guy just walked in front of the camera. The cameraman actually intentionally panned into the guy's hair for some reason. That was really weird.
I hope he's having a good hair day.
Oh yeah. You know, honestly, the fact that the defense is trying to make such a huge mountain out of a molehill here is crazy. I mean, yes, it is a big deal because now, like I said, I'm not minimizing it. Like, it definitely is a big problem that it was shown, because now that's what they're running with on every single news station. All the Fed sloppers, that's what they're saying. Picture, here's Tyler Robinson's handwritten confession, blah, blah, blah. That's all you saw yesterday on X. That's all you saw.
But guess what else it does? You know what else it does?
They're trying to contaminate the jury. Go ahead.
That is true, but on the flip side, on our side, it gives people an opportunity to analyze it, look into it, see the authenticity of it. So I guess it goes both ways.
Yeah, I want to try to get a hold of I'm going to see if we can get a hold of something that Tyler Robinson had previously written. I mean, we already have Lance Twiggs' handwriting to analyze it because we have all his journal entries. So we can go through and see whether that handwriting matches Lance Twiggs' handwriting, which we might do, on a different day. We'll do a stream and we'll do that. Because we have all the Discord messages, not the Discord messages, but the journal, like the Turkey Tom video, there was a Fed, supposedly an anonymous source that was friends with him, but we all know it was a Fed, that released a bunch of stuff to Turkey Tom, including pictures of all of all of Lance Twiggs' journal, notes of all the doodles and stuff in his journal and handwriting and everything. So we could go through and compare it to Lance. I would like to find something of Tyler's handwriting to compare it to that to see whether it does match or not. My guess is it probably does not match.
That's what I'm thinking. Have you ever looked at Tyler Robinson's? Does he have social media? Does he have any platforms?
They deleted them all as soon as he, and that's another thing that pisses me off with the Feds is as soon as we get a suspect in one of these mass shootings or something, they don't want the public to be able to look into anything. They immediately delete their profile as soon as they can. They delete all their social media history, so it's hard to find anything on them. So that's why you got to act quick. Like as soon as you get the name of whoever these people are, you have to immediately go to their profile and screen record everything, because within like a couple hours of it coming out, of a couple hours of the event, boom, they're going to delete it.
And they justify that by tainting the jury pool, right? Messing up the case.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And that's why I said, like, that's all they did was this is a massive tainting the jury pool. Now, I will say that we already know what the messages said. They've put that out in the media already. So that really isn't that big of a deal. But the fact that they actually showed the handwritten note or whatever, supposedly, that, because, there's no we have zero proof that Tyler Robinson, that's Tyler Robinson's handwriting. So the fact that they already put that out in the media and are saying for sure, definitively, that that's Tyler Robinson's handwritten note, that he confessed, that is a huge problem with contaminating the jury pool and what do they call it? Jury Yeah, contaminating the jury pool. That's exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're trying to make it so that everybody everywhere has basically will think that this guy's guilty before we even start the trial. I think it's going to be hard to find an impartial jury, honestly, because the media has done such a great job of tainting the jury pool. I actually have a hard time believing that they are going to be able to find, members of the jury that are impartial and unbiased and have not heard and it's not even about whether they're impartial and biased. They cannot, in order to be considered for the jury, they cannot have had to have seen anything about this case on the media at all. So that's going to be very hard because this case has been all over the place for the last 11 months.
Yeah. Well, I have no regrets because if they're going to withhold all this stuff, honestly, I mean, just stating the obvious here, I feel like there's a thin piece of paper between the truth and what's going on, and it's just a matter of what they're going to withhold. If they're genuine and they show all the evidence that we've presented as well, you know, there's a lot of stuff that just can't be denied.
Well, see, what I'm afraid of is I don't think that. I mean, we've seen that the defense, that his defense team does listen to what we say. They do watch our streams. You know, they do watch our. You know, they check out our posts. They watch our streams. They know what's going on. So
but they don't seem to be for their client. They
No,
don't seem
and
to
that's
be
the
for
problem.
their client. Yeah.
That's the problem. They don't seem they're not working in his best interest. And secondly, they're not. I don't see them bringing up the stuff that we found, like with exploding Mike, or anything like that. It doesn't seem like they're trying to do that. They're trying to prove that it could have been like somebody else that fired the gun, and there wasn't a gunshot. Like that's the first thing you have to do is show, hey, it wasn't even a gunshot. You know, you do that, and then that instantly means that it wasn't Tyler. You know,
Right. And did I hear correctly that Charlie Kirk's parents, they said that they want everything shown? They want complete transparency?
no.
Didn't they say that?
That was Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk.
She was
and her
pushing that?
lawyer. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, Erica Kirk made another. She had another emotional breakdown in the courtroom yesterday as well. Supposedly, when Lance Twiggs was on, when they played the video of Lance Twiggs, apparently she pretended to have another emotional breakdown again.
She had a PTSD episode.
Ridiculous. She's so performative and so fake, man.
Yeah.
Man, this is ridiculous. Like, maybe we will be pushed through to Monday. I don't know what's going on, but maybe this will get continued on Monday because once again we're arguing about stuff that really isn't important. We can't get to the actual meat and potatoes of the preliminary hearing because the defense keeps bringing up bullshit arguments on other stuff that have nothing to do with what we're trying to do. You know?
Yeah, it's technicalities and all that stuff, but I'm really disappointed that it's his defense team working against him. Do you think him and his parents, Tyler, would have been able to identify that early on? Or do you think maybe they kind of turned on him when it came to court?
No, I don't know. I mean, I think Charlie's parents are keeping an open mind personally. We already know that Erica was lying, you know, when they were saying, when her and all her minions at Turning Point were going around saying that Erica and Charlie's parents are going to go together to the funeral. They're united at a united front or whatever. We already know that's a lie because they're not sitting together in the courtroom. They didn't show up together in the same vehicle. They didn't even enter the courtroom together at the same time. They entered separately. So they didn't go together. Yes, they might both be at the hearing, but for them to try to pretend like, oh yeah, they're a united front, that's a complete bullshit argument.
No, and you saw the way her parents treated Stacey Sheridan. Stacey Sheridan waited for them outside of the courthouse, and they just walked past her, didn't even acknowledge her.
No, the parents do not like, I don't think they like Stacey Sheridan. They definitely don't like Erica. We know for a fact that Charlie's parents do not like Erica. We've been reporting about that so for very early on. Even the sister doesn't like Erica, and the sister came out right after Charlie's death. Charlie's own sister came out right after the death and said that Charlie had told her before he died that Erica was not the same person that he had married, that she was a totally different person, that they were having marital problems or whatever. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and selfishly, but I'm going to be reverent and I'm going to respect the Kirk's decision. But if his parents would just say, like, Erica, we're not on good terms with Erica, we don't talk to Erica, it would definitely be it would shed some light on things. You know what I mean? If they came out and said they don't have a good relationship with her. But
Mary is the sister's name, by the way. You're right, Denny. And yeah, they actually, I get, like, they're staying out of the media. I respect that. I get that. But to your point, they kind of already have, though. That's the thing, is they kind of already have, because they, like I said, with the trademark, when Erica, within days of Charlie dying, I think it was only like 5 days after he died, she's already filed trademarks for Charlie Kirk, for the name Charlie Kirk. She's already filing, to have it trademarked. And Charlie's parents challenged her on that trademark immediately. So clearly, they don't like her. They're fighting her in court over that trademark. So clearly, they're not on good terms. If they were on good terms, they wouldn't be fighting each other in court.
That's true. I guess I just meant they haven't made like a public statement. But I mean, that information is public. Yeah.
Exactly. And same thing with Tyler Robinson's parents. Tyler Robinson's parents hasn't come out and made any public statements, but they have spoken off record, or not off record, but they have spoken to our reporters at previous hearings. Like they spoke to Elizabeth Lane, they spoke to Billy Webb, the woman that we had on, was it yesterday? No, not the day before, who was at the trial for us. And Tyler Robinson's parents actually said that it's all a lie. Everything that's being reported in the media, about how he confessed and all that stuff, it's all a lie. Tyler Robinson's grandmother has come out publicly. Now Tyler Robinson's grandmother has spoken out publicly. She spoke to Diligent Denizen, and she actually said that Tyler Robinson was not there that day at all, never went to that campus. She also said that was not even his gun, that was the grandfather's gun. Tyler doesn't actually own any guns. It might have been his possession, but it wasn't his gun. Also, she said that Tyler is not even a gun guy. Like he's not proficient in guns. He doesn't really hunt. He doesn't fit. Like he doesn't do anything with guns.
Lance. That's Lance.
Not, exactly. She said that there is no way. I think one of her statements was, and I'm paraphrasing it, but one of her statements was, there is no way that Tyler could have made that shot, could have accurately made that shot and killed Charlie.
Unless it was just like an accident.
Really? That's awesome. Let me check on it. Well, second biggest. There's one, the Unusual Whales, but we're the biggest as far as the Tyler Robinson one. Absolutely.
Sweet.
Let's go.
Yeah, see, if you look right here, we got Unusual Whales has 30,000, and then we are at 17,000 so far. We're beating
If you
InfoWars, we're beating
guys,
Charlie Kirk, we're beating America One News, we're beating all of them.
Yeah.
Keep
Where's
sharing us
Andrew?
out, guys. Keep sharing us out. He's way down the list. Watch, look. Turning Point's only 5,000. Andrew's only 4,000. Blake Neff's only 1,000.
Blake.
We're
Project,
cooking them, baby.
Take a picture of that for me. Or screenshot it. No, but everything there, like the whole profile they're making Tyler Robinson out to be is Lance. Did you notice that? Like the whole picture they're painting of him is Lance.
There's
100%,
old Alex.
absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Alex Jones.
So, yeah, man. I wonder what's taking so long.
They're fighting about that media leak.
Well, the judge said he wanted to rewatch that portion of the live stream, but it was only like a couple minute video. So they've been on break now for like 15 minutes. It was only supposed to be a 5-minute break, and they've been gone like 15 minutes already.
They're going to probably come back and say, okay, we're going to take lunch, another recess like they did yesterday, or was that the day before?
I hope not, but that's it wouldn't surprise me though.
This really doesn't have to go until Monday. We could really nip this in the bud today.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't like it. His name's Novak. That's the defense that's causing the problems and the delay, isn't it? Novak.
Yeah, I really don't like him. I can't stand him. He's the one that keeps going off in the weeds and getting so boring, talking about shit that doesn't even matter.
That reminds me of the name Kozak.
Exactly.
That one dude that was practicing his.
He's guilty. I don't care what you say. He is guilty. Hunter Kozak, 100%. He is guilty. There's no way in my mind that he did not know what was going to happen.
Oh, he definitely knew. He was just too stupid to keep it covered.
Yep. I mean, yeah, because he was, like you said, he was stupid enough to actually be practicing his reaction. Right before Charlie was killed, like he was seen about 15 minutes before it happened, practicing his shock face reaction where he was like, oh, he actually was practicing that.
He was expressing the MK Ultra shock.
Exactly. And by the way, and we'll have Jesse talk about that when he comes on, but Jesse on Fire offered him $20,000 to take a lie detector, right?
And he said no, right?
Yep. He refused the lie detector.
Yeah, that should be your first sign right there.
Well, actually, I'll put it this way. At first, he thought we were bluffing, so he said, at first he agreed, and he said, yeah, shoot, I could use 20K. I'm a struggling college kid or whatever right now. He said something like that. That would erase all my debts or something like that.
Yeah, right.
So I said, great, because he responded to one of my posts where I shared Jesse's video about it. That's how it came about.
Right.
And so I said, great. I said, I'm going to DM you and we'll set this up. I'll put you in contact with Jesse and we'll set up, we'll set everything up. So I DM'd him and tried to get his number to hook him up with Jesse, and he ignored me. He would not answer me anymore.
Back in session.
Here we go.
Okay, we're back.
Presence of counsel and all parties. And where we left off is the court took a recess to review the video. And I appreciate the patience of the parties as well as everyone in attendance when it comes to constitutional matters and balancing constitutional rights and transparency. this court will take the necessary time to make sure it's given the weight it
Yeah,
deserves.
exactly.
And it
That's
is
another lie. That's all
deserving
that
of every
dude does is
moment
lie, Hunter
that's
Kozak.
been spent.
His dad's
Mr.
on
Novak, turning to you.
big time producer on Jimmy Kimmel.
And perhaps before you begin, let me go ahead and make a record of what I noted that is at issue. And after I put this on the record, certainly.
Yes, Lyman is guilty. I agree
100%. Court's understanding. I welcome your comments. Exhibit
Lyman's
24
another
was
one that
displayed on the
threatened to
monitor
sue me.
visible to
He
the
also
media
doxed
camera.
me.
Exhibit 16 was displayed on all monitors and appeared on the live stream for approximately 3.5 seconds. The camera operator redirected camera before any party called attention to the display of Exhibit 16. Approximately 16 seconds later, the court observed the image and stated, "Let me stop you, Mr. McBride. I'm not sure. Is this being broadcast?" Mr. McBride responded, "Let's take that down." The full text of Exhibit 16 had previously been made public through a search warrant that was publicly available on or before April 2026. The portion displayed on the monitors did not contain the full note and consisted of approximately 78 words. Approximately 15 of those words were included in the information filed on September 16, 2026. In addition, the full note was read into the record during the preliminary hearing. The court previously ordered that Exhibit 16 be admitted into evidence and permitted its display within the courtroom, but prohibited its publication through the camera used for the live stream. And that concludes the findings of the court as it relates to this issue. Do the parties wish to be heard before we go into what you're requesting about the record on what occurred?
Your Honor, your recitation is accurate. My earlier comments were based on my memory of reviewing this last night. In the recess, I reviewed the feed again, and what you have said today is accurate.
Thank you. Mr. Novak, any?
No, Your Honor, I don't take issue with the court's factual summary.
All right. Turning to you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to renew
You
our
talking about
request
Hunter
to
Kozak?
exclude all electronic media coverage from all future proceedings. That was our motion docketed at number 305, and that included video cameras, still photography, and audio. This is the second time that the court's orders concerning the scope of electronic media coverage have been violated. I'm a baseball fan, and I just don't think the court needs to wait for the third strike.
Okay, I
2
didn't know
strikes
that.
is enough. If I may, the alternative remedy, which we think is not wholly adequate, which is why we think it's an alternative.
That's interesting.
A less desirable.
I'll have to check into that.
is
Thank you for
for
that.
this court to both reverse its prior order authorizing electronic media coverage of today's hearing, which we had previously filed an objection to after the court, I would say preliminarily granted the request.
This is
for
bullshit.
today.
So the defense wants them to
And that the court
seal the hearing
proactively
and to kick the
preclude
media out
electronic
of
media
today's
coverage,
hearing because of that
at the last day
tiny
of the
slip up
preliminary hearing, which
yesterday.
will be September 1st.
These
Now, I
guys are out
understand
of
that
their
has not
fucking
yet been a
mind.
request
Excuse my
for
French.
electronic media coverage for September 1st, but there is no doubt that there will be.
Oh, he's been trying to do this since day one.
Previously observed that it wasn't
Exactly. It's
prepared
ridiculous.
His goal isn't to defend Tyler, it's to get the media out of the courtroom and make this private.
not
That's
been
his
any
goal.
requests.
Exactly.
There were requests. And
He doesn't care
those that
about
were
Tyler.
timely were all granted. The court
Not at all.
denied one request because it was not timely for one particular day. So I guess the way it would be is any request for electronic media coverage of September 1st will be denied because that's the appropriate sanction for what happened yesterday. The fact that the content of the exhibit was previously summarized by the state in certain documents which became public because the state didn't take any actions to seal them beyond the 6-month period. The fact that the contents of the exhibit were read in open court is not the issue. The issue is when the court issues an order, everybody must comply with it, and there are reasons for the order. And the reasons, as this court stated, are to protect Mr. Robinson's
It was an accident,
right to a
you
fair trial.
asshole. It wasn't intentional.
So no doubt.
Give me the side view of that nose one more time, and I'm gonna.
Ways in which the content of this
Yeah.
exhibit had already been.
That thing was
exposed,
hanging a little
and the
far
court
out. He's
decided
making me
that
suspect.
There would not be electronic media coverage. That's the fact
Yep.
that we have all known of that exhibit. That's a fact that we've all been aware of as we've gone along.
It's growing like Pinocchio.
To summarize, and then I will stop because I know we still have
Oh, big
a
time.
witness here, and of course the court needs to hear from the state and counsel for the media, I suspect. Is we would
Come
like
on,
the
Judge,
court
use the
to,
same energy you've had.
reconsider its order
Tell him to
denying
shove it.
motion 305.
And this guy rambles on too. He just keeps talking in
all of the
circles. Like,
proceedings
you
in this
know,
matter.
the judge needs to
Or
just
as an
stop him and be
alternative,
like,
the
whatever,
court
dude, I get what you're
prohibit
saying. Now
any
shut up.
further
Shut up and sit
electronic
down.
media coverage of the preliminary hearing, which includes September 1st.
He needs to say, "Make me a sandwich," like Candace Owens' book.
3 to the state.
Make me a sandwich, boy. Make me a sandwich, boy.
Yep.
Yes, Your Honor. As to the remedy, we've heard of instances where the media has been able to delay publication of the recordings of the proceedings.
Oh,
We've heard
bullshit.
of instances where that has been a short delay of like 30 seconds. I've talked to the
Delay my
media
ass.
attorney about this, and they do not have the capability to do that right now. My suggestion would be for future proceedings to order the media to look into that capability, and that would be a remedy that perhaps could be used in the future. I think that would be a satisfactory remedy to avoid this type of thing in the future. As to the other remedies requested, we have one witness. The final witness, well, the defense has one witness. That witness is a ATF DNA forensic biologist. And I assume that the exhibits that will be admitted through her will be of that nature. We've already, in fact, admitted the report that she is going to be testifying to. The reports, I should say, that's exhibits 30 and I believe 34. And so I don't think we have, and those have already been published. I don't think we have the same risks or, I'll just say risks with her testimony as we do with some of this other evidence that has already been admitted.
Thank you. To the media.
In a proceeding like this, the parties in the court and the media are working together to learn and to refine their processes. I hear Mr. Novak's remarks about challenges that we've run into in the past. I recall, it hasn't been that long ago, a time when the camera was placed in a location in the courtroom that was causing challenges. The court moved it. When there were challenges with aspects of the court's ruling, the court reiterated those, and those processes improved. We are getting better at this. Media is on board and recognizes the court's obligation and its significant efforts to balance the interests here. In light of the court's ruling, including its recognition that the media operator in this case beat almost all of us to the punch, right? And saw what was happening on the screen and moved away as quickly as they could. We believe that the procedures that the court currently has in place, even if they don't every moment of every hearing deliver the result that we are intending to deliver, those processes are working. I don't believe that a further adjustment, much less a sanction, much less a revisitation of something that says let's keep every photographer, every camera out of this courtroom for every proceeding, in light of the court's well-reasoned and exhaustive rulings after long briefing on all of this, the court is currently balancing these interests correctly, and we therefore ask the court to allow the parties to recognize that the time we're dedicating this morning represents a reiteration of the importance of these principles. The media and the parties all recognize that. We'll continue to endeavor at all times to do all that we can to ensure that those are adhered to, and let the parties go forward under the current procedures without further order or sanction by the court.
Thank you. any further arguments before the court issues its ruling?
No, but thank you for the argument.
Thank you. And just updating my notes as I'm intending to issue this ruling right now. I'm just
Can somebody in the chat go and search to see if Tony Graff has an APAC handler, please?
I'm pretty sure he does because he was searched from Israel. He was, according to Google Trends, he was searched from Israel prior to Charlie's death.
And I think those Google searches popped up because they have a list of assets. So they were probably searching up lists of assets that they knew that were going to be on the ground or involved in this case. So they were probably looking them up to see, you know, who was going to be positioned where, and, you know, from the medical examiners to every aspect of this. I mean, there's been very questionable figures in each aspect of this case. How Candace Owens broke early on, all of the people with military ties that were involved in, you know, the surgery, the medical examiners, everybody had some form of high up military tie.
I agree.
And he's new, right, Colin? Like, this is his first big high profile case.
He was just appointed this position right before Charlie's murder.
How convenient.
Yep.
I'm gonna take a picture of him.
Honestly, I find it absurd that the defense, thinks that, because of a little mistake that happened yesterday for 2 seconds, that they want to kick cameras completely out of the courtroom and block all transparency, block the public from seeing anything at all.
You know, I think if they did accomplish that, I would say that it was done intentionally for them to have a reason to do that.
Oh.
Yeah, I would believe it. Absolutely. But honestly, like I said, the media, all of us have been their best asset. All the evidence that they have now that supports Tyler being innocent is all because of us, not because of them. It's because of all the work that we've done. That Candace has done, Barron's done, I've done, you've done, we've all done. And
Helvia, when you were
hold on, the fact that they don't recognize that and they want to block the public from seeing any of this evidence, just like I said, to me, just proves that they and it's a constant thing. It's not like a one thing. Like every single hearing, they're arguing to try to block cameras, to block transparency. That proves that they are not working in Tyler's best interest. All right, go ahead.
No.
Were you still working with TPUSA when that video footage of Tyler Robinson was released of him in that shopping center, like 20 minutes after the assassination? Do you remember that video footage?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
You were still working with TPUSA?
Yeah. How short? When was that released after Charlie's assassination? Was it like right after?
Yeah, I want to say it was like October, November time, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I was still with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it was October.
Do you remember their reaction to that, or no? Was that too far back?
I appreciate the
No,
participation.
they don't acknowledge any of that. They tell all their employees to not
Not
pay
to look?
attention. Yeah, not to
the level
look.
that necessitates great care.
Got it.
As my practice, I don't like to rush or make snap decisions, and I want to give this the full
You're
analysis.
good, Judge. You good.
Thank you again for your patience.
Yeah, I don't know if you know it or not, Kelvia, but he was the convict here. He was the one that that actually brought that. He was the one that broke that story. He's the one that got a hold of that footage, that parking lot footage.
Yeah, it was impressive. Like what people gathered, like in a short amount of time.
Oh, definitely.
Seriously, the American people are solving this
Resolution
case.
is ruling on the request by defense. The constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk are paramount. Although transparency in judicial proceedings is a fundamental interest, it must be balanced against the constitutional rights of all parties. Having considered the arguments presented by counsel and having reviewed the events that occurred yesterday, the court finds that its order prohibiting the publication or broadcast of Exhibit 16 by the media camera was violated. The court agrees with the defense. This constituted a violation of the court's order. Compliance with court orders is essential in all proceedings and is of particular importance given the nature of these proceedings. With respect to defense's request as a sanction that the court reverse its ruling on defense motion 305, motion to exclude cameras, the request is respectfully denied. The analysis underlying the court's prior ruling remains unchanged. And the court adheres to its reasoning and conclusions. With respects to the defense's alternative request as a sanction to prohibit all cameras and electronic equipment from today's proceedings, thereby preventing the electronic capture of the proceedings for those inside and outside of the courtroom, the request is granted in part and denied in part. Effective immediately, members of the media shall no longer capture or broadcast any exhibits displayed by the parties during today's proceedings. The court finds this sanction to be proportional and appropriate in light of the violation of the court's prior order. The court reserves this sanction as it relates to September 1st. It is not before the court. There has not been a request.
Oh,
for
that's
electronic media
bullshit.
coverage.
Oh man, that was a celebration too quick.
When it becomes, when that request has been filed and
So they're blocking all of us. We're not going to get to see any of the exhibits now today at all. Anything they got to show, we're not going to get to see any of them.
It was done intentionally, so they had a reason to do this.
Ahead of the September 1st
I agree.
hearing and address it at that time.
And they showed some BS exhibit too. Nothing that really even means anything, to use this as a reason to block the media from being able to show anything.
Mr. Grenander, and I'll allow all parties, given the ruling of the court, briefly.
And I'll be brief. And this is in relation to the continued taking of evidence today. And I'll start my statement, Judge, with something that was very insightful that you said the other day. You mentioned, and I quote, "Sometimes you need to take time to save time," close quote. And so that's my purpose for standing up here this morning. We have spent the better part of a day, a little over 5 hours, I believe, hearing from witnesses that the defense has called at this preliminary hearing. And no doubt the defense is entitled to call witnesses at a preliminary hearing as allowed by the rules. But I think it's important that the court remind all parties about the purpose of this hearing. This is a probable cause hearing, as Your Honor has repeatedly stated. The defense has invoked the term reliability many times. And the court, frankly, has found the evidence that's been admitted, the testimony. As a gatekeeper, the court has found it reliable. It's been presented. The exhibits have been found reliable. So any questions of additional reliability are really questions of credibility of the witness and weighing of the evidence. And that is not really what this court engages in at the probable cause standard. And so this is all couched in the context of a likely forthcoming standing objection that the state may lodge if the testimony is long and drawn out and exceeds the scope of the preliminary hearing, gets into areas of a 702 hearing, possibly even trial. We will lodge this objection, but I wanted to just simply state the authority, Judge, behind our objection if we do make that. As your court is well aware, the magistrate at this stage of the case must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution. And that's cited to in a number of Utah cases, to include State v. Schmidt. Schmidt continues, this means that when reasonable inferences from the evidence cut both for and against the state's case, the magistrate lacks the discretion to choose between them and must leave such a determination to the fact finder at trial. A few other cases I would like to refer the court to. State v. Pledger, which is a Utah 1995 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this standard, the court says, the standard bars the magistrate from requiring the prosecution to address or even eliminate alternative inferences that could be drawn from
Romney's 100% involved.
I bet he's friends with Mitt Romney.
Scores points today in calling these
Guarantee
witnesses.
it.
Again, the
We
court
know
cannot
Beebe
weigh
and
those,
Romney are best friends.
in favor of the defense. State v. Hester, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case 2000, where there is conflicting evidence, quote, the magistrate may not sift or weigh the evidence. But
Tyler needs to
sharing.
Tasks to the
Be
fact
sure to
finder
share the
at
stream. Everybody watching, be sure to
Of course, we're
like
not
and
at
share
trial
the
yet.
stream.
State v.
Help
Virgin,
it get out
a
to more
Utah
people.
2006 Supreme Court case, indicates that a magistrate may only disregard
Yeah,
evidence
expose
that
this
is
nonsense.
if it is, quote, so
Exactly.
contradictory, inconsistent, or unbelievable that it is
Are you going to
unreasonable
post about this,
eligible
Colin?
of the prosecution's claim on that evidence.
No.
There's a State v. Drozbecki
I mean,
case,
maybe
which is a Utah
afterwards,
Court of
but not right
Appeals
now.
Case 2010. Magistrates may only disregard or discredit evidence that is wholly lacking and incapable of creating a reasonable inference regarding a portion of the prosecution's claim, but must leave all the weighing of credible but conflicting evidence to the trier of fact. And finally, State v. Lopez, a Utah 2020 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this probable cause standard at a preliminary hearing.
Actually, I think I will. I think I am going to make a
It may
post
be
about it.
difficult for the defense to overcome a prima facie showing of probable cause. Even an alleged victim's recantations may sometimes be insufficient, given that the magistrate must view all evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and draw all reasonable inferences in favor of the prosecution, close quote. Judge, Your Honor has heard 4 days of testimony now. The evidence is overwhelming. It's devastating. And the question needs to be asked, the purpose of continuing with testimony if it's long and drawn out. Of course, the defense has the right to call witnesses, but it needs to be within the context.
It's devastating. It's devastating.
A standing objection of relevance and exceeding the scope of this hearing. That's my record.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do other of the parties wish to be heard as it relates to Mr. Grunander's statement? To the defense?
I'm not sure what was being requested by Mr. Grunlander. As I indicated to the court during the testimony of the last witness, we had discussion with the state prior to the start. We had a scheduled date for the court to rule on objections. And the purpose of that hearing was so that we wouldn't have to fly witnesses out from the East Coast if there was going to be a standing objection. Prior to that hearing taking place, the state contacted us after they had participated in interviews of Miss Oliver and the other experts, and indicated to us, and we indicated to the court, that there was going to be no standing objection to the testimony of these witnesses. So if he's lodging a standing objection now, I think he's waived it, or he should be stopped from asserting it given the circumstances. I didn't hear that he was asserting that, and I intend to keep this next witness focused on the issue that I think is relevant, which is the state presented DNA reports through a non-expert. They selectively read into the record a portion of those reports which left an extremely misleading impression of the significance of that evidence. So I have the author of the report here.
A non-expert.
Please educate the court on what the limitations are of the report, and that's it. I hope to be done with the witness by noon, direct and cross, and that will be the end of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burton. And before I have you call the witness, just want to make sure that the media had a, well, I'm not sure if the media needs to be heard on Mr. Grunander's response. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Burt, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Call Miss Oliver.
Ms. Oliver, if you'd like to come forward and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, ma'am, you may be seated. And there's a water bottle to your left if you wish. And after you're seated, if you wouldn't mind adjusting that microphone, bringing it close to you to pick up your testimony from today. Mr. Burt, your witness.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name, please?
Caitlin Oliver, Oliver.
And Miss Oliver, could you bring that mic a little bit closer? So I want to make sure your voice is projected. Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I work for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives as a DNA section chief.
And how long have you held that position?
I've been a section chief since January, and I've worked with the ATF for about 9 years. Prior to that, I was a forensic biologist.
And where were you a forensic biologist before you started to work for the ATF?
Prior to the ATF, I worked for Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office in New Orleans, Louisiana, as a DNA analyst and a DNA quality manager.
Back in September of 2025, what were your duties and responsibilities?
I was a forensic biologist.
And do you recall that around September 11th, you received a request to do some DNA work at the request of the state of Utah?
Yes.
Could we display State's Exhibit 30, which is in evidence?
Is Webb present today in court, bro, or no?
I don't know. She has not messaged me yet. I just texted her about 5 minutes ago to ask her if she got in. If she is in there, she doesn't have her phone, so we won't know until probably lunchtime when she goes out to her car. Why do they keep muting it, man? This is such bullshit. This is ridiculous. Not only are we not going to get to see any of the, they've been blocking us from seeing a lot of the evidence, but today we're not going to get to see any of the evidence. And
I guarantee you, this is the most damning of the evidence, not in the context against Tyler, but in the context of what we've all already known all along.
Oh, exactly, because the last 4 days, right? We've only seen the prosecutor's evidence and the prosecutor's witnesses. Today, the prosecution rested their case yesterday. So today, now we're finally going to get to see the other side. We're going to get to see Tyler's side. We're going to get to see his witnesses, Tyler's defense witnesses, Tyler's evidence that they have that says why he's not guilty, why they don't have probable cause. And of course, that is what they don't want us to see. They're okay with us seeing everything the prosecution wants us to see that says why he is guilty, but they block us from seeing everything that shows why Tyler is not guilty.
Right, exactly. Because they know the freelance media would be in an uproar. Of course they don't want, Tyler's defense coming out with stuff that basically solidifies everything we've been talking about for the past year now. It's only obvious what they did and why they allowed that to happen yesterday was so they could pull this kangaroo court activity today.
Absolutely. I totally agree. I think it was intentional. You're 100% right. I think it was intentional. I think the prosecution is in cahoots and working with the defense because it wasn't the media. Why are we being punished? The media are not the ones that screwed up and showed it on screen. The media, as soon as they did it and realized that put it down even before the judge or anybody else noticed it. The prosecution are the ones that screwed up and showed it on screen without it being allowed. And I think they did it intentionally.
1.2, where the state read paragraph D, admitted paragraph F, you state in F, based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson, correct? As a possible contributor.
Correct.
Mr. Burt, I just want to interrupt.
Sure.
I was made aware of a question about the media as it reflects this order. So the question was whether audio could be transmitted, and my ruling covered the video display of any exhibits. And so I just want to make sure that's the understanding of all the parties, that the audio of your portion discussing evidence is that you understand that that's going to be captured by the camera and displayed, but not any exhibits displayed. Is that your understanding?
That is
Yeah, so why is it muted?
And to the state? Yes. And to the media?
Exactly. It shouldn't have been muted.
There might be concern about the actual monitors at council table and podium. Any clarification on that?
Well, that's why I give my notation at the beginning of the morning that the parties are responsible to monitor their monitors. And that's there because they're entitled to view it, but they're responsible to ensure that the monitors, as the camera is picking up the courtroom, it's directed not to focus on the monitors, but inevitable capture may occur, and that's why that instruction is given.
Your Honor, Jeff Nyman on behalf of the victim representative. We cannot see the court from where we're sitting, so I don't know if there's a way for us to view the monitor.
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's not being published on this
It's not
one.
being published on the monitor.
Right, the order of the court based as a sanction is no exhibits will be displayed.
In the courtroom entirety?
As it stands right now, yes, that's correct. Okay, please approach the lectern.
Your Honor, it's just hard for the victim's family to be able to follow the evidence if everyone but the victim's family is able to view the exhibits here in court.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern. This monitor is not on either. So it's only the attorneys. The attorneys have a right to view what exhibits are being displayed, to make their motions, objections, and to see it. It is the court's discretion on what's displayed in the courtroom for publication, and the court issued a sanction given the events of yesterday, and that's the court's ruling.
Your Honor, I just asked the court to consider the victim has the right to be present, obviously, at the hearing, and the presence without being able to see the exhibits, again, it's our position, is not meaningful.
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns. Mr. Burke.
Doesn't sound like he gives a shit, though.
Could you redisplay exhibit 30, please? And again, while he's doing that, that same conclusion where you include the language, go back to that page, please, 5. Use the term, there is evidentiary support and possible contributor. I want to focus your attention on the words evidentiary support. We've had a prior witness testify that from the FBI testified that they use a scale and they characterize the support along the lines of strong. Are you familiar with that type of a scale?
Yes,
Does your agency employ that scale?
we can come to 5 conclusions at our agency. So there can either be exclusion, limited support for exclusion, uninformative, limited support for inclusion, and support for inclusion.
And I take it from what you just said, you don't use these qualifiers strongly. The word strongly include things of that nature.
Yes, we don't use a verbal scale at our laboratory.
Is that a scientific phrase when you talk about instead of saying that there's support for an inclusion, you instead say there is strong support for the conclusion?
So our laboratory doesn't use a verbal scale due to the fact that they add subjective words to the front of this word support. It is our stance that the likelihood ratio statistic, the number stands on its own. So we report the likelihood ratio and either support for inclusion or support for exclusion.
Thank you. Would you go to page 8 of the report and highlight the very top of the first 2 sentences? You included this language in your report, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you included this language in all 3 of your reports, referring to the conclusions conform with the relevant Department of Justice policy on uniform language.
That's correct.
Right. And why do you include that language in all 3 of your reports?
It's standard language for our reports. Our reports adhere to the DOJ Ultra statement.
Okay. And could you go now to Exhibit Oliver 4 for the witness only? Not admitted yet. Are you familiar with this document, the Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examination using probabilistic genotyping systems?
Yes, I am.
Right. And would you go to page 4 of that document, please? And the court has heard some prior testimony about this Department of Justice directive. What is ATF's, what is your understanding of what the qualifications and limitations are that are required by this policy of the Department of Justice? What are you not supposed to be saying in connection with the reports that you wrote in this case?
There's a few things that the Ultra document states. First, it states if you use a verbal scale, which we do not, then you need to use the one dictated in the document. This is in an effort to unify the language coming out of DOJ laboratories. It also says that we cannot state that our evidence is infallible, nor can we state that there is a inconclusive result.
Shall not state that it's infallible or have a 0 error rate, correct?
Correct.
It also states, does it not, that you shall not assert that a likelihood ratio of any magnitude provides an absolute identification or source attribution of an individual to an evidentiary sample.
Correct.
And are your reports in conformity with that? You're not stating or implying that anything you did here is asserting an absolute identification of someone as the source of any of the evidence that you examined, correct?
Correct. With forensic evidence, it's impossible to state with 100% certainty anything. That's why we report a likelihood ratio to speak to that uncertainty with a statistic.
All right. And would you go to the next page of that document? This policy requires that you not state or use the expressions reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable scientific certainty, or similar assertions of reasonable certainty. You didn't do that in any of your reports, correct?
Correct.
You're not asserting anything with respect to any reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Correct.
Correct. Now, when you can take that down, when did you first receive the assignment in this case?
I would have to refer to my case record to know the exact date.
Do you have those in front of you?
I do not.
Okay, let me pull up Oliver 3 for the witness only.
What's with all these experts coming unprepared?
Yeah, I mean, you think they would be ready to testify to everything that
go
they
to
they
the,
put out, you know?
You've had 10 months to prepare for this.
Exactly.
That should be
Does that
should be
third
cause for
page help
disciplinary
refresh your
action.
memory on when you may have received this case?
Yes, on September
Totally.
12th, 2025.
Okay. Is that when you first started doing work on the case, do you think?
Yes, it is.
Now, prior to doing work on the case, did you receive permission from someone to consume any samples in the case?
Yes, I did.
And could you go to page 15 of those case notes, please? Again, for the witness only. Do you recognize this email?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me what the email is and what information it conveyed to you in connection with your examination?
Yeah, so it's standard procedure at our laboratory that when we receive a case, we request permission to consume from the agent. We request that they reach out to an attorney if one is assigned. In this case, we will not begin any work on the case until we've received that permission to consume. So this email is us receiving permission to consume the samples and move forward with testing.
Now, does your policy have, does your lab have a policy for preserving samples for independent testing by the defense?
Where possible, we will not consume samples where it's possible.
And that policy is a longstanding one, not only in your lab, but pretty much everywhere in forensic DNA analysis.
Oh, that's another thing that they admitted yesterday too, is there were 7 fragments that they found in his neck that they recovered.
National,
but when it got to by the time it got to the DNA tech, only 4 of them were there. So somewhere along the lines, they lost 3 of the evidence, the fragments. So they admitted to they admitted to losing 3 pieces of evidence somewhere along the lines in the chain of custody.
Accused person's best insurance.
Of course they
Yeah,
did.
it seems like there's a lot of mistakes going on.
The opportunity
They're definitely not professional.
Such an opportunity should be provided whenever feasible.
I don't want to hear anybody else bragging about their expertise and title because it clearly doesn't mean anything.
Page 8.
Nope.
Were certain DNA samples consumed in your analysis?
Yes, they were.
And for the record, are those listed on page 8 of your report?
Yes, they are.
Which samples were entirely consumed in your analysis?
It would be exhibits 1.4, 1.6, 1.9, 1.10, 1.12, 2.1, 3.1, 4.1, and 5.1.
Okay. Then are there a number of samples listed above there in the report where you say the DNA extracts will be retained? And then you list 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, 1.8, 1.13, 7.1, and 8.1.
Correct.
Does that mean that those are all swab samples, correct?
They were swabs, yes.
All right. Does your report mean that you consume the swabs, but you have some liquid extract remaining as to those samples?
Correct.
Now, are all of the samples, let's talk about the samples in Plaintiff's Exhibit 30. Were all of the samples you looked at there mixed samples?
I refer to my tables in my report.
Sure. Go to page 2, please.
And can we go to page 3 and 4?
3 and 4, please.
With the exception of the known samples from the known individual, that was a single source sample, but otherwise the evidence samples were all mixtures.
And in many cases, they were mixtures of sometimes 4 and 5 people, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you look at mixtures such as the ones in this case, you use terms like major and minor contributor, right?
Correct.
Is that language meant to convey that anything with respect to activity of anybody who might be assigned to that DNA weight? In other words, are you saying the person you label as a major contributor was engaged in any sort of activity? Is there any connection between the use of that language and activity?
None of the testing that I performed could speak to activity or what activity led to the deposition of the DNA.
So nothing in your report, if somebody reads that and says, oh, this one says this person is a major contributor, you're not commenting on anything about the person's activity, correct?
Correct.
And is it true also that there are also several other limitations concerning the language of your report that it's important for courts and people who are reading the report to understand?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are there other limitations in addition to the one we just reviewed that it's important to understand about the language you use in your report?
In terms, is there something specific that you're?
Yeah, there is. Could you go to Baker Exhibit 30, page 1, for the witness only? Are you familiar with this publication?
Yes.
This is a publication by the National Institute of Standards and Technology called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors.
Correct.
This is put together as a guidance document for practitioners on what, to simplify, essentially what to say and what not to say.
I don't know that I would call it a guidance document. NIST is not a regulatory body for DNA testing. It was a report that looked into forensic DNA reporting and specific human factors that could affect our testing. So they may have had recommendations, but as far as them being a regulatory body that's issuing guidelines, I wouldn't state that.
Okay, that's fine. Could you go to 136, please? $136. This is Baker 30. Keep going. There we go, right there. Wait, 135, I'm sorry. And then scroll down to the next page. So they're making recommendations here as to how the report should be worded, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you whether you agree with some of these limitations, or they call them caveats. They talk about how you describe the number of contributors, and they say the true number of contributors of DNA to an item can never be known. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. They also say, let me ask one question before I ask this one, which is, do you use something called a reporting cap in all three of your reports?
Yes, so for our likelihood ratio statistics, we cap the statistic at 1 trillion. The actual number could be a lot higher. It could be quintillion, octillion. We chose 1 trillion because it has meaning, I think, to people that can understand what 1 trillion is. An octillion and a quintillion gets a little high at that point, so we cap at 1 trillion.
And they talk here, do they not, about how you convey the idea of a reporting cap? And they say the LR reporting cap was chosen because of the limitation of biostatistical modeling and independence assumptions of STR loci. Do you agree that that's why the cap is chosen?
I believe we chose our cap for the reason I stated.
Do you disagree with that statement in terms of why the cap is chosen?
I'm not familiar with the paper that's referenced there, so I would have to familiarize myself before I said I agreed or disagreed.
Fair enough. And then they also suggest that you alert in your report that profile descriptors cannot be applied to activity level issues. Do you agree with that?
Yes, so this is what you were stating about calling a major contributor. It doesn't speak to the activity that led to the DNA deposition.
Right. DNA profiles may be described as major, minor. However, these descriptors should not be interpreted in the context of a decision regarding the nature or the mechanisms, actions, or timing that led to the deposition of the DNA. You agree with that?
Correct, yes.
All right. And then the other sort of limitation, convey that the DNA results cannot be interpreted as the analyst providing an opinion regarding who the source of the DNA is.
Yes, so this is once again, we don't make source attribution statements. We will say there's support for inclusion, and then we back up that with a statistic.
So from a scientific standpoint, you couldn't read the paragraph that sets out the likelihood ratio in your report, whatever the number, and then blast a headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
Okay. Another limitation they talk about on likelihood ratios.
Again, so they've all been
on the next
lying
page,
in the
page
media when they
137.
say that they have Tyler Robinson's DNA.
Likelihood ratios cannot speak to the likelihood of a proposition, only to the probability of the results given a pair of propositions. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Explain that, because that's a little above my pay grade in terms of understanding.
So a likelihood ratio statistic compares the probability of the DNA profile of the evidence given two competing hypotheses or two competing scenarios. Typically, the first is that the person of interest is included, and then the exclusionary hypothesis would be that the person of interest is excluded. So there's a random, unknown, unrelated individual contributing.
And when they're elaborating on that point, they say a likelihood ratio indicates if and to what extent the DNA analysis results support one proposition over another. It is not possible on this basis alone to determine which is the most probable proposition. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next limitation they suggest you convey is that convey that DNA statistics cannot imply uniqueness within a population. Do you agree that that's a legitimate limitation?
Yes.
And explain what that means. Does that go back to the issue of source? You can't assign a source to a DNA sample?
Correct.
Okay. It says you should delineate the meaning of a verbal qualifier, but you didn't use one in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your testing cannot, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mischaracterize it. Your testing, none of the testing in any of the three reports can answer the question of how and when DNA got deposited. Is that true?
That is true. DNA can't speak to the activity.
She already said that, dude. Why do you keep asking
report
the
says,
same question
with
over and
regard to
over
that issue,
again?
with the increased
My God.
sensitivity of DNA techniques and sophisticated
This guy
software,
just drones
a
on
DNA
and
profile
on
may be
and on
developed
about shit that
even
just
when
is
the
ridiculous.
contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swapped. Alternatively, a
It's all
person's
on the
DNA
plan.
may be present when they were not involved in the crime. Do you
It
agree with that?
is.
Yes, once again, I cannot speak to the activity.
Can you explain how it's possible
This guy is
that a
so boring
DNA
too. It's hard to
profile may
even
be
listen
developed
to what this
even
guy has to
when
say.
the
He's just
contributor
so
of that
boring.
DNA never touched the item or area that was swapped?
So it's possible if, say, the pen that you're sitting there using for the week, you say hand it off to the judge, and the judge
Touches
then
the pen.
for a period of time, and then I swab it. It doesn't speak to who handled it last. I could test that. I could get both of your profiles. I wouldn't know which person was the last person to handle that item.
Colin, we talked about that.
Similarly, if you had
Yep,
a lot of
exactly.
DNA on your hand,
Whoever the
we
last
shook
person to
hands.
touch it would
I
be
then
the one that
went
has the
to
predominant
pick up an
DNA on it,
exhibit,
though.
a gun,
Exactly.
touched the trigger of it. Your DNA could be on that trigger, right?
It is possible, yes.
Okay, even though you never touched the gun.
Yes.
And that's why, because of those possibilities, you can't make any assessment of how or when DNA got deposited, correct?
Correct.
How long can DNA persist on an item?
DNA is quite stable over time. It can be broken down due to environmental insults. So things like heat and humidity are known to break down DNA over time. But I couldn't give you an exact number.
Were certain of the samples that you tested in this case degraded samples?
There was degradation present in some of the samples.
And what can cause degradation?
Like I said, there's environmental insults.
She just answered that. Oh my God, dude.
Now, the second report that you wrote had to do with a Dremel item that was taken from Mr. Robinson's home.
Correct.
And did you request certain what are called elimination samples in regard to items that were recovered from his home?
Yes.
Tell the court what an elimination sample is as opposed to a sample that relates to what's called a POI, person of interest.
You're talking about the judge.
So an
Absolutely,
elimination
100%.
sample is a sample taken from a known individual that it may be assumed that they could have come into contact with it. If I were to say swab your vehicle, then I would want your DNA sample as an elimination to eliminate you in order to look for any additional DNA that may be there.
And you say they're assumed contributors because depending upon the location, for instance, somebody's house, you would expect if there were multiple people in that house that perhaps everybody in the house could contribute to a certain DNA result.
It's possible.
So you'd want samples from all those folks to see if they contributed to an item that would be associated with a place where they congregated.
Correct.
And I noticed from your case file that you also requested, but I don't think you received, elimination samples from agents who were involved in this case.
Correct.
Why do you request those samples?
The type of testing we perform is quite sensitive, and so it is a standard practice that we request elimination samples from any of the investigators involved in order to potentially eliminate them in case they could have contaminated the evidence.
Okay. Now, in report number 157, if you could bring that up, please. Oliver 157, which has been admitted. The elimination samples that you requested in connection with items seized from Mr. Robinson's apartment were from Amber Robinson, Matthew Robinson, and Lance Twiggs, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you had information that those people were associated with the house.
Correct.
And when you tested or compared, first of all, you determined their DNA types, right?
Correct.
Then you compared their types to what you found on the evidence.
Correct.
And for a certain number of those samples, you found the presence of DNA of your elimination samples, not because they were suspects, but because they were associated with the premises, right?
There was support for inclusion of some of these individuals, yes.
Okay. And if you could scroll down to page 4, which is the table. I just want to review briefly with you. For instance, item number 1.4, which was a swab from the rifle. You used the elimination sample of Mr. Robinson's father. and you
Yeah,
found
give me
his
some
DNA
boogers.
on
Just
that
like they taste just like taters.
particular swab, correct?
I'd say there was support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson on the sample obtained from the swabs of the.
See if I can pick me a winner out there.
I'm glad you pointed that out. That's again consistent with talking again about support for inclusion as a possible contributor.
Correct.
These people
Again,
think they bother me. None
Not
of that
because
crap
he's a
bothers me.
suspect, but
Whatever.
because he's associated with that premise.
Correct.
They took a video. I don't know if you know the context. They took a video of me scratching because my I have a big mustache, and it kind of goes up there and tickles my nose hairs. So they took a video
I
of me
saw that.
scratching my nose
Similarly,
and tried to act like I was eating my boogers because I went like this and went, and then wipe my mustache down away from my mouth. So they try to say I'm eating my boogers.
That indicated he was a possible.
I've seen that in your comment section.
Support for inclusion of Matthew
Yeah.
Robinson.
Okay. And next page, actually go 2 page to page 7. You found support for inclusion of Lance Twiggs on swabs of buttons of a Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
And going back to what we were talking about before, if a person named Lance Twiggs lived in that residence, came into contact with Tyler Robinson, and then touched a button on a Dremel tool, you'd expect Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs's DNA to be on there, right? Or you could.
It's reasonable to assume that anyone living in the household could have contributed to DNA on an object found in that household.
And similarly, you found profiles to suggest support for inclusion of Mr. Twiggs on other areas of the Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the last area.
So Twiggs' DNA was on the Dremel tool as well. So he was actually the one that was doing the engraving, just like we've been saying this whole time.
Yes.
What is NGS?
NGS stands for next generation sequencing. It's a DNA technique that sequences your DNA. So it looks at the individual sequence of your DNA.
And is it true that in your field, that whole area of NGS is something that's at the forefront of everybody's attention? For instance, when you go to seminars and you look at the presentations, there's a lot of talk about NGS, right?
That's correct. Yes, it's a newer technique.
And is it being developed by ATF as a technique that's going to be used or has been used?
Not at this time, no.
And is there plans to do that?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Do you know if other labs have implemented it?
I believe there may be some laboratories in the United States that have it in use, but I wouldn't have direct knowledge of that.
Now, you used a program in this case called STR Mix, correct?
Correct.
And that's sold by a company in New Zealand, that software?
Correct.
Have they developed another program called STR Mix NGS?
I'm not aware of NGS software.
Could you go to 156 Oliver 156. Let me know when you're there. Are you aware that STR, the developers are selling a product called STR Mix NGS?
I was not aware, no.
Okay. Now, sequencing analysis is different than what you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And how so?
As I said, sequencing is looking at the individual sequence, the individual bases that make up your DNA, as opposed to the testing that I'm performing, which is looking at length variations. So STR testing, which is the testing I perform, looks at areas of the DNA that are known to be highly variable between individuals. And there are areas where the DNA sequence repeats itself over and over again. And depending on who you are as an individual, you may have a different number of repeats present at that location. So the testing we're performing is looking at those length variations. There's a distinction between, say, if you have 10 repeats versus 12 repeats.
But you're not looking within those lengths to see what the sequence of the DNA is.
Correct.
And that's what this new technology is designed to look at.
Correct.
And the reason it's designed to look at that is because it's been found that there are DNA areas that are different in sequence, even though they're the same length. Is that true?
I think the reason for developing NGS software is to add another tool to a forensic biologist tool belt.
Okay. Now, could you go to 154, please, for the witness only? You're familiar with this chart?
Yes.
Okay, this lists all the alleles that you found for all the testing in your 3 analysis, correct?
No, it looks like,
No, you were right, 154. Yeah, this is one. What's the exhibit on this? Okay. You're familiar with this chart, right?
I reviewed the first page of this chart. I have
Sure.
not reviewed the entire
Go to
thing.
the first page. This lists the alleles that you found, correct?
For the known samples, yes.
Okay, now go to the second page. And is it true that for the alleles of interest in this case, one of the alleles of interest is at the D3 location, allele 17?
One of the locations that we look at on the DNA strand is called D3. That's a location, yes.
Right, and in this case, the 17 allele is important because Mr. Robinson had a 17 allele, correct?
Correct.
And some of the evidence had a 17 allele.
Correct.
At that location.
Correct.
So as I understand the way you do this, you look and compare whether those are the same number, basically.
I wouldn't state that's how we do our comparison. So it's not just number matching. We're using STR Mix, the STAR Mix software, in order to perform an analysis of the software that looks at the possibilities for a DNA profile and make comparison to the knowns that way. We aren't using a chart and just doing number matching.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting you did, but you're looking at the alleles and measuring the peaks, and it's a fairly sophisticated process, correct?
Correct.
But the bottom line is you're comparing alleles one against another.
Correct.
So if a person is a 1717 and the evidence sample is a 1717, you're looking at that comparison.
Correct.
And again, measuring only length.
Correct.
But it's true, is it not, that researchers have found at that particular allele, the D317 allele, that there are actually 3 different 17s, 17A, 17B, 17C.
Yeah, so there's something known as isoalleles. What that is you may have, in this case, a 17 allele, but the sequence within that 17 allele is different. So two people may have a 17, but they may have a different sequence within their 17 allele.
And it's been found that there is a 17A, a 17B, and a 17C, correct?
Objection, relevance to the probable cause hearing. At this point, I think we've once again gone beyond probable cause, and based on Mr. Grunlander's argument, I would invoke his argument here in the case law that he referenced, and I object to this question.
Let me withdraw the question, reframe it, and move beyond it.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection. It will be reframed and we'll go from there.
It's true, is it not, that at least 1, 2, 3, 5 of the locations of interest in this case, researchers have found that the alleles that you were looking at, these isoalleles, have different sequences but the same length.
Objection, relevance. The witness has testified she does not do sequencing analysis here, and that's what the question is asking, is about sequencing analysis.
Counsel?
The point, though, is that her testing cannot distinguish between these isoalleles, and therefore it goes to the weight of the comparisons.
But if she didn't do that.
Yeah, that's the point, is that she didn't do it, and therefore she's not in a position to draw conclusions.
Mr. McBride?
That proffer is inaccurate, that she's not able to draw conclusions because she did not do NGS or sequencing analysis. She has testified that her lab and the analysis she did here is not sequencing analysis, it's something different. Whether or not she could do sequencing analysis is irrelevant to the analysis that she did do. If Mr. Burt wants to call an expert to say sequencing analysis is better or something like that, that's fine. But this expert does not do sequencing analysis. Therefore, the line of questioning that goes into sequencing analysis is irrelevant to her testimony.
Let me see if I could lay a further foundation.
All right, so I'm going to sustain the objection. And the question may be re-asked if counsel chooses.
When you do your analysis using length only, do you go by the rule that if any STR locus fails to match when comparing the genotypes between two or more samples, then the comparison of profiles between the question and reference sample is usually declared a non-match, regardless of how many other loci match?
This is what I'm talking about, the difference between 2 versus 3.
No, it's not quite that simple. What you're speaking of is an exclusion, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
So it's possible for DNA evidence we spoke about, it's possible that DNA evidence be degraded. In a case like that, there may be the potential that some of the profile has what we call dropped out. So it's not present. In that case, we wouldn't expect necessarily to have a inclusion or exclusion at that location because there's no information present there. So it's not quite as simple as is every allele in this chart present in the evidence. There's more to it than that.
If you had a difference in sequence between a known and a question across many loci, would you exclude the person?
It depends.
Again, objection, Your Honor. We're going back into sequencing, which is not the analysis that was done in this case.
Mr. Burt?
Again, Your Honor, if there could be an exclusion based on this and the testing was not done, I think that is relevant.
But as it relates to this witness and her firsthand knowledge, I'm not seeing that tie-in as it relates to her.
All right, let me move on then.
So I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you said that all the samples you looked at in that one report were mixtures, correct?
Correct.
And the number you get in the likelihood ratio depends on how many contributors you estimate, right? The number is going to vary if you say I think it's a mixture of 2 people versus I think it's a mixture of 5 people.
It's not necessarily the number of contributors. The likelihood ratio speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so it's comparing known individuals to the unknown sample. It could be a low number and be a single source sample. It could be a high number and be a 4-person mixture. it's not necessarily directly correlated with the number of contributors.
Let me ask you if you agree with this. This is from the NIST mixture study. An likelihood ratio numeric value is not a measurement of a physical quantity. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Rather, it is a ratio of probabilities in the opinion of the expert assessing the likelihood ratio and is dependent on the specific propositions used to formulate it and also on the individual making the assessment.
So it's, in other words, it's very
And
subjective, I think.
Does the final likelihood ratio depend on the number of contributors you assume?
No, it does not.
It has no effect whatsoever.
It can have an effect. It's possible. It's possible multiple other factors could contribute to the likelihood ratio.
Is it somehow difficult to figure out how many contributors there are in a sample?
I guess I would say that I use my my training, education, and experience in order to determine the number of contributors present in a profile.
Well, I noticed throughout your report, you use the phrase, for instance, with regard to the 1.2 sample, the profile consistent with at least five contributors, at least one of which is male. And for 1.1, you say the profile is consistent with at least 4 contributors. I assume by the word at least, you're signaling that it could be more.
Correct.
And as the number of people to a mixture increases, the difficulty in sorting out that mixture increases as well, correct?
Correct.
I noticed in your standard operating procedure, there's some guidance on interpreting 3-person mixtures. Familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
It's possible for them to present, yes.
Well, it doesn't say it's possible. It says, for example, approximately in all cases, assuming a mixture as a result of the combination of 3 people must be done with caution. For example, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely
So
on
70% is not, it's possible. That's
You said you're referencing
the majority.
my SOP?
Yes.
Is it possible?
So
for me to look
probability.
at?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. The point that defense counsel is getting at is made in the last answer, which is the difficulty of sorting out mixtures increases as the number of contributors increases. That's all understood, but that has nothing to do with the probable cause determination. Even if it's difficult, the inferences and the evidence is weighed in favor of the state. The court cannot weigh the difficulty in determining this evidence. Is it fair for a trier of fact at a jury? Sure it is. But we're now getting into weight issues that are relevant for a jury, but not for this court.
Well, he's implying this is going to be an extended discussion. I have one question which he wants to look at her manual to make sure it's in there. So, and then I'm done.
All right, I'll allow this question, so I'll
Thank you.
overrule the objection. She may review the material and
So could you bring up
question can be rephrased.
one exhibit, Oliver 148? This is your SOP document, correct?
Correct.
And then go to page 83. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so it's true, is it not, that approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3 person mixtures.
It's possible.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. We've been going for a bit, and depending on how much cross, I'm trying to decide if a break is warranted or if, Mr. McBride, you wish your cross is limited. Again, not trying to say which way you should go. I'm just trying to weigh whether we should take a break.
I will probably be, I'll probably be 20 minutes.
All right, let's just keep going, and then at that point, we can take a break. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Good morning.
Morning.
Is your lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean?
So our laboratory goes through a voluntary accreditation process where a external third party comes in and audits our laboratory to a set of standards. Specifically, the ATF laboratory is accredited, and specifically the DNA section of the ATF laboratory is accredited to 2 sets of standards. One is an international set of standards called ISO 17025 for testing laboratories. And additionally, a DNA-specific set of standards put forth by the FBI.
Does the accreditation require that the methodologies you use be validated?
Yes.
The methodologies used in this case have been accepted by courts across the country, correct?
Correct.
Does the accreditation require that forensic biologists like yourself satisfy certain qualification standards?
Yes, we're required to perform competency testing prior to participating in casework. And additionally, we participate in twice a year proficiency testing.
And do you satisfy the competency and qualification standards required by accreditation?
Yes.
And at the time you did the testing in this case, did you satisfy those standards?
Yes.
Moving to your opinions, where on the firearm did you find evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson?
There were several locations. I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay, would you look at your report? And this is, it looks like.
Then go look at it.
Number 30. We can pull that up just for the witness. Kimberly. We had it for a minute here, a minute ago. Okay, if we could go to page number 2, please. Will you just list off the areas of that firearm where there was support for evidentiary support for inclusion of Tyler Robinson?
The swabs of the stock and grips of rifle, the swabs of the butt plate of rifle, swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of the bolt of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, and the swabs of the forend of the rifle.
We go to page 3.
Swabs of the barrel of the rifle with possible ridge detail / smudging, the swabs of possible ridge detail / smudging on the optical accessory.
And page 4.
The swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly. the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge case, the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge, and the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge.
I want to ask you about a couple of those conclusions. Let's look at page 5, please. And calculation number 3, exhibit 1.3, do you know where that swab was taken from?
I'd have to refer back to page 2.
Can we refer back to page 2, please, Kimberly? Thank you.
1.3 is the swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle.
All right, going back to page 5. And we've had some talk, some testimony from you and some questions for you about the likelihood ratios. What was your conclusion as to the likelihood ratio that you analyzed in this question, in calculation number 3?
For this exhibit, the DNA profile was at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as the major component and 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals.
You say at least 1
1 trillion, huh?
So it could be a much higher number than 1 trillion. Is that accurate?
It's possible.
But the protocols in your laboratory say you cap that at the number 1 trillion. Is that right?
Correct. We would not report a number higher than 1 trillion.
And it looks like you also did a probability statistic as well in paragraph E. Is that right?
Correct. It's another way of stating the likelihood ratio statistic.
And will you state your findings you made here in paragraph E, and that's on page 6.
The probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to the sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in a trillion.
And same question there. The trillion number, it could be far less than that, but you stop your calculations or the statistics at 1 trillion. Is that right?
Correct. Let
us move to page 7.
What's up, my brother?
With regard to statistical.
What's up, dude?
Number 7.
Welcome to the stream.
Thank you, sir.
Now, do you remember what 1.3 or 1.13 and 2.1 are?
I'd have to refer back to page 3, I believe.
You could jump to page 3. Thank you, Kimberly.
Page 4, sorry.
Page 4.
The 1.13 is the swabs of the protected underside of the receiver of the rifle after disassembly. And 2.1 is the swabs of one 30-06 cartridge case.
Now, did you do the swabs themselves?
I did not.
And 2.1 is a cartridge case, is that right?
Correct.
And what's the difference between a cartridge case and a cartridge?
The cartridge is unfired, cartridge case has been fired.
Right. Let's jump back to page 7. And what was your conclusion with regard to, well, first of all, why do you group these two together, exhibits 1.13 and 2.1 in your conclusions here?
They were both mixtures of 2 individuals, and they both yielded a likelihood ratio of the same magnitude, so they can be grouped together.
Okay. It's not that they were tested together?
Correct.
It's just that the results were
Jesse
were
in the
of same
house.
magnitude,
Love
so they were
you.
reported together. Is that
That's
right?
what Shauna says.
All right. What was your conclusion as
What's
it
up,
relates
man?
to both of these? As
Another
to
one,
the likelihood
Jesse.
ratio?
I can't join the
DNA
chat for some
profiles are
reason.
at
It's like
least 1
I'm not.
trillion
It's not
times
letting me
more
connect to
likely
my
if
thing.
they originated from Tyler Robinson as the major contributor.
I got it on
and
to
an
where you should be able to
unknown,
stream this
unrelated
to your
individual
channel.
than if they originated
Well,
from
Maybe you have to
I'm
hop
going
out
like
and hop
my
back in.
yeah, my stream
And
starts
did you
in
make a
25
conclusion here
minutes.
as
So,
well about the
but we'll do a wrap up show
probability
next week for sure.
statistic?
Yeah,
Yes, so
definitely.
the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to
I
these
think they're about to
samples
take a break in a
yielding
couple
this level of
minutes.
support
Oh, that's
Once this
perfect.
prosecutor
yielding
gets done,
this,
yeah, exactly.
likelihood
So we
ratio.
can get a couple
is
minutes to
less
talk to
than
you before
1
you
in a
leave,
trillion.
hopefully.
What's she testifying about right now? Is this a DNA thing again?
Yeah, this is the DNA chick or whatever. And this is
Oh
right
my.
now the prosecution.
Nothing else.
The prosecution is cross-examining her or whatever. This is the defense witness, and the prosecution is cross-examining
The
her.
1.3 sample
The DNA stuff is the least
is
interesting
described
part of
as
this by a mile.
swabs of trigger and trigger
Oh,
guard,
exactly.
right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but
Oh wait, actually, where it is
am
actually
I
important.
correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the
Now, yeah, we
trigger
found
and
out
which part was from
the
trigger
Dremel
guard?
tool. Lance Twig's DNA
Correct.
is
So
on
they
the
were
Dremel
swabbed
tool as
together,
well.
so I
That's
wouldn't be
something that
able to
just came
say,
out.
Of
where
course.
the DNA came from.
And
Is
that's
Tyler
one of the
Robinson's on the
samples
Dremel
that
tool?
was degraded, correct?
There were signs
He
of
is
degradation present
a
in that sample,
possible
yes.
contributor,
And you said with regard to that sample that
but
that was
Lance
a
is the only
sample
one that they can definitively
consistent with at
say
least 4
100%
contributors,
is on it.
right?
Oh man.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
If
Correct.
You can tell
if
us
this
anything
defense does not
about
beat this case, they should
whether
never
when you
practice
say
law
it's At
again.
least 4, it could be 5, 6, or
No,
7
I
people
agree.
with
I mean,
DNA
honestly,
on
all the
trigger
evidence that
or
they've
trigger
shown us
guard,
so
correct?
far has pointed to
Correct,
Lance
which is
being
why we have the
even more
major
suspicious,
contributor
more
that is
guilty,
suitable
and
for
Tyler
comparison,
being
and the
less
minor
guilty.
contributor is not suitable for
I
comparison.
mean,
due to
yeah,
that
either
complexity.
whoever, even
And
if
again, major, minor just has to
yeah,
do with the
I mean,
levels
even if
of
he did
DNA
do it,
we're
there's
seeing. It has
so
nothing
much
to do
reasonable
with
doubt on Lance that you
someone
could drive a truck through it.
being engaged in activity. that
Exactly. Yeah,
is
because that's
major
right.
in
You got to
relation
remember, they
the
don't have to
minor
prove that he
Yeah,
didn't
so
do it.
the
They just have
major
to prove
contributor
reasonable
is
doubt.
the
Yeah.
majority of the DNA
They
contributors.
haven't even showed us a clear video footage of
Some of
Tyler
these
Robinson
samples,
yet.
you have
Any of
major
those clips could be Lance.
contributors of more than one person, right?
Oh, 100%.
Correct.
Candace Owens
So
is the
for
only one that
our
has shown us
sample
the actual clear
1.1,
footage of Tyler Robinson out of this
swabs
whole
of stock,
investigation.
you have
That was
two
the Dairy
major
Queen photo.
profiles,
But everything
Yeah.
that the state has put forward
and there are
has
at
been
least
either
4
blurry
contributors
or
on
so
that
far
sample,
away, or
right?
his face is turned to the away from the
Sure.
camera. You can't make out who it is.
It's
Even the
They,
car
they,
doesn't
they don't want
match.
us to. They don't want us to talk over the testimony. We'll talk at the break.
All right.
right.
You said exhibit 1.1?
Yes.
Yes, it was a mixture of 4 individuals. There were 2 major contributors.
Okay. And again, with regard to all these samples, no way of knowing when or how the DNA got on those samples, correct?
Correct.
You referenced another statistic in your report, which is the statistic related to paragraph E, I guess.
Correct.
Is it what's called a random match probability statistic? Or is that something else?
It itself is not a random match probability statistic. It is a way to represent the likelihood ratio similar to a random match probability.
But it's still a likelihood ratio computation, right?
Correct. It's based off the likelihood ratio computation.
And it's still subject to all the limitations we've talked about.
Correct.
Can't attribute it to any person. Can't state it's infallible. Can't state there's a 0 error rate. And you can't state that it is a source connected with any one person, correct?
Right. So part of not being able to state source attribution is the reason we report the likelihood ratio statistic. It speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so yes, we can't do a source attribution, and we report that statistic and address that uncertainty that way.
And address the uncertainty along with the other limitations we talked about.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness? May this witness be excused. All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Anything further from the defense?
No, we have no further witnesses.
All right, returning to prosecution, anything further?
No, Judge, we have no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. The state has no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. However, before we break, there is the matter that was discussed yesterday with respect to publishing in the courtroom Exhibit 12.1, so that the victim's family can observe that.
Thank you. All right, do the parties wish to be heard as it relates to this briefly, and then the court will issue its ruling. And
Your Honor, I actually just want to make a quick record. We have advised Mr. Robinson of his right to testify at this hearing, and he is choosing to take our advice and not testify.
is that correct, Mr. Robinson? And I note that he's nodding in the affirmative. Thank you, Ms. Visser. All right, in regards to the outstanding issue about the publication of State's Exhibit 12.1 to the courtroom only, to persons here, any further input from any of the parties before the court issues its ruling?
Jeff and I, on behalf of the victim, my understanding is you ruled yesterday that you were going to play it, that you did grant our request. So I don't know if we.
Thank you.
Judge, I might simply add, given the court's ruling this morning with respect to displaying exhibits, we may want to make a record with the
Why
live
so
streaming
sad?
folks here that it's not going to be published.
Thank you.
Oh man, why so sad is
Nothing
so
further
funny.
from
dude.
any of the parties?
I know.
Okay. Just updating some notes. All right. The court wishes to readdress yesterday's ruling in light of this morning's sanction as it relates to Exhibit 16. The court separately addressed that incident and imposed a sanction on the record. Having considered all applicable public access, fair trial, privacy, and victims' rights interests, the court adheres to its prior ruling. The court finds that temporarily limiting live stream to audio only while Exhibit 12.1 is displayed is necessary to prevent the inadvertent publication of the exhibit from being transmitted to outside the courtroom, and no broader and is taking the least restrictive means to accomplish what is being requested. Accordingly, Exhibit 12.1 may be viewed by all persons physically present in the courtroom, including victim representative Ms. Kirk in her capacity as the victim representative. The same in-court viewing rules applies to all parties and courtroom attendees. And that is the ruling of the court. Let's go ahead and proceed to that, to the state. So could the camera operator let me know when we're switched to an audio only? We are? Okay. All right, and as it's switched to audio only to the state, now my understanding there's no audio on this surveillance on 12.1, is that correct? All right. All right, so let's go ahead and play that. And I'm going to rule that the
If it's
this
audio
also applies
only
to the still
and there's no
photographer
audio,
cannot
what
be
the hell are
captured
they playing then?
screen in any way. I noted video recording, but I intend as well as no still capture of any of the monitors during the publication of 12.1. All right. And to the state, just let me know if you're ready. Let's go ahead and play it now.
I know, it makes no sense.
Sound of silence.
So we're on break?
No, they're playing, apparently they're playing something that has no audio and it's video only, but we're not
And
allowed to see
the public's not allowed to see it.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess we're kind of on break. Like, we can talk over it because there's no audio.
They're like, here's a video of Tyler and Lance playing pirate dress up again.
Exactly.
Did you hear that during Lance's testimony, dude? During my stream, I literally fucking I died laughing for 10 straight minutes, dude. Like, where he's like, oh, what kind of games did you guys like to play? He's like, Tyler liked to play this game where you get to be a pirate. I laughed for 10 minutes straight, dude. I'm
Yeah,
5
that was
years old.
hilarious.
Yeah. If it turns out that I'm right and this whole thing is all scripted, then whoever wrote that line is a fucking comedic genius.
Yeah, I see you converted Alex Jones's thinking on the whole matter.
I mean, he's like at the same place as me where it's like, would I bet my life on it? No, but like, it just is the only thing that seems to make sense. And that's kind of where he's at. But it's one of those things too, where I knew everybody's going to go, this guy's batshit when I first said it, because that's exactly how I reacted. But it's one of those things like
That's how I reacted at first. Absolutely.
Of course.
But then
That's-
at the
anybody-
same time, there
anybody
is a
would.
lot of evidence. Yeah, there is a lot of evidence that backs up that theory, though, you know?
It's at least like, because when you're investigating these things, the process is like you get new piece of information and then you kind of run it through your like simulation that like, it's like, okay, well, how would that connect to this? And all you have to do is just kind of enter that option into the matrix. And then eventually you keep on coming back. You're all, well, Jesus, I guess that would explain it if it's that. And you start at 1%, then you're like, okay, maybe it's like 2%. And it's like, maybe it's like 4%. And then it just keeps on happening.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yeah, there's a lot of strange things that can't be explained about that day. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And then with
But
all
when
the,
you take them in the context of what Jesse's saying, though, then things start to make a lot more sense. Like how Turning Point's acting, how Erica's acting, all that stuff actually starts to make more sense if Charlie's not really dead. Because why would they be grieving? Why, they would be acting strange if they were all in on it,
Dude, Ben Shapiro played a clip from me I was on Alex Jones. And it was me. It was like where I was saying, I was like, people always ask me, why would Charlie why would Charlie sacrifice his family? And I'm like, why would you think I think he did it specifically to make sure he was never going to be pulled away from his family. He's probably living in like a compound somewhere, 25,000 square foot compound, self-sustaining, whatever. And he just took that clip and he's like, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to sound like such a fucking moron with just like if you just take a 2-minute clip of it. And I because a bunch of people sent it to me. They're like, Ben Shapiro called you out. So I was expecting to have something like good to respond to. And as soon as it started, I just started laughing. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna have nothing to say to this, dude. Cause I do sound like a fucking idiot. But Ben goes, he's like, do you feel yourself getting stupider? And I was like, oh my God, that's just funny. He was obviously trashing Candace and then he put mine in and I was like, at least I'm in good company, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how I feel too, man. Every time they come after me, I feel the exact same way.
Yeah.
By the way, I just dropped. Jesse's got a great playlist for his Charlie's Still Alive series. Everybody should go watch it, whether you believe the theory or not. I would honestly, I highly would suggest everybody check it out and at least go watch the evidence that he has presented. Because it actually, like I said, when you look at the evidence, it's actually pretty compelling. And he's brought me closer to it being a possibility, especially with what I found with Erica having a protected New Zealand phone number, which is connected. Like I said, it's blocked. The government blocks it away to where it can't be connected to that number. It cannot be given to a person, an individual, or a business. So the only person, if it's in use and it's registered to Erica for some reason, like the government would have to be involved. So it really makes you think.
That is crazy, especially
while you're on. I wanted to ask you what your thoughts on that was.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's crazy. So I saw that TikTok that the dude did where it's like the Valhalla thing that's in New Zealand or whatever, the Valhalla, like the FBI, the secret FBI thing. And I looked at that and I'm like, yeah, I mean, dude, I don't know, it would make sense that he'd be in witness protection, New Zealand, I guess. But I don't know. Like I kind of moved away from that only because the few things that I feel pretty confident about is that Charlie's going to definitely be around his kids, and Erica would have to be flying in and out of TPUSA, and New Zealand's a long ass flight. That's the only reason I really moved away from them. Like, I mean, because you could be in like one of those huge compounds in Montana or something like that, but that phone number thing, that brings me back to where it's like, fuck, maybe it is there. I don't know. There's no way to know. You know what I mean?
That could be the debrief center where everyone gets sent to in the beginning, and then they get shipped off to wherever they're going to be after that
Totally
point.
possible. Yeah. Totally possible.
Maybe. But
yeah,
I don't
you know what the newest thing that I realized was, I have no idea how I missed this, but I literally figured it out 4 days ago. And everybody I've talked to who are like, you know, military tier 1 guys in security, all of them, you see their faces go like this and they're like, holy shit, how did I never think of that? Is when you go back to the day of, Charlie gets shot, all the security guys jump over the table and they're all working on him, whatever. None of them pulled their guns. None of them. Not one of them pulled their gun.
None of them.
And it's like, wait a minute, dude. Like, how did I not think of that? Where in that situation, ask any military person who's ever done done security work, and they immediately go, holy shit, because that's a complete like headshot where they for sure had to have known, because in a live situation, the one place you know that the shooter has line of sight is exactly where they are, and none of them are even looking around to try to see where the shooter is. None of them pull their guns. And it's, I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the way Brian Harpool,
Utah's an open carry state too, so they have no excuse not to have. Like, I guarantee you, they would have had guns with them that day. They would have had.
Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure all those guys they've got one of those licenses where you can carry like in Utah specifically.
Yeah,
when I lived in Utah,
ex-cops.
Yeah. Well, and also
are allowed to carry reciprocity any state or whatever.
Yeah. And Utah is a member of there's like this it's like 30 states or something. But if you have your license in Utah, because I lived in Utah for a year and I had a concealed carry, and it was like I could carry in like Nevada and a bunch of other places, and so for sure all of them had guns on them, 100%. And I think those guys probably have licenses that they can carry everywhere anyway, like you said.
Exactly. And also, like, what do you think about like I said, not only did Erica have a protected number, but then we were able to uncover that Kash Patel had a secret meeting on July 31st in New Zealand, also in what they call the Beehive.
Is that confirmed 100%? I saw that places, but I never looked into. Yes. Is that 100% confirmed?
100% confirmed. It was in the ABC or Australia's version of ABC or whatever, or not Australia, New Zealand's version of ABC.
Man,
because they reported him being there, right?
They reported him being there, but they only reported him being there after the fact because he was caught. It was supposed to be a secret visit, but a member of the media happened to notice him and filled out an inquiry asking why he was there. So once they were found out, then they had to come up with an excuse why they were there. And that's why they said, oh, well, we're here meeting to try to counteract China, something about China.
Shipping lanes or something. You're like, all right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's all those things are like, those kinds of, it's like, those are like great breadcrumbs that I just am kind of like, it definitely, for sure could be that. And the protected phone number thing is, I mean, why would she have that? Like, why would she have that? I mean, I don't know. Again, they operate at a level that is so far above my pay grade that, I was having a conversation with someone else who like really kind of know, and they were talking about how much money some of these guys really make, like off paper. And it just made me realize, I was like, this is just like, if you get to this place, there's just this whole other world that they can't even wrap their brain around. And so if they want to do something, if they want to pull something like this, because you just pull the levers of government, like the amount of resources the government has.
Stacy, give it 12.1 video transmission may resume. Just let me know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying though, bro.
Yeah.
Live.
Hey, do you stream to X also?
All right, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, we
I
got 30,000 people watching us on X right now.
Oh, nice. I haven't been
Is
doing
either
it just
party
because I
in
don't know how to. I don't
the
have
record?
mods in there, and my chat goes bananas on. But I guess I see it on StreamYard, but I guess they
Oh, Your
don't see
Honor.
it on YouTube. Anyway,
All right.
There's no way to
So
add
this
mods on
preliminary
X,
hearing is
unfortunately.
continued to
Yeah.
September 1st at 10 a.m. for an in-person hearing. The court will allocate up to 4 hours total for argument. That's encompassing both parties. Does the defense request that Mr. Robinson be physically present for that hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll make the recording. Thank you.
September 1st, that
The
what they
court
said,
appreciates
September
the
1st, I think.
professionalism, civility, and respect shown by counsel, the parties, and all persons in attendance throughout these proceedings. As there are no further matters before the court, this proceeding is
I
adjourned
think we're
until
done.
September 1st at 10 a.m. Good afternoon to you all.
Oh, it's
shit,
over.
We're over. It's over.
Oh my goodness! So now
Damn.
my stream just became a recap apparently instead. It's all 3 minutes.
Yeah, I thought this would go all day. Apparently they're done though.
Yeah, I was like, so we'll do. Yeah, we can do a recap. Like we could do our recap. I don't know. Let's figure it out. Like just text me Saturday and we'll figure it out. Like what day next week or whatever. There's some. But
Okay,
bottom
yeah,
line
for
from this
sure.
trial, like just in closing, before I got to jump over to mine, is I will say this, that like now I feel like there are two options. One is of course the one I've like laid out, that I've spent all this time laying out, which is like that it's a hoax. And then the other is either Lance participated in this like with Tyler, which seemed, I don't know. I just like, it's all so convoluted and messed up, but like the idea that Tyler Robinson gets convicted by himself and they are not able to get him acquitted on all of this. There's not a single piece of evidence, not one piece of evidence that you can't go, yeah, but what if Lance did it? And Lance has a history of violence. Dude, I talked to someone in his family that told me that he attacked one of his grandparents with a knife. Like,
Jesus.
Yep.
Who's ever picked up a
And his
knife and attacked a person with it? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And didn't his family also say, I think it was to you, but it might have been if somebody else talked to his family, but his family also believes he was involved.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm trying to think which conversation. Okay, so I have definitely heard someone say that. I just can't remember if I like on or off record, but I have heard someone say that. Yeah, I have heard someone say that. But actually, I know for sure that in the context of that specific conversation, he gave me details on why he thought that, and he was like, "Don't talk about it yet," because I think he was kind of trying to shop the story. So it's also why I didn't talk about it, because I was like, I got the feeling that now, because I think when it was actually, it was like right when the Mitch Snow thing happened, and it felt to me like he was trying to like turn his story into money all of a sudden. You know what I mean? He also said like, keep it off the record, but anyway, man, I wish I would have got on earlier. Okay, I got to jump over to mine, but yeah, hit me up on Saturday. We'll figure out what day we're gonna do ours.
All right. Thanks for
All right,
coming
man.
on, brother. We appreciate
See you later,
it.
brother.
Everybody go
Later,
follow
guys.
Jesse on Fire, man.
Thank you
Be
guys.
sure to go follow him, subscribe to his channel.
Appreciate
We
you
love
guys.
his
And
work.
Convict, hit
Thanks.
me up on
Glad we
shoot me a
finally
message on
got
X.
I will, brother.
All right, man. All right, later, guys.
Later.
Later, brother. Yeah, I'm glad we finally got to do a collab. I know, but both his chat and my chat have been asking for a while for us to do that. So I'm glad we finally got to make that happen.
Yeah, we're all in the same fight, man.
Absolutely.
So what do y'all think? How do you all
Absolutely.
feel after the final day today?
think
I
they
feel
don't have
like I feel like it was intentionally done that way for sure. Now with the next prelims, they're probably going to run the same type of program with not previewing it to the public. So, that was, of course they waited till the last day to do that. Now, when we go back, we kind of already expect what they're going to be running on the next one. So, you could definitely see that it was already planned to be that way. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I think they
this was
were
deliberate.
definitely colluding together. Absolutely. But as far as the whole trial, what I think of the whole trial, as Jesse kind of pointed out there, is they don't have shit. They don't, basically that's what we learned from this preliminary hearing is they really do not have shit as far as evidence to link Tyler Robinson to that murder weapon, to being at UVU, anything,
Right.
nothing at all.
They have no video.
Car, by the way, the car, Baron Coleman, I think, pointed out last night that the car that we see on that video that they say is Tyler Robinson's Challenger is not even his Challenger, because the one that they showed in that surveillance video from UVU only had a single exhaust, whereas Tyler Robinson's car, the pictures that we have for sure of Tyler Robinson's car in front of his house, in front of the garage, they have dual exhaust. So that right there, it's a different exhaust system. That proves it's not the same car.
Yeah, it's one big psyop wrapped in a bow, brother. And really the only people that are going to be able to pick it apart are the ones that are really paying attention and, doing their due diligence and digging and not really looking towards the mainstream news media to get answers. You got to dig into this stuff yourself.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I encourage all of you. I mean, it's good that all of you are watching us or whatever, because you kind of get a recap and get like the evidence, but also go do your own research as well. Don't just take what I say. Don't take what the media says. Don't take what anybody says for granted as fact, as gospel. Do your own research. You guys should all be informed, make up your own opinion based on your review of the evidence. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to give you a more truthful version of what the facts actually are, as opposed to obviously what the Fed sloppers and the mainstream media are going to give you. But you should still always do your own research for sure. Yeah, I demand better psyops. Absolutely.
Right.
100%.
Man.
They're getting lazy, man.
They are getting lazy. It's because them boomers are the ones orchestrating them. Those old time psyop boomers are still running the program, and they need to, push a generation.
Yep. This person says there's video of Tyler at the gas station pumping gas in his Dodge, clear view of his car. Yes, that is true, but once again, that's not at Provo. That's closer to his house. That was about, I think, an hour away from his house.
And it was like 8, I believe.
Near Provo.
I believe it was like 8 hours after the incident too. That was another thing. It was like 5:30 in the morning or something, if I recall right.
Yeah, it was the next day. It wasn't even the same day. So it was another day, and it wasn't even the same city, and it was closer to where he lives, not Provo.
Yeah.
So and of course, like I said, the DNA evidence, that's important too. When that so the car, we know the car's not his. As far as the video of him, all the video they showed supposedly of Tyler Robinson is either super blurry to where you can't, it's either zoomed out too far to be able to tell anything, it's too blurry, or he had his face turned away from the camera or hat down over his face when he walked in front of the camera. So you cannot get a clear picture of the person's face to be able to definitively say that's Tyler Robinson. So they have zero, even in the Washington County jail, or not jail, but the police station, the Washington County police station, the photo, the video, the short video they gave us of him in the booking room, even that one, he had his hat down and had his back turned to the camera. So even when he turned himself in, we have no video of that either. We have nothing that proves that Tyler Robinson had anything to do with this. And then we find out with the gun, we find out that the gun had, obviously the dogs didn't pick up any, when the canines looked for it, they couldn't find the gun. They didn't smell any fired gunshot residue or whatever. The ATF expert that did the analysis or whatever, she testified under oath yesterday that the inside of the barrel had dust in it, which proves that the gun had not been fired, because otherwise, had it been fired, there would not have been dust inside the barrel of the rifle. that tells it's been sitting a while to be able to collect dust. And also, like I said, the safety, when they did the video or the picture of the image that they showed of the actual gun, you could see where it looks like it still has the original military safety on it. And if that's the case, like I said, it would be inoperable. It would not even be able to be fired because it would hit the scope of that safety. So yeah, I mean, for those reasons, they have no video of no video of Tyler there. They can't link the gun to the scene. And even if they could link the gun to the scene, like I said, the gun was not even fired. And the DNA, and when it comes to the DNA evidence, they have the only DNA that they can definitively say for sure was on any of these items is Lance Twiggs' DNA. Tyler Robinson, they can only say is a possible contributor. There was not enough to say definitively it was his DNA on those items. They can say that for Lance, but not Tyler. They can only list him as a possible contributor. And like I said yesterday, it matters in the context of how many possible contributors there are, because if there are more than 2 possible contributors, then you're not supposed to include if the DNA profile is under that 20 limit or whatever, which Tyler is only a 12, and the limit is 20 to be included as a possible contributor. So if there are more than 2 people listed as DNA as possible contributors to the DNA, they should not be listed unless they're at least a score of 20. And like I said, Tyler was a score of 12. So the prosecution, or not the prosecution, but the DNA analysis wrongly, according to the defense, wrongly labeled him as a possible contributor when he should not even have been labeled a possible contributor at all based on his score. His score was under the threshold to be even considered a possible contributor.
Really, that's another mistake. That's a mistake that should be clarified in court.
Exactly. I agree. And then even with the messages, you have the Discord messages with it. They're trying to say these Discord messages. Once again, they're still trying to use these damn Discord messages as proof of a confession for him, for Tyler Robinson, when we've already proven that the Discord messages are fake. There's no way that Tyler could have written those Discord messages. Somebody else had authored them. Tyler himself could not have done that because he was already in the Washington County Jail and they had already taken his devices. So it was impossible for him personally to have authored those messages. Somebody could have remotely had access to his phone and done it, or Lance Twiggs could have done it, because obviously Lance Twiggs, being the roommate, being the lover, had access to all his devices. He had access to his phone, he had access to his computer, he had access to the gun, right. He had access to everything, to his Discord, all of that.
Yeah. Colin, that one thing you showed about Lance, I mean, did they I can't remember, did they share that in the court, or did you share it? Like Lance, all his erratic behavior and like the condition of his apartment, he looked like a schizo.
Oh yeah. Actually, you want to watch that Turkey Tom video real quick? Because I think it's important people see that Turkey Tom video.
Have you seen it?
Have you seen the Turkey Tom video, Convict?
Play it, bro. It's not coming to the top of my head, so play it.
Yeah, play it, Colin.
So yeah, well, okay. So somebody contacted Turkey Tom that claims that they claim to be one of Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs' best friends. And
Turkey Basin Tom.
Yep. And they leaked. He likes that turkey baster, baby.
Turkey Basin Tom, at it again. Man, there's some freaky stuff going on over there, huh?
I know, right?
They said they were smoking meth in the bathroom, so you never know. Oh,
It'll make you do
man.
some weird stuff.
Oh,
Either that or maybe
man.
some shrooms. Might have been on them shrooms.
For those in the chat who have a dirty past, know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't
definitely.
know. I wouldn't know, but Turkey Base and Tom would know.
That's right.
All right, let's see it.
But anyway, so Turkey Tom, supposedly somebody who claimed to be best friends with Turkey Tom, reached out to Turkey Tom and said, you know, hey, I was best friends. I've got a whole bunch of pictures and I had access to the Discord and I can give you all this. So he basically dumped a whole bunch of shit on the Turkey Tom, exclusive stuff. But what we've come to find out after the fact is that was actually an FBI agent who was leaking shit. And he was trying to pretend like he was one of, so he was leaking shit. But you know, in what the stuff we got leaked, we got Lance Twig's journal. We got pictures of his journal, and that's another reason you know it's a Fed is because they gave Turkey Tom pictures of every single page of Lance Twig's private journal. Now you tell me what friend is going to let you sit there and take pictures one by one of every single page of their journal.
No, that's crazy.
No. And also they released pictures from inside of his house of all the trash and erratic crazy shit everywhere, and of the guy's table where he had like wires all over the place and he was like trying to
look like a
assemble.
paranoid schizophrenic. He seems like a paranoid schizophrenic.
He 100% is, and that's the point. So let me see if I can pull that video because it's important to watch it. So I guess we'll pull that video up and take a look at it. Because people really should see that to understand one of the reasons why we think Lance Twiggs is so guilty in this. Is his history. I mean, you can just see just by here you go, the Charlie Kirk Discord log. Hold on, share this tab, and let me make sure I'm pulling it up here. Oops. Oh, there you go. There you go. All right, let me go full screen. Go back to beginning. Yeah, we'll watch this. If you wanna say anything, if you want me to stop it so you can say anything, just let me know. Just
All right.
Just say, hey, stop it or whatever, and I'll stop it and you can say something, all right?
All right.
A little bit out of my depth here, considering the gravity of what I'm about to show you guys, but I'm going to try my best. With that out of the way, let's get a few basic facts straight. The date is September 10th, 2025. Charlie Kirk is shot and killed. Over the next few days, law enforcement and internet investigators pore over the available information to identify the killer. Eventually, they determine it to be Tyler Robinson, and they also realize that Tyler has a transgender romantic partner named Lance Twiggs.
Yeah,
Tyler is arrested, Lance cooperates with the
absolutely.
police, and then disappears from the public eye. 13 days later, I released a video going over all of the publicly available information about Tyler and Lance. Articles, witness testimony, Lance's TikTok and Reddit accounts, and I thought that was it. But then I received a message. This message was from a third party who was close to both of them and remained in contact for 6 years up until the attack took place. They reached out to me providing never before seen information on the lead up to what happened. To my knowledge, the only other people who have this are the FBI. Now, as I go over this information, you'll notice that some of it is redacted, but I've redacted it myself with the exclusive intention to preserve the anonymity of both this person and other people who are named, who have nothing to do with Tyler's crime. Now, keep in mind, these claims are being made by an anonymous leaker. There could be more to certain events that we're simply not aware of, and other details that may explain more of the story. Additionally, some of this video is my opinion and should be treated as such. But I've done my best to provide you all with the information I'm able to share to the extent it can be verified. In his first message to me, this person said, "Hello, I just watched your video on the Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler and thought you did a good job. I happen to know Tyler and Lance in real life. I don't take a lot of pictures, so I can't prove it very well, but I am in Discord servers where both of them are, including the one where Tyler posted his confession. I have some pictures of the apartments and some stories I can tell." There were 2 pictures attached underneath. One of Tyler's confession in the Discord chat that matched the ones published by Ken Klippenstein, which were then republished by every major news outlet. The other picture is a completely original photo of local police at Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs' place, taken from across the street. For the sake of verification, he later also provided me with archives of the 3 Discord servers they shared, which I'll eventually go over the relevant parts of. Once this person's identity was verified, he proceeded to tell me about the state of Tyler and Lance's living space. The apartment would drastically shift from clean to super dirty, depending on the state of Lance's mood. I don't have too many pictures of most of the mess, but basically, he'd start living in the living room and just start turning it into his nest. After the first roommate moved out, and right after Tyler moved in like 2 weeks later, Lance had a really big breakdown.
Your mic's on Project Constitution.
Something that had to be hid. People still came over, but everyone got weirded out by all the trash. He basically had layers of wires, random Temu trinkets, decorations, random art projects, clothes, and empty alcohol containers everywhere. And if anyone touched it, he would get livid. One friend got banned from the apartment for a while because he kept touching the Temu trinkets. I wish I still had pictures, but I felt sort of guilty and deleted them since I knew Lance wasn't in the right state of mind. For context, I've been playing games with Lance and Tyler for like 6 years. I count myself kind of close to them, but I was trying to separate them from myself because being around them wasn't good for me. I say them, but Tyler was always level-headed and easygoing. But Lance could be anywhere from too depressed to talk to manic, wide-eyes, crazy person. I'll take a brief moment here to comment on the fact that in my original video, this is more or less the impression that I had, judging exclusively from Lance's more significant and expressive online presence relative to Tyler's almost non-existent digital paper trail. From Lance's Reddit account and the things his family members had to say about him, he clearly was more outspoken and in some ways unstable. There were Reddit posts of his mentioning being at odds with his family to the point of being kicked out, and he had also discussed a lot of substance abuse issues, which are a far cry from the quiet, even if uneasy relationship that Tyler seemed to have with his family. What was completely unknown, and as far as I know, hasn't been published anywhere, is this combination of hoarding and mania that this person describes Lance as exhibiting. The messages continue. During this first nest phase, Lance started working very rarely. He worked with his dad for a tub repair company. They'd either repair tubs or install them at construction sites. But when Lance was super depressed or just too manic, he'd take the day off and hit his THC vape, drink, and scroll reels. Anyway, 2 weeks before Lance's first nest phase, when the apartment was mostly normal, Tyler moved in with Lance because he'd just dropped out of college and was tired of living with his parents. He had been working with his dad at a stone cutting business where they'd install countertops. Tyler was kind of your normal blue-collar Utah guy. Most conversations with him, he'd talk hunting, camping, gaming, and he loved to talk about fishing. Now, first off, the combination of depressants with cognitive stimulants are leading factors to severe anxiety, paranoia, depression, and even psychosis. And that's without mentioning the documented connection between weed and schizophrenia. Obviously, as I assume most of you know, weed basically has 2 components, THC and CBD. CBD is not psychoactive, and it's often associated with treatments for anxiety, pain, and inflammation. Meanwhile, THC is psychoactive, and despite it also having some therapeutic uses in the treatment of nausea and side effects of chemotherapy, THC is the component of marijuana that's associated with symptoms like paranoia, psychosis, and, like previously mentioned, schizophrenia. Now, obviously, the vast majority of stoners or casual smokers are not exhibiting these symptoms. This is not a typical thing. But in certain people who are predisposed, THC can absolutely trigger a sort of psychotic meltdown, or it can compound with other mental health issues to make them just much, much worse. worse. In Lance's case, it sounds like he was using way too much pot, while simultaneously drinking heavily and scrolling reels. If there's any way someone can derive psychosis and mania from first principles, this is definitely up there. Now, in my original video about this topic, I mentioned that there were two specific periods of change for Lance and Tyler by extension. The first was 2020, when the pandemic hit, locking everyone inside their houses and apartments, and therefore driving them to spend a lot more time on the old computer. And as the Discord logs are going to show later, it's probably when Lance and Tyler started to communicate the most frequently, even if they were already gaming and talking prior. The second period was during 2024, which is when Tyler moved into the apartment with Lance. And as their anonymous peer here is saying, within 2 weeks of Tyler being there, Lance began his...
All right, I just talked to Billy, and sorry I didn't realize I didn't have my mic muted at first. But yeah, I just talked to Billy. She did make it in the courtroom today. She is not able to come on live stream with us because she's in the car with a bunch of other people. She's got to go somewhere right now, so she can't do it. But she gave me a quick rundown. She said that there wasn't really anything new except the main thing that she told me was that one, Benny Johnson was in the courtroom today. She did say that. And she also, exactly. Also that Jack Posobiec pulled up in a sports car or whatever, like flaunting his flaunting his wealth or whatever, pulling up like he's pulling up to like a movie premiere or something, which was weird. What a douchebag. And also she said that they seem to be selectively, because remember she was yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, she was telling us how strict they were in the courtroom with the rules, how you couldn't even, like, she was getting admonished, like, not her, but somebody else she was with was getting admonished for even even turning their head and looking behind them at Tyler Robinson's family. And how the court guy came up and was actually threatening to kick them out for doing that, just for turning their head and looking for one quick second at the family. So Billy said today that she felt like that the rules were being enforced only on the people that thought Tyler was innocent, the people that were there, in support of Tyler. So the other side wasn't, people from the other side, this guy named Kyle something, who's another commentator, but he was there, and she said that he kept looking back and like nodding and stuff to all the other, like to Erica's people and other people in the room. And security did nothing about it. So, she said that they seemed like they were selectively enforcing the rules against them, but not against the people that were there thinking that Tyler was guilty. So that kind of tells me that the court itself is being biased, even in the courtroom aspect of it, of how they handle things in the courtroom. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Checks out.
Yeah, they're not even trying to hide it. If I was Tyler, I would find some new counsel. I don't know how long that process takes.
Yeah.
Well, they can't, right, bro?
At this point as far in, I don't think they can, personally.
Yeah.
Because is this far into it?
Yeah, the judge would have to.
He would have to agree to it.
Yeah, the judge would have to agree to it, and
it would push the trial way back to, because you'd have to give time for the new defense counsel to get caught up to speed and look at all the evidence and everything.
Right.
And the judge, there's no way I see the judge doing that.
Yeah, who knows if Tyler can even speak for himself at this point.
Exactly. Oh, speaking of that, one thing I do want to make clear is, like I said, early on in the investigation, I think it was October, one of the people that are on my team that are in my circle of researchers and stuff, she actually made a profile, because they do video visits in the Utah County Jail. You can't actually visit in person. The only thing they allow you to do are actual video visitations.
Yeah.
And she went there in person, or not in person, I'm sorry. She went there, she did a video visit. She signed up and got put on Tyler Robinson's list of people he can do video visits with.
Yeah.
And she went and signed up. She did a video visit with him, got there at the meeting. He came on camera. She sat right across from him on camera, but he refused to, he asked, who are you? And she told her who she was or whatever. He's like, I can't talk to you. My attorneys told me not to talk to anybody. So he refused to talk. He wouldn't. That's all he reported. She kept trying. She asked like 3 or 4 times, try to get him to say and to talk about anything, and he just kept repeating himself. I'm not allowed to talk to you. I can't talk to you right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I thought that was very telling, because I don't think Tyler is fully aware of all the support he has on the outside here. I think his defense counsel is keeping him very secluded, and they're not, they're controlling his access with the information that he gets, who can talk to him.
Oh,
so
for
I
sure.
don't think he knows everything going on out here.
It just came to my mind, bro.
Even know.
You got to check the super chats before you log out too.
Yep, exactly.
See if anyone's got any questions.
Yep, but he also didn't. So not only is he not aware of that, but I don't think he knows how bad his defense is. I don't think he knows just how bad they're working against him, because he doesn't know.
He's really just a kid,
all
though.
This evidence. Yeah, I don't think he knows all this evidence we found out here on the outside, like with the exploding mic or Israel's involvement. He doesn't know any of this, so he doesn't know just how bad his defense team is shit in the bed.
Yeah, no.
So, yeah, I guess.
Wait a second. Is the guy talking in this video? That's Turkey Tom?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, Turkey Tom, man. I thought you were, I thought he was like related to Tyler Robinson in some way. My bad, Turkey Tom. I didn't mean to say those things.
No, Turkey Tom's a big time YouTube guy or whatever.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got it now.
Yep. I guess real quick, we can go ahead and hit the buy me a coffees just to see if anybody else has left any messages here. And again, if you do want to support the stream, scan the QR code right down there at the bottom of the, oops. Oh crap. I messed up. Give me a second. Yeah. Scan the QR code right there at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. And, or you can, the link is pinned in the actual chat. So you can, you can send us donations that way too, if you want. But if you send us, you can send a couple bucks to the Buy Me a Coffee, leave a comment, and we'll read your message out like a super chat. So if you want to have your message, if you have something to say, you have a question for us, you want to get your message heard, you can send us a couple bucks, fill out a comment, and we will read it live on air and respond to you. So like I said, before we go any further on this video, we'll go ahead and check out the Buy Me a Coffees and see if anybody has sent us any new ones.
Hey, Colin, I gotta check out, but it was nice meeting you, Convict. Thanks for letting me join. See y'all.
Thanks for coming. Yeah, thanks for coming again with us. Thanks for joining. Everybody, like I said, this is Kelvia Campbell. She goes by Conservative KFC at Conservative.
I can't hear you, bro, if you're talking.
Yeah, I'm talking. Can you guys can hear me in the chat, right? You guys in the chat can hear me, right? Can you guys in the chat hear me? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So it's on your side, bro. But anyway, so conservative, follow Kelvia. She goes by @conservative_KFC on X. Make sure to follow her. She, like I said, she's an ex Turning Point USA, or not USA. She's an ex Turning Point Action employee that was fired in the mass wave of terminations because they thought she was leaking to Candace. So be sure to go follow her. She does good work, and her and I've got her and I have some important stories coming up that are going to blow the lid off of Turning Point USA. So definitely stay tuned on that. Okay, so let's read those. Oh yeah, what was I gonna do? So let me drop it in the chat one more time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, bro. You can't hear me? Can you hear me? I don't know what's going. Something's going on with his microphone. Anyway, so the link buymeacoffee.com/projectconstitution right there. I just dropped it in the chat again. I will drop it in the chat one more time on X. Give me a second to drop that in the chat on X here. Hang on, brother. I'll bring you up in 1 second. Let me just finish what I'm doing here. Come on. What's going on? Okay, there we go. All right, so I just dropped the Buy Me a Coffee link in the chat on X as well. Let me go ahead and pull him up. There you go. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Convict? Can you hear me, brother? Convict, can you hear me? Can you hear me, brother? The microphone is on yours. I don't know. Something's going on with you. You can't hear me. Yeah, it's on you. It's not on me. Everybody else can hear me.
Shit.
Yeah. So I'll read the Buy Me a Coffees real quick. Okay, so Tyler Robinson needs a high-profile attorney. That was where we left off with Dre. Okay, so we have one here from K. Rawlis. Let me try to pull him up again.
Okay.
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, I can hear you.
Me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know what happened before, bro, but okay, cool. So we are reading the Buy Me a Coffees out real quick. Oops, where'd it go? Okay, so share this tab. Okay, so from K. Ross here, we have, has anyone explored the possibility that Erica is compromised and that she is being forced to act accordingly to protect her kids? I do not think that is the case based on her history. However, if this were the narrative, then then would more of the Fed sloppers be on board with the conspiracy theory? Yeah, I mean, I could see that. That is a possibility. We have considered that possibility. I don't think so either. I think that she is a willing participant. I think that she is part of, I think she too was MK Ultra'd at a young age, and basically groomed by her mother, programmed or whatever by her mother to basically be an empty vessel, to just do whatever they want her to do. So I think she's just good at following orders and doing what she's got to do. I don't think she even realizes that she's in danger right now. I don't think she realizes that the other side, that her side is actually setting her up for a false flag event. Because they've decided that, like I said, we've talked about this before, is they've kind of decided that she is no longer useful, that she's not an asset anymore, but she's more of a liability. So she's no longer useful. And that is why they're setting her up for a false flag by trying to claim, that our words are violent and that because of the stuff we're saying, we're going to get her killed. We're going to get somebody to take a shot at her or whatever. Which none of us would do that. They're like, if anybody does do that, it's going to be a false flag. It's going to be somebody from their side, and they're going to try to blame it on us. But the fact that they're even talking like that and using that kind of rhetoric should scare her. If she had any, I don't know what the word is, but that should scare her. That should make her think like, hey, now might be a good time to come clean and tell people what I know privately, at least to us, like to Candace or myself or somebody, because we could try to protect her if that was the case. But I really personally, I don't think that's the case. But it is always a possibility. What do you think, bro?
Puppet. Just another puppet, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, with all the deep connections, with dad having that contract with Raytheon Israel and, the mom having contracts with the military industrial complex. I mean, it's only obvious.
And you got to remember too, is she's also a Rothschilds. She is by blood, she's connected to the Rothschilds. So she's a part of it. She's not, I don't think she's, being threatened. She's like an unwilling participant. I do believe there are some people that are just going along with it because they're scared. Like Blake Neff, for example, I think is one of those people.
Yeah.
But I don't think Erica is one of them. I think Erica for sure is 100% on board with it. So that's my opinion on that. Thank you for the comment, though, and question. That was a good question, actually. Shakreli sent us a buy me a coffee and said, appreciate your efforts. Go Max. Absolutely. We always go Max for Charlie.
Yeah.
We might not know, but we know what happened, and we're not going to stop until we actually get that out in the public and get justice for Charlie. That's what it's about.
That's right.
And then Millie Gilmartin sent us a buy me a coffee. She said, love that CIA mug. Go Max. She's talking about when Kelvia brought out the Candace Intelligence Agency mug.
Yeah,
absolutely. I love it too. And you guys should all support Candace and get her merch. Because remember, she's being sued. Not only being she's being sued by Macron, but she's also being sued by Brian Harpole right now as well. And supposedly there's another big lawsuit coming down the pike against myself and Candace Owens, and potentially Baron Coleman as well. So we'll have to see what happens there. But definitely support her. You can buy that mug, by the way, off her website, CandaceOwens.com. So if you want to get one for yourself, go to her website and you can purchase it right there. Then we have Carrie left us a buy me a coffee. She said, great coverage and looking forward to the trial coverage too. This trial is connected to all the world's problems, from Trump to Epstein to Israel, and it's important to fight this fight for everyone's sake. I also want to add that I think Trump's current commitment to Israel is setting himself up as the future prime minister of Israel, leaving him in a one world order king controlling both the Middle East and the West. Biblical, 2 eagles, and dangerous. Biblical, 2 eagles, and dangerous. I would agree I don't know necessarily about setting him up as the next prime minister, but I agree with everything else there for sure. Charlie's death actually was the catalyst. When people ask why Charlie's death was so important, why people care so much, it's not just Charlie's death. Charlie's death is actually opened up the bigger picture, and it woke everybody up to the deep state. It woke everybody up to their tactics. It basically blackpilled the entire country all in one pop.
For sure.
We've all woken up to how they operate. They always have operated in the shadows using these tactics. So Charlie's death had basically woken us up and not only showed us who they are, but how they operate, and also it has brought the good versus evil. It's shown everybody that this is more than just a left versus right thing or whatever. This is a good versus evil fight that we're in right now. And you see that because we're now getting them in mainstream discussions on like Baal and demon worship and about the MK Ultra. Now we're having congressional hearings about MK Ultra. And I think that's all because of Charlie. If it weren't for Charlie, none of this stuff would have happened. And also one more thing is that Charlie also, his death has unified both sides. We see that, like I said, both the left and the right are coming together to face our common enemy, which is the Epstein class, the elites. The elite Epstein class is our real enemy. And, I think we all realize that now, and both sides are coming together. You see Anna Kasparian aligning with like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. You see Hunter Biden aligning with us. You see, that's why I'm aligning with Z from Unfuck America tour. All of us, like, we've realized that we all need to come together to fight our common enemy if we want this country to actually succeed, because that's the only way. We're right now we're to the point where we're either going to the country's going to be dead, they're going to tear up the Constitution, and we're just going to be a dictatorship or whatever. And the only chance that we have to stop that is by all coming together and turning and facing the real enemy, which is them. And Charlie's death is what was the catalyst for that. Another great comment. So thank you very much, Carrie.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And then we got Medusa USI again, said, thanks for day 5 of Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearing. And once again, thank you very much for that comment. Thank you very much for the donation. And thank you very much for watching us all 5 days. This person here has been with us all 5 days. They have donated to us all 5 days.
Medusa's a day one.
Absolutely. And I love that. So thank you very much. I'm glad you're with us, and we definitely appreciate the support. Let me just refresh it one more time to see if there's any more here. Oop, what happened? There we go. Okay, cool. That's it. Okay, cool. So we're done there. All right. So you wanna continue with the with this Turkey Tom video?
Let us know in the chat. Do you guys want us to continue, or you?
We can either end the stream and you guys can go watch it on your own, or we can watch it with you now. It's up to you guys, whatever you want to do. Let us know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. I'll say it this way. Put a 1 in the chat if you want us to keep watching it. Put a 2 in the chat if you want us to end the stream and let you guys just go watch it on your own. So 1 in the chat if you want us to watch the Turkey Tom video. 2 if you want us to end the stream. And there must be a huge delay. We're not getting anybody answering here. What? Okay, one. Okay. Yeah, we can. We got a couple of ones. I don't see any twos. We got some ones.
Go for it.
All right, so we'll go ahead and watch it and play it with you guys then.
Nest phase, as he puts it. Funnily enough, the one other instance I've ever heard of making a nest in your living room comes from Theo Vaughn talking about what he did during binges of the white dust kind of stimulant, if you know what I mean.
I remember that. I'll make a nest in my living room, dude. Boy.
And more than anything else you can think of.
Turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You'll be.
That's what we were referring to earlier, by the way, when we were talking about Turkey Tom.
You'll be out on your own porch, you know. Yeah.
While this description is obviously played up in its context, it's actually a pretty common experience to start hoarding while in states of paranoid mania, which is what Lance appeared to be going through. From his Reddit history, we know that Lance used to be a big fan of Jordan Peterson, who is widely known as the clean your room guy, repeatedly harping on how your living space reflects your psyche. If this leaker is telling the truth, then it would make sense that as Lance's mental state deteriorated, so did the physical space around him. With all of that information regarding Lance being corroborated by these messages, we also have the reveal that Tyler had dropped out of college and decided of his own volition to move out. In my original video, we had the information that he was in an electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. But based on these messages, it seems he dropped out and was just working at a masonry business with his dad. Again, this matches the picture of Tyler that one can derive from all of the
So that's what I was saying. I think both Tyler and Lance were working for Tyler Robinson's dad's, masonry company, his tile company or whatever. That's what I think.
Testimonies regarding what kind of person he was. So after about 5 years or so of being friends with Lance, he decides to move in with him. But at this point, there's no sign that the two are engaged in a romantic relationship.
You know, this is a 45-minute video. It's a long video, so I'm going to put this on. I'm going to speed this up just a little bit to make it go faster. That way we're not sitting here all day watching this.
Their peer continues. I felt super bad when he first moved in with Lance because it was normal for like 2 weeks, and then Lance went nuts, and the entire downstairs just became his nest. He'd be doing experiments in the kitchen, which were mostly just growing mold in Tupperware mugs, and the kettle with random Temu trinkets and rocks submerged in them. Every once in a while, I'd try to have a talk with Lance and try to get him to realize he needed help without making him go ballistic. Now, this is actually bizarre. One of the things I didn't pay that much attention to in my first video about this was that Lance made 2 posts regarding growing fungi, one of them in r/mushroom growers, and another one of them in r/shrooms.
So he was definitely taking shrooms, just like I said earlier about the shrooms. No wonder he's so paranoid, schizophrenic, or whatever. Shrooms will do that to you, you know?
However, they were very brief non sequiturs that didn't at all give the impression of how deeply invested Lance was into growing mushrooms, which apparently he was, at least during his episodes. The interest in mushrooms peaking when Lance is at his craziest reminds me of the Cult of the Lamb Cordyceps that takes over one of the characters and makes him want to grow more mushrooms. This is extremely strange behavior, but my personal autism aside, the messages continue. I'm not going to say it was all just him being insane. His mom is super Mormon and also kind of crazy, so there's that. And all of the drugs, weed, LSD, shrooms, DMT, and I think he said Molly, but I'm not sure. Also, alcoholic levels of alcohol. Lance has always been a little weird and quirky, but never really crazy. He was constantly arguing with his mom every time he saw her, and then ranting about Republicans and Mormons when he got home. I'd sometimes talk with him for like 4 hours of.
And by the way, that fits what Jesse said about his family, that, you know, that he didn't get along with his family at all, and even tried to kill one of his family members with a knife.
Him just ranting about his mom and family. He really hates Mormons. Also, at the time, politically, Lance and I would both probably describe ourselves as libertarian, and Tyler was very apolitical. On his Reddit account, there is one relatively old post about Lance having substance abuse problems, and you could assume that due to him no longer posting about it, he no longer struggled with it. Apparently, it was the opposite, as over time, it only got worse. And it's really the mention here of DMT that stands out to me. While the other drugs are bad enough and can permanently damage your brain, especially in combination with each other, even people who like DMT will tell you about how careful careful you have to be about using it, even if you try your best to do it in a therapeutic setting. But clearly, Lance was in no state of mind to manage his substance intake in any way that resembled healthy. It almost freaks me out how easily someone like Lance could get his hands on that kind of thing, despite being completely out of his mind for months on end. This set of messages also confirm another suspicion of mine expressed in the first video. Prior to 2024, neither Lance nor Tyler were particularly political, as they only ever expressed opinions that could be loosely classified as socially liberal, which most young Zoomers are by default anyway. However, this changed suddenly and drastically during the year that they lived together. He had his nest phase for probably 3 to 4 months before he sort of went back to normal. But at the tail end of his nest phase, after we had both talked for a while, he told me he was trans, and that it wouldn't change anything, and that I could even use whatever pronouns, and he wouldn't care. Over the next week and a half, the living room got dismantled. He vacuumed and cleaned the kitchen a bit, but he still kept one mold experiment outside for some reason. It was kind of relieving to not see so much trash lying around. We weren't allowed to toss even the most mundane trash like napkins and Taco Bell sauce packets, which there was an entire drawer of. So seeing all the cans and bottles disappear was super nice. Whenever we came over, people commented on how it's nice that we could hang out without being scared of accidentally touching trash or a trinket and having Lance freak out. We'd have a mostly weekly Magic the Gathering night at the apartment where everyone would come drink, get high, and play Magic. Lance started attending again after he became
These guys were clearly total nerds, you know, that they were into video games and playing Magic the Gathering and stuff like that. So they weren't very women friendly. They were just, you know, your typical just, you know, gamer, you know, I guess incel might be the right name. I don't know.
Right.
mostly normal. It's interesting to see that him identifying as trans came while he was in his nesting phase, but he maintained it after it had ended. It does startle me a bit how basically all of Lance's friend group, who frequently visited Lance and Tyler's house,
Dude, that's right there. That's a dude that looks like mentally, criminally insane. You know, you see a face like that, that tells me that dude needs to be locked up, you know, in a loony bin, don't you?
Yeah, he looks a little nutty there, man.
Oh, big time.
just kind of tolerated this going on for months. I have no idea how it's possible to put up with a situation so clearly deranged for that long, but hey, different strokes for different folks. Now, it's this next set of messages that I find really interesting. Between all of his turns while playing Magic, Lance would go hang out with Tyler, and we'd have to call him to the tables every time it was his turn. One of my gym buddies was the first to pick up on Tyler and Lance being really close. I was in denial for months because I thought Tyler was straight, and also I kind of did not want it to be true. Eventually, I kind of snapped out of it like the nth time I saw them asleep, cuddling on the couch. I kind of didn't think too much of it since Lance would get super cuddly every time he got drunk, which is how I think they got together, because I'm pretty sure Tyler was a virgin when he moved in. So probably when Lance was in the cuddly mood, probably something happened.
Damn. So, I mean, I don't think Tyler's going to get convicted because there isn't any evidence to convict him. But if for some chance Tyler does get convicted, poor Tyler, man, he's gonna go to prison and live the rest of his life until I guess he gets the death penalty maybe or whatever in prison as a virgin. He's gonna die a virgin. That's sad. That's probably the saddest part. Yeah.
But that's just my guess. This is where a lot of things start clicking together. Tyler, an introverted gamer who, as far as anyone could tell, had no prior relationships of any significance, spent 4 months living with his best friend, Lance, who apparently got overly cuddly with everyone while drunk, and simultaneously had the proclivity to drink too often. It's not surprising that this was the outcome of a touch-starved virgin gamer living in the same house as a touchy-feely, seemingly manic trans person. However, a while after Lance had mostly gone back to normal, things started to intensify again. I started noticing changes in Lance's political views as the presidential election got closer. He amped up the complaints of old people staring at him, which probably was because he dressed like a stoner and not because he was female presenting, because all he did in that department was grow out his hair and wear mascara every once in a while. He also hated that the construction workers would misgender him, which I thought was weird since he said he was fine with any pronoun. Tyler wouldn't really get political until after the election. He'd sometimes just casually bring up the latest thing Trump had done and complain about what it'd do to the country, but in a very level-headed way. Before the election, Lance's friend group was the quirky LGBT group with a lot of mental illnesses. Not saying the two are linked, but that's how my friends knew them. They're the people who are in Lance's server for the most part. After the election, they became a lot more political, but not to an extremist level. By this point, I could safely say Lance and Tyler were some flavor of left-wing, while I'd become tired of politics and mostly apolitical, but never anything I thought was like dangerous. At some point, they told me about their relationship and were pretty open about it after that. It became very uncomfortable for me because while I don't think of myself as homophobic, seeing two dudes constantly make out was a bit much. Also, since Lance's room was always super messy, they would bang in Tyler's room, and I didn't didn't like hearing it. I cannot imagine how much it sucked to be in this guy's shoes. While this is a bit out of character for Tyler, who's been consistently described as reserved, it does match Lance's behavior of being overly transparent and letting other people, even people who randomly visited him, see into his intimate life to a point where it's concerning. It's also fitting that Lance's pre-existent paranoid behaviors were now manifesting in correlation to his gender, as despite not being particularly female presenting or being concerned with being seen and treated as a woman, he still took issue with anyone who perceived him as a man. People who are paranoid often assume others look upon them negatively, no matter how asinine the reason may be. Clearly, Lance's mental state was deteriorating, and whether intentionally or not, he was dragging Tyler along with him. And this became increasingly transparent over time. Their mutual acquaintance continues. Lance started becoming more and more erratic again until, at the end of December, he just had another nuclear meltdown after having another argument. Also, a couple months before, we noticed Lance had been growing breasts and said that he'd been taking black market HRT, which I do not know what that entailed, but I think it was making him very erratic. So he basically shut down for like 2 weeks, not talking, just hitting his vapes in the living room in the dark. So here we have the mention of possibly...
By the way, you know, you start messing with hormones, you know, you've got people taking these hormone treatments and shit. That'll also really whack out your head, whack out your brain, you know? You
Yeah,
have
it's
no
making
idea
them.
how much hormones. Yeah.
No, you go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you have no idea how much hormones actually affect your mental capacity and your, you know, how your brain functions. It whacks them out big time.
One of the most concerning details about what kind of substances Lance was on at this point in time. Taking synthetic hormones of any kind, whether the kind and quantity your body already produces or not, is extremely dangerous and can cause pretty much every kind of health issue imaginable, including mental. Even if you're a guy and you take just a little bit of testosterone, you can suffer all kinds of side effects. So obviously, in Lance's case, the risks are much greater by default, and it's made exponentially more dangerous given the circumstances. This is someone who has proven himself to be delusional, chronically sleep deprived, and prone to overdoing substances. There is simply no chance he was mentally well enough to manage and administer dosages of any kind, let alone procure or produce untainted bathtub HRT. While studies on this stuff are hard to come by, there have been a few documented cases of people in similar situations to Lance. For example, there's one case of a person in their early 20s with a history of depression and psychosis who self-induced drug intoxication via HRT, which led to a worsening of their psychosis and all of their other psychiatric disorders. Uncoincidentally, this is when Lance becomes more unhinged than ever before, as his peer continues to allege. I thought he kind of started going back to normal after that because he started talking again, but I was so wrong. I had another magic night at the end of January, so even though Lance wasn't completely fine, I just kind of did it to test the waters. I should have guessed because the nest was starting to form again. He was watching Doctor Who in the living room, and so I thought if he was just doing that, he'd be fine. But people started to show up and talk before we started, and he just started yelling at us from the other room to shut up, which we thought was a joke since this was standard magic night procedure. He yelled again, and then we got quiet until enough people showed up to start a game. During the game, one of my more autistic friends started to bring up transgenders in sports. He literally couldn't get any further than those 2 words before Lance yelled at him to shut up from the other room. And to everyone's amazement, he tried to bring it up like 3 more times in rapid succession, being shouted down literally not even a second after he started his sentence every time. It became a very awkward game. It's pretty funny to think back on now. Bro could not take a hint. After that, more people showed up, and we started having 2 games going, and the mood mostly stabilized, and Lance just came in with sort of a loopy grin and a bottle of something. I'll summarize this part briefly since this person goes into a bit of detail about what happened, but Lance proceeded to throw this guy's extra rare magic cards around to try and get his attention. And afterwards, he went upstairs, at which point everyone started hearing loud thumping. Apparently, Lance had gone into a temper tantrum so intense that he was literally thrashing around on the floor, which hopefully was just a tantrum and not some kind of seizure, because at this point, Lance is really a prime candidate for that to happen. Their peer continues. After that, Lance went mental. I'd get to Lance and Tyler's place, and he'd be super wide-eyed with either a loopy grin or a rictus grin like the Joker, depending on his mood. The nest came back full force, and Lance started living downstairs full-time again. This is a picture of a kind of cleaned-up version. Imagine this type of mess, but denser and all over the living room and kitchen counters. He started playing on his DS and drawing stuff.
Okay, so this picture right here is important.
Okay, so I do remember this tweaked out table right here.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of weird shit going on here, man.
Yeah, point some stuff out that you recall from the last time you played this.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know, you know, people pointed. There's definitely stuff here that is of interest. I just don't remember off the top of my head what it was. And I
Right.
can't, unfortunately, I can't zoom in on this because it's a video. I can't zoom in to get a closer look to be able to look for myself, really, you know?
It looked like they were trying to make it explosive or something. Something weird.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it looks like, though.
This type of mess, but denser and all over the living room and kitchen counters. He started playing on his DS and drawing stuff in, I think, PitchoChat, and scribbling it all out while giggling with the wide-eyed Joker smile. He'd either be doing this, or his experiments, or talking with ChatGPT day in and day out. He hardly ever slept. The experiments got scarier too, like jugs of water with a whisk full of aluminum foil that had 2 copper wires coming out of them. The water was clear one day, and at some point, I think the wires got plugged into the outlet because the water turned brown and the aluminum foil was pretty burnt. He also started leaving little papers around the house that he had scribbled on while doing that giggling thing. It's at this point that our leaker here sent an extensive set of pictures he'd taken of the state of the apartment and the notes Lance left around. First is an image of their magic table, completely vandalized with garbage that mostly resembles electrical stuff, which is odd because Tyler was...
Okay, so here's a little bit closer zoomed in picture. Seems like there's a lot of tubing. There's batteries, there's a battery, there's wires glued to the table. You know, that
Yeah,
thing
they were
right there with the
definitely
battery on it,
making
there's wires
something.
glued to the table. Yep.
The one in an electrical apprenticeship program, not Lance. In the background, we can see what looks to be some kind of aquarium or big glass container with rocks in it, which may be the mold experiments mentioned in the messages. Underneath it
Who grows mold too? That's weird.
is what looks to be
Super
a package
weird.
for a rock tumbler, which makes sense given that Tyler occasionally did masonry with his dad. But it's when we move to what's actually on the table that things get increasingly bizarre. And we have isolated pictures of all of the particularly interesting items. I'm going to say right now that I'm actually a specialist in literally nothing, so this is just going to be me trying to interpret these to the best of my abilities. And the screenshots I'll be looking at will be made available in the description for those of you who want to take a look for yourself and see if you can extract some sense out of the madness of Lance's post-it notes. The first one we'll go over is this one, which contains a set of...
Okay, so now we're going into the diary, Lance Tweak's diary with all his little personal notes and stuff. Now, no friend is going to let you take pictures of all this shit. That's why I said this is a Fed that's clearly, you know, going through after he's been arrested or whatever, or he's being questioned, and they're just going through piece by piece and just snapping pictures of all the evidence, you know?
Yeah.
of spiral-like scribbles that may be disconnected attempts at making the Glock logo, given the squared spiral G and the word lock near it. Right above this, there's also what looks to be the small phrase E equals T, and elsewhere on the note, I can also make out the words regent and temp, although I have no idea if this is alluding to anything in particular. On the right side of the image, another post-it has the sentence all of separate underneath what looks to be the portmanteau no linguals. This is very rough to make out, obviously, but bilingual means that someone knows 2 languages. Monolingual means that someone knows 1. Therefore, no lingual would mean someone who knows no languages or someone who is nonverbal. The next set of scribbles is a bit more cohesive, although I'm using that word pretty loosely here at this point. Here we can see stop looking for others at the top and Terraria Buggin Tear Ableist in the middle, which I think may be some wordplay with terrible and ableist. At the bottom of this page, an illustrated version of the word sine wave is written above lose it at the tude, next to a picture of some bizarre looking animal. This at the tude bit to me is very reminiscent of how schizophrenic people will break words down and obsess with syllables, word morphology, and portmanteaus. There's another example of this in one of the post-it notes where he writes, I'm alone, obviously doing what I'm talking about here. On another page, we have Monsumus Sumptuous right at the top, followed by SFTU Piteous, which I assume is like, shut the flip up, idiots, maybe? Further down the page, there's a rough sketch of America with the number 21.0 inside of it, and nearby phrases like go to the store and small box go listen to acts. A lot of this stuff reads like Lance is just writing his mundane thoughts or whatever he's seeing on his phone in the most cryptic and insane way possible, but some of it does stand out to me as potentially meaningful or at least consistent. On a post-it note, he writes down TY and miss my BF, obviously in reference to Tyler. On another one, we have stop crying, stop stopping, and in one of the pages, we have the phrase full stop, very jagged at the bottom, although this may be bull or something else. On this page, there's something pretty interesting, as the words federated and
You see CIA right there on the left-hand corner of the screen. There's a C and then an I and an A, CIA.
Yeah. Yep.
And then he says Fed right here over next to it. It says Fed related.
Yeah.
CIA Fed related. That tells you he's a Fed right there.
That's wild.
Matter of fact, I'm going to take a screenshot of that so I can later post that. But yeah, that says CIA Fed related. And that's from one of Lance's twigs. What else would he mean there? I mean, obviously, that sounds like almost an admission that he's a Fed.
And Fed related are right next to what looks to be the word CIA, and further down, a drawing of 4 symbols that ever so slightly resemble what you'd see on a set of Zener cards. If you're not familiar with what these are, Zener or Zener cards were created in the early 20th century to test if people had extrasensory perception, and much later on, they were frequently reported as being used in gifted and talented education programs. There are a lot of conspiracy theories.
Again, with the GATE program, remember we said there's so many people were in the GATE program. Charlie was in the GATE program. And that's where they get a lot of these kids. That's where they source a lot of these kids to go into these MK Ultra style programs.
Yeah.
Through the GATE program. Jesse on Fire, by the way, he was in the GATE program. That's something that he's told me privately as well, that he is in the GATE program.
Oh, dang.
When he was a kid. Yeah. Which makes sense because now he's in media. All these people that were in the GATE program seemingly go into media or end up being used and activated in a different way, as in mass casualty, as suspects or whatever,
Right.
Surrounding this topic, some of them being more credible than others, but they typically have to do with the CIA project MK Ultra and how GATE may be some kind of offshoot of it. I won't get into the merits of these theories, not only because Wendigoon should be the one to do that, but also because it doesn't really matter as much as the reason why people are drawn to this topic online in the first place. You see, if you check on Reddit, the majority of people who engage in discussions about the nature of GATE programs are people who were in GATE themselves, obviously, meaning they were, at some point, considered to be gifted. You may have already heard about this, but there's a sizable phenomenon of gifted kid burnout, where people who used to be overachievers in their childhood, usually in the academic sense, could no longer keep up as they got older, and so their life spiraled out of control. Part of this phenomenon is that when they can't get over their attachment to how they were treated when they were seen as special, they come up with all sorts of extraneous reasons to justify their decline and convince themselves that they're still gifted in some way. Given that Lance is quite literally documented on video as a gifted kid, being an adept piano player from a young age, and his life definitely went downhill as he got older, it would make sense for Lance, in one of his weed, paranoia, alcohol, and hallucinogen real maxing binges, to stumble upon this stuff while doom scrolling and decide to scribble about it. This notion that Lance is still attached to the idea he's special or somehow intellectually gifted is later corroborated by this anonymous peer. But even just examining his projects, Lance clearly thinks he's doing something here. Among the incoherent scribbles, there's hot glue and electrical wiring and batteries, which leads me to suspect he
This is the thing that I said is really, really weird. He's got like wires and glue. He's got like wires and a battery glued down to this piece of cardboard. Like, what the hell is going on here, Very strange.
Actually believed he was putting something together. And maybe some of these scribbles are, at least in his delusional mind, blueprints or rough sketches. At least some of his drawings had symbols that resembled electrical circuit diagrams, some even written on books about electrical stuff like impedance phenomena, while others had mathematical symbols as if he was writing down equations. Although, of course, none of it actually makes any sense to me or probably you. I will say some of this stuff legitimately gets pretty scary. To think that this guy melted his own brain to the point where he was drawing this is horrifying. Besides the consistent appearance of circuit diagram-like straight lines leading to symbols and drawings and references to spirals and spiraling, there's one image in particular that really got my attention. On what looks to be 2 pieces of cardboard, Lance wrote, "Hormonal flux is way fluctuative," followed by definitely orchid denialism. If you don't know, orchid is actually the medical term for balls. So with the context here being him mentioning hormones and of course identifying as trans in the few months prior to Tyler's attack, orchid denialism could be a reference to him outright not acknowledging or recognizing his balls. I can't make any other conclusion besides that one, but as I said earlier, all of the images will be available for you to peruse. And although a lot of it is just random babble, I am hoping that by someone else other than I taking a look at this, there can be some information extracted from these images. The anonymous peer continues. "These scribbles look bad, but it's even worse when you saw his face when he was doodling it, combined with the giggling and how vigorously he would scribble. It was very scary. And the way he spoke was weird. It was a bunch of words, but none of them made sense together, or sometimes it'd be in rhyme, or just sometimes he'd only smile and pointed things. If I was religious, I would have called an exorcist. The smile was so scary. And he showed me what conversations he was having with ChatGPT. He told me he solved some equation backwards and showed me the ChatGPT text as proof. The chats were just paragraphs of random Greek and I think Roman symbols with numbers and random letters going on and on. He'd somehow gotten it to respond in kind as well. He told me to start scrolling faster, and so I did. And he kept telling me faster until he was basically screaming at me to scroll faster, and the ChatGPT chats just went on like forever. I was sat there scrolling at max speed for at least like a minute or two, and by the bottom, it was still in the weird symbols. He started yelling at me that Nikola Tesla was abused by the people in his time, and that no one we knew was smart enough to solve that equation, including me, because he is way smarter than me. This was all in weird, broken up sentences too. Definitely added to the creepy factor. Tyler told me that Lance had basically been up for like 3 days straight talking to ChatGPT at that time. It's interesting that he mentions he'd get an exorcist if he was religious, because when I was going over Lance's Reddit posts, he talks about how once his family threw him out of the house, saying he was possessed by a demon. If this is what they were
Yeah, that's what Jesse was talking about when he tried to kill his family member with a knife, and he got kicked out of the house.
Oh, that was during this time period?
Yep, exactly.
having to deal with, that becomes a lot more understandable. As far as the ChatGPT conversations in Latin and Greek, another common fixation of people who are schizophrenic is hermeneutics, the interpretation and analysis of biblical texts, often in their original language or as close to it as possible. There are huge online communities for esoteric and occult interpretations of the Bible revolving around sacred geometry or gematria, which, given Lance's repeated use of broken maths in his notes and scribbles, may have contributed to his delusions here. Again, this doesn't mean that this was actually happening, but it's a decent guess as to why those two specific languages and equations keep popping up in Lance's activities, despite him showing no interest in foreign or dead languages elsewhere. The messages continue. He'd sometimes just be sobbing in Tyler's arms, and Tyler would be rocking him back and forth. We all thought Tyler was a trooper for putting up with Lance in that state. So the next image attached in these messages is one that I don't think I can show you guys on YouTube, but you will be able to check it for yourself in the description. But it's a used condom on the sink of the bathroom in the common area. We know this photo was taken in their apartment because the counter, sink, toilet, and other details match this photo of their sink taken from a Zillow listing. The same applies to another photo of the table in their living room, which once again matches the Zillow listing, as we can see that the window with the white blinds is in the same location. As nasty as this is to even take into consideration, it is worth noting that it is completely empty, which leads me to think that even if Tyler was still engaging with Lance in this way, it was more out of pity or a sense of duty than anything else. The anonymous peer says, crazily enough, while Lance was like that, Tyler was still hitting it. When I told Lance I would be leaving the general area, it was crazy. He snapped back to reality for a second and just thanked me for all the good times we had had hanging out throughout the years. After that, I think Lance had been brought back just a little bit, and he even let Tyler take him out of the house to start seeing a psychologist. It almost made me feel bad because, not gonna lie, I was starting to become really apathetic and not really care about what happened. Like, it was just so much energy to try and deal with Lance. Tyler was a real trooper for dealing with him. Lance even calmed down enough for us to hold like 3 more magic nights. We all thought Lance would be okay because he had Tyler, who was basically his handler at this point, to take care of him. Eventually, my friend who lived across the street from their apartment let me know that Lance had gotten into an argument with his grandpa, who owned the apartment, and his grandpa had taken his car away. This I'm not sure about, but I suspect it put him into another one of these spirals. I imagine Lance was just alone with Tyler in the apartment, just driving Tyler crazy. I'd be hard pressed to stay sane while living alone with Lance while he's like that. I joined a couple Discord calls with Tyler and Lance would say one thing and then be silent, and Tyler would just talk normally. Tyler even joined a call 2 weeks before the assassination and acted completely normal. All of this is really interesting to me because while we did have an inkling that neither Tyler nor Lance were in their right mind by the time the attack took place, it seems like the situation was that Tyler was being subjected to an incessant barrage of genuinely psychotic ramblings from a paranoid and deranged Lance, who had recently become significantly more political. As is customary for people with these kinds of delusions, they start fixating on prominent people, imagining they have some specific relationship to that person, usually that they're being stalked or otherwise directly antagonized by them. This is probably when the name of Charlie Kirk entered the mix, and while it was probably just one among many delusions Lance would probably forget about by the time his episode ended, it seems it seeped into Tyler's mind as the cause of Lance's problems. Obviously, there's the political context of it, with Lance being trans and Charlie being conservative and criticizing the trans community. But judging from the leaked messages between Lance and Tyler, it does seem Lance himself is taken aback and shocked that Tyler did what he did. If I were to guess, Tyler took some of the things Lance must have said while in a state of delusion to heart, while Lance had already forgotten about them a while later. Their peer concludes his messages by saying, after talking to another friend apparently right after he did the shooting, he joined a bunch of Discord calls asking if anyone had seen the news while breathing heavily. And literally the next day, he was in call just chatting with people while playing his puzzle games. And also for the record, Tyler 100% calls Lance my love when they are talking alone. Hopefully this sheds some light on what it was like behind the scenes. With all of this context
the
provided,
Fed.
I think it's beyond the shadow of a doubt that the last messages exchanged between Tyler and Lance are real.
Again, says the Fed. The person saying all this is this is the correspondence with Turkey Tom and his supposed informant, which, like I said, is clearly a Fed. We all know this is a Fed. So by
Right.
him trying to confirm, he's saying, "Oh, by the way, he definitely said my love, and this definitely is legit text messages."
So it looks like
Bullshit.
he's pushing the narrative, the Fed slop narrative.
Exactly. 100%. Yep. This is clearly a Fed. You could tell.
It also elucidates the nature of their relationship, as Lance was someone Tyler was mostly taking care of rather than having a normal relationship dynamic with. From the looks of it, it seems like Lance is someone who, at least at one point, was very self-aware and proactive as a person, being confident enough to argue with others over his worldview, while Tyler has always been quiet and stayed in the background of any setting he found himself in, including his relationship with Lance. Unfortunately, it turns out that he was simply less expressive of his thoughts. Now, the leaker also sent me their Discord logs, and this dynamic of Lance being the expressive one while Tyler played a subservient role is also reflected there, as Lance messaged the chats way more frequently and even had his own server. The logs I got are of 3 different servers that Tyler and Lance were parts of. Lance under the name Lanceolotl and Fluxolotl, and Tyler is the name Zealous_Monkey and Bedbug Inspector. These messages date all the way back to 2020, and although most of it is pretty irrelevant stuff and boring, it is kind of spooky to see that at some point these guys were like completely normal, just sending memes to each other on Discord. Interestingly enough, Tyler frequently spoke of going fishing or making fishing trips that lasted for days with no cell service, where he would speak to no one. While this isn't really negative, it does differentiate Tyler from his peers. There's one kind of introvert who stays indoors and plays on the computer, and then there's go fishing in the middle of nowhere with no cell service for days kind of introvert. Still, at least early on, it's clear that the people in this server have no issue with offensive humor and don't necessarily swing politically in any given direction, although there are a few odd things that I have to note, even if they are just jokes. In mid-2020, someone else in the server tags Lance and says, "Nobody said gross when you said you wanted to bang your 2-year-old cousin, Lance." The context of this is that the same guy who sent this message said he wanted to bang snake girls, and Lance responded by saying gross. But honestly, this doesn't explain that much. Another interesting tidbit from these chats is when the topic of religion came up, prompting Lance to say, "Isn't Brigham Young the one with all the quotes about how black people are cursed and can't hold the priesthood until they get uncursed by God?" For context, Brigham Young was an early leader of the LDS Church. In response, the person with whom he was talking said that most religions start screwed up, implying that they would get better over time. To which Lance replied, "And most still are," basically shutting it down. Long before the gender issue was something Lance was invested in, his earliest strong opinion is a clear anti-religious sentiment. Still, at no point here is there any sign that Lance's opinion is unquestioningly shared by the entire server, as most people here express pretty reasonable and mixed opinions. Around the same time that those messages about Brigham Young were sent, they were discussing politics and video games, but no one was really arguing as much as they were just expressing their views in a friendly manner. Eventually, Lance says auth-right lib-left unity, referring to the squares of the political compass of authoritarian right and liberal left. So clearly politics weren't taken too seriously by this friend group. A little while later, still in 2020, Tyler can be seen commenting on the presidential debate, saying that it was hilarious, but making no further comments. In September 2020, Lance says, "Femboy Friday greater than Tomboy Tuesday, White Girl Wednesday isn't where it's at," followed by White King Wednesday. These seem to purely be jokes, as he showed no signs of identifying as a femboy at this point in time. As a matter of fact, when someone else sends a few messages saying, "Femboy hypnosis is finally working, my nipples are so puffy, Jesus Christ," Lance responds with 2 long strings of question marks. Although this may 100% be irony on Lance's part, in November 2020, he sent "Vote Jeb" to this chat, referencing Jeb Bush's failed and often memed on 2016 presidential campaign. Interestingly enough, at least back in 2020, Tyler seems to be the one who was more politicized from the Discord messages. At one point, he went as far as to suggest that freedom of speech should be amended so that vaccine and COVID skepticism was not protected by it and could get you punishment by the government. Also, I've repeatedly seen people claim that Tyler was a furry, but in these chats, he seems to deny it, as when another user says he is one, he replies by saying, "I told someone I wasn't going to watch their anime one time."
Yeah, to my knowledge, Tyler was not a furry. Lance was a furry, but Tyler was not.
Right. And it seems more so even with this video that he's putting out that Lance was the one with the super psychological issues and it wasn't Tyler Robinson.
Exactly. So if you watch this, you can clearly see that this guy fits all the patterns of the mentally unstable lunatic, who would go on an assassination kill spree against.
I mean,
Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson.
Tyler Robinson should have got away from this weirdo anyway. I don't know what what led him to want to stick around that situation or what that backdrop story is, but you know, it's a weird situation. Seems like Tyler
Yeah.
Robinson was being groomed too.
Oh, 100%.
Because when you're
I
going
think so
through
as well.
extreme like psychological environments like Lance Twiggs was around, that's a form of grooming too. Like you're getting groomed psychologically.
I agree, 100%. I don't know exactly the relationship there, but I do believe that he too was being MK Ultra manipulated, groomed, whatever. And part of that, was Lance's doing for sure. A big part of that was Lance's doing.
And get called a goddamn furry. This country is going downhill. Earlier on, even Lance was open to cracking some more edgy jokes, like me proving that being black is a myth and calling other people libtards. And I'm under the impression that he engaged with lolcow and internet drama culture to some extent. The reason why is because there's a good few messages of him talking to someone else about Terry Davis, where he calls Terry a weird nerd, but acknowledges that he has a sad story, while expressing no hangups about someone else in the server, echoing Terry's use of the N-word to describe CIA agents. There's also a good few messages in which Lance can be seen discussing Chris Chan and his current girlfriend, Flutter, where Lance says Christorians must be praising the sun, with one odd message comparing someone's looks to Janky, which could be in reference to someone else in the server, but most likely is in reference to Isabella Janky, one of Chris Chan's most infamous tormentors and A-logs. As of 2022, Lance sent a few messages complaining about H3H3, saying this: "Can't stand the podcast or new content. His old videos are still good. I don't understand how he was able to go from genuinely goofy and enjoyable content to purely bad political takes and one of the most boring podcasts I've listened to. Half the time, he won't even let guests talk. He just interrupts them to make a bad joke and then doesn't let them finish." Another interesting token of Lance talking about the kind of content he interacted with online is his positive review of Wendigoon's content, which seems to come from Isaiah's videos on FNAF lore based on other messages sent by Lance to the server. To put it simply, up until some point in 2024, like I already suspected in my first video, Lance was mostly normal and didn't take much of anything very seriously. Even when his doom scroll nest phase began, he was still capable of making light of what he was up to, saying the following: "I have begun only sleeping on the couch, cooler downstairs, and less room to move, or I fall off/get eaten." Tyler, on the other hand, seldom engaged in the same degree of joking as Lance did. The most I could find on him suggesting an interest in edgier online content is a GIF that he posted of Gypsy Crusader. When he did send text messages to the server's chat, it was usually to give people a small window into his private life. In 2020, there was some conversation between him and other users talking about a YouTube channel he once had, which contained a tour of his bedroom. Unfortunately, as far as I know, and according to the messages Tyler sent here, this video and the entire channel have become lost media. In 2021, he said that his brother had accidentally discharged a firearm and shot a hole in the wall, with no further comments from Tyler. In 2023, it seems he became a bit more talkative, and he shared a few more times about his electrical apprenticeship program and what kinds of things he had to do in it. But any apparent character development for Tyler came to a screeching halt in late 2023 to 2024, when Tyler's messages became noticeably more politicized, some of them in reference to war in the Middle East, and some of them joking about the assassination attempt on Trump, saying snowflake liberals can't shoot straight because they too busy being gay. While he was definitely still reading the room, so to speak, and not breaking into a rant, he clearly became more agitated about these things. Curiously, another member of the group chat was at a campus of all places when a shooting took place, and Lance responded with concern. All of a sudden, this agitation too gave way to something else.
That's another thing. Why would he be talking like that about snowflake liberals and being gay and stuff? If he was gay himself and had a furry, loving trans roommate.
Yeah,
A lot of this stuff just doesn't make sense. You wouldn't talk like
No.
that if you were gay yourself.
Yeah, nah.
Very strange.
Mostly silence, as Lance became increasingly present in servers and started one of his own, the femboy server, as he put it. Right around the time they started dating, Tyler became increasingly inactive, even less expressive than he was initially. Most of the information from this time period comes from Lance, who notified the group chat when he was going on a date with Tyler or watching TV shows with him. Speaking of TV shows, it's quite possible that the show they were watching was Beastars, the big furry anime show, because Lance discussed it in the server on a few occasions. Now, from late 2024 to early 2025, some of Lance's messages further corroborate the claims made made by his and Tyler's anonymous peer. First off, he says that he's been chronically sleeping from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. and that it's been wreaking havoc on his life. Then we have a ton of messages in his own server where he's talking to ChatGPT, although I'm sure this is only a fraction of the full extent of his communications with it. Lastly, we have Lance inviting everyone in his server to attend the anti-Trump No Kings protest. Over the previous half a decade worth of Discord messages, nothing from Lance comes even close to as clear of a political expression as this. As far as Tyler's presence in Lance's server, one of the last messages I was able to find of his was sent in August, where he simply says, "I am very ill." Within a month of this message, the tragic day of September 10th comes around, and the following day, Tyler sends his confession message to their old friend group server. It's interesting to me that he sent it in this server and not to Lance's new server, because I'm not sure why that is. It could just be that he was less familiar with the people there, but based on the kind of messages sent there, which we're going to go over later, it could be that he wanted to avoid having anyone say something that resembled support for his actions. In the original group chat, one of the most prominent users replied, saying this: "Hey everyone, if you haven't seen the news yet, Tyler's post above is true. He was taken into custody earlier today for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. God calls sinners to be his saints, and I ask that you all take a quiet moment to pray for Tyler and his repentance. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Love you all. God bless." Given the clearly religious nature of this post, it's safe to say that this particular Discord server was pretty varied in what kind of people were in it, especially since it mostly went quiet after the attack on Charlie Kirk. Over on Lance's server, Lance's final message there was from a day after the shooting, tagging a user that, as of the archiving of the messages, was no longer in the server. After Tyler's crime took place, many of the users complained about the harassment and unwanted attention from journalists and random people online digging up everybody Lance was connected to. That's a perfectly reasonable reaction, especially since, as far as I can tell, most of them just occasionally played video games with Lance, so their connection to Tyler was tenuous at best, even if they shared a Discord server. But there are a few things I want to go over that I didn't mention in my previous video, such as the fact that Tyler had a few blurbs of unusual online presence that I hadn't seen. For example, he had a DeviantArt under his older handle, Craftin247, where he lists himself as they/them. It's not possible for this account to belong to someone else that created it after the assassination, as it was created 2 years ago. Then we have another account with the same exact handle, this time on Fur Affinity, but there doesn't seem to be any significant activity on it, just like on DeviantArt. And for those of you who don't know, Fur Affinity is like the furry website. It's the #1 furry website, okay? Now, there's also 2 Reddit accounts under the names Craftin247 and Craftin248, neither of which contain any significant info. There's one post on each account, both of some pretty mundane content and from years ago, long before he was dating Lance and became more politicized. Now, lastly, there are the Steam accounts of both Tyler and Lance. Tyler was clearly much more active on Steam, being level 50 on the platform. It is interesting that Tyler once set his name on there as Donald Trump, but besides that, nothing of note really. Part of why there's very little to say is that Tyler clearly set most of his settings to more private options, which again is pretty reflective of the kind of guy he was. Lance, on the other hand, had pretty much every facet of his profile completely public, where we can see that the last game he played was 2 days after Charlie's death, and his profile has been completely inactive since then. Given the testimony from Tyler and Lance's friend, even people who knew them in real life and frequented their living space only ever caught glimpses of the exact nature of their relationship. Based on the last few months prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination, as far as I understand, they weren't really having anyone over, and their output of messages to their online friends also significantly decreased. I have done my best to contact Lance about all of these claims and get his side of what happened, but he has not responded to 3 different requests for comment. Unless one of them, Tyler or Lance, decides to speak up and elucidate the lead up to what happened, I think there's no chance we can piece together a full narrative of the events that contributed to Tyler's mindset. Clearly, it was politically motivated, as both Tyler and Lance had become much more political, particularly around the topic of gender. Hopefully one day we'll get all the answers. Anyhow, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Anyway, yeah, so that was the expose from Turkey Tom on Lance Twiggs. Very, very informational, you know. I think after watching that, if you still think, you know, after everything we've seen come out in trial, and now after watching that and everything that we know about Lance Twiggs, if you still think that or you still think Tyler Robinson is guilty and Lance Twiggs is innocent, then there's something wrong with you. You need to get your head checked.
Yeah, Lance Twiggs was definitely being coerced on how to trap Tyler Robinson up for sure.
Exactly. give me 1 second here. We have a new motion, a new Erica Kirk's lawyer just filed a new motion in the case. Give me 1 second. Neiman. That's his name. Neiman. Nei. Okay, yeah, I got it right. Okay, yeah. So, hold on. Let me finish doing this. Let me tag this real quick. I'm putting this post out. Candace. Okay, so let me share this one instead. All right, so we have, let me make sure I'm sharing this. Am I sharing it? Yeah, okay, good. All right, so Erica Kirk's lawyer, Joseph Neiman, just filed an emergency motion demanding a prompt probable cause ruling in the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing. In the filing, the victim's family urges the judge to enter a bind-over decision no later than September 1st, 2026, less than 2 months from now. They argue that in the filing, the victim's family urges the judge to enter a bind-over decision no later than September 1st, 2026, less than 2 months from now. They argue that while Tyler Robinson is entitled to a fair trial, he is not entitled to cause unnecessary delays in the criminal justice process. The filing comes right after the 5-day preliminary hearing concluded and after the judge indicated he wanted additional briefing and oral arguments before deciding whether to bind the case over for trial. And by the way, the judge didn't decide that. That was, I mean, yeah, the judge decided it, but it was based off a motion that the defense counsel made that they wanted to have not only oral arguments, but also additional briefings, which is what is going to prolong the probable cause ruling. The Kirk family is making it clear they want this case to move forward without further delay. This is a direct push from the victim's side for a speedy resolution. And then here's an actual copy of the order here, which it says, there you go, in a district court, blah, blah, blah. Victim family statement in support of speedy disposition for bindover. State of Utah versus Tyler Robinson. Comes now Erica Kirk, the widow and duly recognized representative of the victim, Charlie Kirk, together with Charlie's parents, collectively the victim's family, by and through undersigned counsel, and respectfully request that this court promptly enter its probable cause determination based on the overwhelming evidence presented during a 5-day preliminary hearing. What overwhelming evidence are you talking about there, retard? I didn't see any. I saw overwhelming evidence that that they have nothing on Tyler, that he's innocent. I didn't see any overwhelming evidence that he was guilty. Did you?
Nah, they're trying to hurry up and case close.
Exactly. It's ridiculous. You know, this is I really don't get how they, I mean, that's insane that they would even say that. That's just so, that's so not true. That's 1,000% opposite of what the evidence actually showed. Anyway, a prompt determination is imperative in the interest of justice. The court is approaching the 1-year anniversary of Charlie Kirk's death. 10 months have passed since the defendant was arrested, and the preliminary hearing has now concluded. The defendant is entitled to a fair trial, and he must receive one. He is not, however, entitled to cause undue delay in the criminal justice process. The victim's family is independently entitled to a speedy resolution under UCall Code 77-38-7-2, which provides that the victim of a crime has the right to a speedy disposition of the charges, free from unwarranted delay caused by or at the behest of the defendant. The victim's family trusts this court to ensure the case proceeds without further delay. The victim's family therefore respectfully urges the court to enter its probable cause determination no later than September 1st, 2026. Yours truly, Jeffrey Neiman and Parkinson Potter, attorneys for Erica Kirk. So that's new, guys. Completely ridiculous. Absolutely. This person says, it's ridiculous to want justice for your husband's murder. No, it's ridiculous to try to conflate the facts and lie and try to say there's overwhelming evidence to support Tyler Robinson's guilt when the exact opposite is actually true. All the evidence that came out in the preliminary hearing points to Lance Twiggs being the one that's actually guilty, not Tyler Robinson. It actually points to Tyler Robinson being a patsy, just like we've said since day one. They have no video evidence of Tyler Robinson. They have no DNA of Tyler Robinson. They have the vehicle there on the scene was not Tyler Robinson's. They have nothing that they can prove is Tyler Robinson. They have nothing linking Tyler Robinson to the actual scene. And matter of fact, even the gun, they proved the gun wasn't even fired because it had dust in the barrel.
Man, oh man.
The Fed sloppers will keep Fed slopping though.
That's
That's
right,
one thing
brother.
I learned about them is they never admit when they're wrong. They just keep doubling and tripling down on their insanity.
I'm telling us we're crazy.
I know, right?
That's right, bro.
Oh shit. Anyway, so that's basically what we got. Let me just check one more time to see if there's any more buy me a coffees. And then we will get off after that. Okay, yeah, we got nothing else, nothing new. All right. Anyway, guys, thank you all for joining us. Make sure you're following my man, Convict to Conservative, otherwise known as
Yaakov Renewed.
I'll let you. Yaakov Renewed on X. Follow him at Yaakov Renewed on X.
That's right.
And also make sure you follow Kelvia, who was with us earlier today, at Conservative KFC on X. Be sure to follow her. And obviously Jesse on Fire at Jesse on Fire. At Real Jesse on Fire. Follow him as well. And thank you for joining me, man. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for chilling with me all week and doing this court hearing. It's important to get it out to the public, and I appreciate you coming on and doing it with me.
Yeah, thank you guys for putting us on the top spot above TPUSA too. This will not be the only time that we live stream this trial together. We'll definitely be tapping in for the next round.
Oh, absolutely. We're gonna crush them. Well, I don't know. We might be. I mean, yeah, we'll be live streaming next time regardless, but we might be in person next time.
Yeah, that's right.
Why can't I get out of this? All right, let me do this one. Yeah, so we might be in person next time, but one way or the other, we'll definitely be live streaming it one way or the other. But I just want to thank you all because once again, as you see over here on the screen, We are the second biggest live stream today. We
That's
beat
what I'm
out
talking about.
today. We beat out Charlie Kirk. We beat out Andrew Colvett, and we beat out the official TPUSA. All three of them. We were the second biggest live stream on X today. So thank you all for making that happen. And then obviously the last 2 days we've crushed it as well. All three of them. Oop. Let me go back. Let me find it. Go to my bookmarks. See if I can find the other one. There it is. Okay. Yesterday we had 56,000, which is we were bigger than Andrew Colvett and Turning Point both combined. Like together, Andrew had 30, Turning Point had 20. Together that's 50. We had 56. So we had more people yesterday than both of their streams combined. Same thing today. We just whooped their ass again. And then the day before that, same thing. We had 80,000. Turning Point only had 58,000. So thank you all for making that happen. We just destroyed them all week long. And obviously that's because of you guys, because of your support. So thank you for that. And it all, that makes me really happy because it shows that the people have turned on Turning Point. The people have they're not with them anymore. They're with us. They're on our side. We have the majority, man.
That's right.
Yep. So, do you want to destroy TPUSA? Reason. At first I didn't. No, at first I didn't want to destroy TPUSA. At first, I wanted to try to save Charlie's organization. I wanted to make sure that they were doing what Charlie would have wanted done. But at this point, yes, I do want to destroy them. And the reason that is because that honestly, it's the truth. Because they have destroyed Charlie's legacy so bad that there's no saving them. They have this, to this point, there is no, I don't think, their point of no return. Like that organization is dead and there's nothing that's going to save it. Simple as that. That's how I feel about it. Erica Kirk has ruined it. She's running into the ground. Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff, they've run it into the ground by lying and trying to gaslight the public. So, yeah, absolutely.
I just want to get high. I just want Erica Kirk to fire Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff and put us on the panel.
Absolutely.
We'll bring it.
Go ahead.
We'll bring it back to life.
100%. Absolutely. We will at least uphold Charlie's values, what he believed, what he would have wanted. We wouldn't be feeding him this bullshit, love Israel, shoving Israel down everybody's throats, shoving the Iran war down everybody's throats when Charlie was completely against all of that. We wouldn't be bashing Candace Owens when Candace was his best friend. We wouldn't be platforming Ben Shapiro, who was one of Charlie's mortal enemies. He hated Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
So absolutely, brother. But yeah, anyway. Oh, and I've asked, and the offer still stands, by the way. This goes out to Andrew Colvett, Erica Kirk, or Blake Neff, and also Jack Posobiec. Any of you guys, I want to talk to you. I've offered to debate, and Tyler Boyer as well. I've offered to debate any one of you. I've tried to get you to debate. You refuse. You don't answer me. You ignore me. I want to debate you. I'm not going to debate your little stupid lackey, Andrew Wilson, because he's a nothing. He's a nobody. He's pointless. Nobody cares about him. He doesn't have the firsthand information that we are asking anyway. So debating him is worthless. It's pointless. There's nothing I can gain from doing it, so I'm not going to do it. But you guys, on the other hand, I do want to debate you, and I want to debate you. So where you at, man? Hit me up. Let's do it. Don't be scared. Don't run from it. Let's actually do a debate. Anyway, that's all I got. So thank you all very much for joining us. Thanks again for coming. And see you all in the next one.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Later, Gators.